The more that Alyssia continued her training in shadowboxing, the more she found herself reaching a much higher stage of combat, which could only be described as super instinctual movement or minute and basic movement. Most of her more complex movements or moves were returned to their most basic forms to maximize her output, but reduce the energy and movements used so that a slight movement of her body could be used to dodge an attack, and when combined with her beast instinct, she was able to use it more effectively, which was similar to Ultra Instinct from Dragon Ball Super, but possibly on a higher level when observation haki and breathing style is included. The main problem that she encountered when fighting the shadows was that they stuck to their skill sets and were not actually alive, so they became predictable after a while and did not show any improvement unless she built a new shadow with an improved skill set. But there was one way that could help maximize her learning speed. A shadow appeared before her, which was a similar shape to herself, and had the compilation of all of her own skills, but they had already reached completion, while many others had taken form with many high-level martial art styles which were completed too. It was more than enough to help grasp her flaws by fighting a duplicate shadow of herself, and to gain further experience against others at her own level of mastery of martial arts and physique. But there were still some things that could not be considered absolutely perfect, since living life forms are more adaptable during a life and death battle, while they could also fight with a lot more brutality and resort to many other desperate tactics. Underneath the water, Alyssia was close to the body of Ness, which was very heavy, especially when its body now had a small island on its back and other people, but she continued to hold her breath underwater and push the large body forward slowly with all of her strength, and she got right underneath it to lift it up a little out of the water. Upon improving her body's strength, she soon found that her physique had reached a stage where it was more difficult to train, so she had to resort to using weights and weighted clothing in her everyday life, and she started using Ness to train herself as she pushed herself further. Compared to the continent puller oars, her own ability to move islands could not compare, since she was a smaller size and she could not get a firmer grip onto an island, but there was also the fact that she could not stand in the sea since her body would be still submerged, so it was difficult for her to achieve such things. Her inhuman strength was already high as it was, so she could achieve those feats of oars if her body was the size of a giant or ancient giant, but lifting or pushing Ness around without causing any damage or losing her grip was still a challenge for her, which was what she needed to push herself further. The training was very helpful and continued to become even better once Ness grew bigger and started to have more build on top of it, so her strength continued to improve along with her stamina. Her continued training in Iron Body helped to further work on her endurance. Paper Art helped to increase her flexibility. Life Return helped to increase her body control and manipulate other parts of her body, but also helped better train those parts of the body. The other parts of the Six Styles training helped to improve her agility while working on her stamina. Further Breathe training helped to improve her stamina and lung capacity. Electromassage to her body helped to improve her body's strength, endurance, and her resistance to electricity, while her various recipes and foods helped to improve her body's stamina and strength. With everything combined, she was kept very busy and was slowly making progress as she grew closer to the 40 base stat limit, while her bloodline evolution helped to gain a small boost in her bonus stats and a much larger increase to her electro capacity. With every opportunity, she continued to train herself to reach that limit while she continued to train in her shadowboxing. Before long, she was seen flying in the sky as she kicked out with great power to cause a large shockwave which caused a change to her surroundings, but in her mind, she was facing off against a giant shadow which had the combined skills of every giant that she had met. She continued to dodge all kinds of attacks in the air or on the ground as the giant shadows attacked her, while occasionally using different types of powerful attacks like the Elbaf Spear, which she matched with her own version or dodged. One of the biggest fears or challenges of most influences is the giants of Elbaf, and due to their large build, strong power, and techniques, in a large number they are very difficult to fight against. Most tend to wish to ally with them, or do not wish to make an enemy of them for those reasons, while some even wish to create their own giant army that was eternally loyal to them. But Alyssia was fighting against her own shadow manifestation in her mind as her body behaved as if she was clashing against their attacks, or was feeling the effects of their every movement in the surroundings. Even the strongest shadow manifestation that was the size of a giant or ancient giant was slowly outmatched by Alyssia in terms of technique and physical ability, since she was much smaller and harder to hit while they were very large targets. Even in the face of their large fists, limbs, and weapons they used to attack and clear a large area with. She was able to learn to anticipate their every move and further improve her instinctual combat, as she increased the amount of shadows even further while occasionally adding some more races of different sizes and shapes. She wiped the sweat from her head after dealing a strong kick to many giant shadows and captured many tiny dwarf shadows that were moving as fast speeds before she ended her training. She went to the private garden area where all kinds of plants were growing, whether it be the IQ plants, pop green, and others. Among them, her eyes rested upon a small fruit tree, which had a single fruit growing upon it, which had different types of patterns on it which looked like white clouds. She turned to Ting and Tan as she asked, "Has it completed its growth?" Ting nodded excitedly. "Yes, it is fully grown and does not seem to have any defects. Can I try it?" Ting revealed drool on the side of her mouth as she looked at the fruit, but Alyssia responded, "I doubt that this would taste as good as it looks, so you should not try it, but if you wish for something nice, I will make something for you both as a reward for your efforts." Ting and Tan revealed excited looks on their faces. "Yay! Cool!" Her hand reached out and took the fruit from the fruit tree and then carefully carried it with her as she entered the laboratory area, where she found Ein, who was deep into her research. Ahem. Ein adjusted her round glasses on her nose and turned her head lazily. "What is it?" Alyssia responded as she held out the strange-looking fruit. "This is for you to help you improve and survive. It has been specially developed for you, and it is the best result of the fruits I have developed so far through many trials and errors until a complete and successful one has been achieved. So, do you wish to know about the powers you will gain and decide if you want it before biting into it, or will you just out your trust in me and take on the risk involved?" Devil fruits were always like a roulette, and not every one could be identified properly until eaten unless they had appeared in the world many times and been thoroughly recorded, but a new artificial fruit was more of a mystery to everyone unless it was those who actually made or designed it. Ein lazily looked over the fruit and sighed. "I will just put my trust in you since you felt that it should go to me for whatever reason." Ein and Alyssia left the room and went to a private space where they were able to let her adjust to her changes. So when they arrived, Ein ate the fruit in her hand. Blah! The disgusting taste entered her mouth, and she started to learn the name of the devil fruit as the information entered her mind. Foam Logia devil fruit? Alyssia nodded. This power has been developed to have similarities to some other Logia and the soap paramecia devil fruit powers, but has the property of foam, which can switch between a liquid state and solid state. Once you learn to better control it and increase your research over chemistry, as you have been learning, you should be able to increase your versatility with your powers. Just like the gas fruit of Caesar Clown that could be improved with different types of new gases once absorbed, created, or discovered by himself. It was the same for the foam fruit, so it required Ein to further explore that direction, but she had been studying that area recently at Alyssia's request in private because there was little more she could learn, and because she was a genius scientist who was qualified to study below Dr. Tsukimi. Ein raised her arm within the space and held out her arm in front of herself with her palm outstretched. Spray! Just like she was releasing a spray of water from her hands, a liquid form of foam was released and then fell to the ground a little away from herself. The foam on the ground started to gather together in a pile on the ground, and as it was exposed to the air or surrounding environment for some time, it started to harden into a soft and solid material. Alyssia continued to speak. There are all types of things that can be used as foam. One type that can be used is used to put out fires. Another is used as a hair product, others to capture or trap others, while some are just some simpler ones that are just used as coolants, cutting fluids, lubricants, insulation, and minimize air infiltration. Those exposed to different types of foams for a long time may encounter dry coughing, breathing difficulty, chest tightness, and head or muscle aches, but that is only if breathed in often or cause irritation or rashes if it comes into contact with the eyes of someone or their skin, depending on the type of foam and its properties. Due to foam's uses to help with building temperature and moisture control, spray foam can be used to reduce noise as it creates a barrier to block out airborne noise while providing many other uses in different fields. But as Ein heard the many things, new ideas formed in her mind, and she started drawing up new designs for her automata and her exoskeleton suit. Occasionally, she would test out her abilities in different ways, whether it was manipulating different types of foam as she increased her ability to manipulate it and gained better control of her body. Even when testing her abilities, she first tried to turn her whole body into foam in her Logia form, but due to her inexperience, she had turned into a liquid state and fell into a small pool on the ground as it hardened. After returning to normal, she pushed up her glasses and then turned to Alyssia. "Thank you. I will do my best to learn this properly. This has solved a lot of problems." Alyssia nodded, but then turned serious. "No problem. Among everyone, you were the most in need of something like this, so I had been preparing it for exactly that. How is the other project going?" I turned serious and replied, "We are reaching completion, and everything that we have been building will be ready soon. Especially that." Alyssia grinned. "Excellent. When it is completed, you must let me know right away." Everyone returned to their usual activities, but Alyssia then went back to her training, where she took out two powerful fighters who had been thoroughly brainwashed by herself. Shiki and the Lawless King were her opponents, and after they had their shackles removed, they were able to use their abilities once again. Shiki had his missing legs replaced with better metal legs as he held onto his two replacement swords, while he now had the use of his haki, swordsmanship, and devil fruit abilities. The Lawless King had full use of his devil fruit abilities and had been given enough protein to allow him to use it to the full potential, but he was unable to use any other type of power like haki, since he had not learned it. Alyssia took the both of them on as Shiki attacked from the sky and manipulated all kinds of objects he touched to attack her and clash swords with her. His swords were coated with haki, while Alyssia had the two halves of her side blade coated too, as they both clashed many times while she used her legs to clash against the strong force created by the Hulk-like bulky body of the Lawless King, who was unable to push her back, but as he was adjusting to his fruit, he started to use it more effectively as he started to increase her muscle in different parts of his body. The battle became far more intense as his body returned to his normal size and his muscles became more compact again as he was burning through his energy. Arf! Shiki's metal legs transformed and became sharper on the outside, so when he sent out kicks, he created many flying wind blades with the addition of his two swords, so it became a four-sword style, while many types of things were used as flying weapons that came from all types of directions when the Lawless King had been using his powerful body to assist him. As the fight continued, the better Alyssia adjusted to the battle that was 2 versus 1 with a variety of different powers, and she could feel her haki steadily improving as she met each of Shiki's attacks, and she saw big improvements to her use of weapon use along with her leg style. To finish things off, Alyssia used a combo move as she turned her body and sent out a kick filled with all her strength before she had turned to Shiki and distributed her strength into her next attack. Divine Snake, Jormungand, her leg whipped out like a serpent, and then came into contact with the chest of Lawless King, which created a strong impact and shockwave effect which broke past his strong physique that had been compressed. She quickly adjusted her body as she broke past Shiki's 4 swords with her side blades as they came back together and spun around to deliver to slashing attacks, coated in haki in the same location one after the other. 2-sword style, Quetzalcoatl, and Tezcatlipoca. She managed to break past Shiki's armament haki that protected his chest and left a single wound that was in a line on his body before she had stepped back. Both Shiki and the Lawless King were lying on the ground heavily injured, but their lives were not in that much danger, since she had not intended to kill them. Her naming sense had not improved a whole lot, but she had based her stronger abilities off mythical or legendary snakes. Her impact and shockwave attacks were based off and named after the snake called Jormungand from Norse mythology, which is also referred to as the wold serpent from her Old World's myths, while her cutting moves were based off or named after Aztec gods from her Old World myths too, while it was said that those gods played a key role in the world's creation. In one version of the creation story, Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca transformed themselves into snakes and ripped a giant sea monster named Sepakli in half, which later formed the sky and earth from each half. Alyssia really liked old legends and myths, so when thinking of names, her mind had drifted off to some snake myths and legends and named them depending on the effect of her attack, while some were named something a bit simpler after other snakes or snake body parts.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
The wounded Shiki and the lawless king were each sent to be fixed back up by Tristan, while they had the sea prism cuffs put back on before they were returned to their prison cells, while they were occasionally brought back out to fight Alyssia again while she pondered on how to deal with them. All of the projects were continuing, and Ayn was slowly learning how to use her own foam abilities while she made some modifications to her exoskeleton suit. Those that had left on their journey each had a devil ape to accompany them, but they were also each trained to complement the fighting style of the person they had been assigned to, and they had each been given a SIQ serum to help them evolve to suit that style. The ape that was partnered up with Medea had been heavily influenced by her rumble fruit powers, so it built up an immunity to electrical attacks, while it also had the ability to absorb electrical attacks and release them, while it had been trained mostly for ranged attacks to complement her style of melee combat and swordsmanship. The combination of her electrical attacks and the ape's ability to absorb and release it allowed for more strategic uses of her power and teamwork between them without her worrying about misfiring and hitting an ally. The ape that was partnered up with Ushman had been influenced by the sky environment, so it grew wings on its back and learned how to use many different types of guns to create a flying melee and ranged team. The ape that was partnered up with Carrot had been influenced by a hot environment, which gave it an immunity to fire or heat, and it had learned to use all types of shields, armor, and spear-type weapons so that it could play the role of a tank while she was the assassin. Meanwhile, the other devil apes on the earth below had each developed their own fighting styles and had evolved to help out their new masters or partner, while the remaining ones guarded the sunken castle and the back of Ness. New types of plants were developed over a long time, along with many types of smaller animals and bugs that were also transported to live on the island on Ness's back, so it had been developing very quickly as a new civilization and natural life cycle was beginning to form. Water filtration and salt collection systems were set up one after another on the outer parts or the island, while slowly other more modern things were beginning to be installed, like a heating, water, and electrical system. Each of the SIQ serums were still being researched to see their final outcome for different types of environments or for situations that required the serum to act in order to save them through evolution. Tristan had developed a very potent and deadly poison which filled a room, as one devil ape had been injected with it, which caused it to become immune to poisons and be able to absorb and release it, so it helped to work together with her to attack others or even clear away a poisonous area, so she could treat those affected. Isa had her own evolved to gain wings, but it much preferred to use a shield and mace to play the roles of a melee and ranged fighter to support each other, while it was the same for her. But her own ape had evolved in a very cold environment and Pashia's in a thunder environment. But each of them had learned how to dance and perform while they had adapted to their roles as protectors. Ivy's ape had took up swordsmanship while it had evolved in a jungle environment to make it much more agile and stronger than the others, while many of the apes evolved in many other ways, as the SIQ research had become more complete as time passed to allow a greater chance of acquiring a specific evolutionary path or a type of power. Those that had a specific power or style that was more melee-based got a supporter with a more ranged style, and it was the opposite for the ranged type, while some weaker people with less power got an ape with better defensive and melee combat capabilities. There were a select few like Lucier who had chosen to keep a fellow swordsman type by his side, while Monera had evolved hers in the direction to breathe and swim better underwater, while it learned or mimicked fishmen karate from her. The most unique case was Ayn, who had chosen for her devil ape to take a different path, since it was already far superior to many strong warriors, and did not need to improve all that much since it was fat ahead of her in many aspects. She put the ape through all kinds of rigorous mental and learning tests to help improve the ape's learning abilities, and once it had hit a barrier, it was constantly put under the same tests as it was becoming more agitated at its failures and became more irritable. But upon being injected with the serum, its intelligence rose sharply, and it slowly started to learn new things quickly, and it was not long before it could speak human language and was joining Ayn by her side while it learned how to pilot different types of vehicles and even a mech. Each of the crew members was already stepping towards their own individual path as they continued to improve themselves, but upon receiving a partner, they had become even more formidable, which would allow them to survive in the wide world without Alyssia watching over them all the time. The deadline that Alyssia had given was slowly approaching, and the closer that it was, The more each of them had made new breakthroughs and started perfecting some kind of combat style or worked on their own profession to improve their fame and fortune. Within a closed-off room, Alyssia faced towards a wall which had been covered in a special type of rock material, and many different types of radio dishes were pointed towards her from the corners of the room. She closed her eyes and checked her status as her progress on her bloodline limit had been changing as she broke past her limits at least once a day since she had returned. One thing that she found out quickly upon reaching 24% was that her body required a large amount of moonlight or blux waves to enter her eyes, and it should be enough to be able to successfully break past the barrier before she would be transformed back into. The other minor requirement was to be able to tame the wild beast within and grasp control of it before she goes berserk so that she could successfully break through without failing and running wild until she burns out. The method had some similarities to the Great Ape Transformation or the Super Saiyan 4 forms, which required the person to gaze at the moon to transform and regain their rationality and tame their wild nature to allow themselves to tap into their hidden bloodline potential, but it was later found out in the GT series during the Tuffle saga, and later that it can be replicated to produce an artificial wavelength or moonlight effect, to compensate for the lack of a full moon. Upon learning many things from the moon civilization and acquiring many type of rocks and other materials from the moon, she had more than enough resources to produce the same effect, so she no longer needed to rely on or have to wait for the full moon. Usually the moonlight or waves would be weaker and less after traveling down to Earth, so the minks could not maintain their form after shielding their eyes due to there not being enough moonlight or blux waves within their bodies to maintain the forms, but she had already absorbed a lot of it from a close range along with a large amount of electricity and thunder energy, which helped form the future path of her bloodline, but she was still required to absorb enough to activate her Sulong form once again and break past the barrier with the help of the moonlight or blux waves. Not only was it helpful for her breaking through her barrier, but she also saw its potential for the future. She then sat cross-legged and calmed her breathing as she became completely focused. "I am ready." The wavelength began as the dishes around the room started to work and send out the wavelengths around the room, and it hit off the stone walls which had been covered in moonstones from the surface of the moon, which helped to further produce the effect and reflect them back around the room as the energy continued to grow until it bounced around and eventually entered Alyssia's eyes. Her body started to undergo her transformation once again as her eyes turned red. Her body grew in size and shape. Her hair turned a mystical moonlight shade of white, and she started to be influenced more by her beast instincts which were driving her to become more aggressive and wild. It was like a primitive and wild beast was within her, which wished to gain control over her, and all she could do was tame that side of herself and gain control over it to make it completely obedient. Lots of electro was released from her body, and she continued to stay in her transformed state as she dug deep into her power and pushed past her body's limits to break down that invisible barrier that was blocking her. Like something had snapped inside of herself, her eyes became gentler and her body started to shift back into its shape before slowly until it finally stopped. Unlike the smaller, less noticeable changes in stats and slight changes in her hair or eye color each time, she broke past a small barrier. This change was much greater as her body had become a quarter of what her Sulong form was, as a quarter of her height and body shape that she had gained from the transformation had been retained, and she had grown from her original size of 7 feet 1 inch to 7 feet 3 inches over a short time span, and her body shape had adjusted to allow her better combat potential for her size after. She had been injected with the serum and started to break past her bloodline limits. Sulong bloodline limit remover bonus, 25%. 1/4 agility, 1.25/5 strength, 0.75/3 endurance. She had successfully gained control over her body and had gained a bonus agility stat and 1 1/4 strength bonus stats, while she gained 3/4 of an endurance stat with her current progress into her bloodline. Her hair was a little longer in length, while a lot of it had turned a darker grue with a couple of lighter gray hairs. Her gray fur had become lighter in color and almost a silvery gray color that was now closer to white, while it had grown a tiny amount longer. Her legs were more powerful and longer, while her arms, and especially her fingers, had become better for gripping as her nails had become tougher and sharper. Even her nose had become dark gray from its previous black. The whites of her eyes had become more bloodshot and darker in color, while her pupils were gaining more red within them as the red was slowly taking over her previous black color bit by bit, and had already covered a quarter of them while her teeth had become even tougher and sharper than before. She looked at herself in the mirror and whistled at herself in satisfaction. It is like I am becoming a completely different person, but I guess that those who know me in person should still be able to recognize me, so it is not all that bad. Compared to the progress of the other minks, she had been the fastest to reach that stage and had even prepared an alternative solution in a short time to prepare for when the time came to take that major step. After it was successful, and she had absorbed enough of the required energy into her body, she had succeeded in becoming a quarter Sulong and had gained a lot of valuable research data to help with future breakthroughs and other types of technology to help the minks. She then yawned and patted her rumbling stomach. After this, I may take a long-deserved rest and take it a little easier. I have earned it with all of my hard work, and I can finally rest a little easier. I still have not learned from my past mistakes, so it is about time to take it easy and relax a little. Her death in her previous life was due to taking on too much and not having a very healthy lifestyle along with overworking herself, but since arriving in the One Piece world, she did not learn from her past mistakes that lead to her death because of the reality of the world she was living in and the pressure she faced in the future. But she was now at a stage where she did not have to worry too much and still had enough time left until certain events unfold. In between some basic daily workouts, breathe training, electromassages, a little work, or checking in at the laboratory and caring for her two babies, Alyssia became quite free as she spent her time reading the rest of the pages that K1 had printed or spent her time relaxing and playing around while enjoying the nutritious food and her final time that she would spend within the walls of Rika Island before she would leave. While Alyssia had spent the rest of her time in a relaxed manner, everyone else had started to put the final touches on their own training or other types of projects that were related to their own profession or style of combat. On Baltimore, Anne had visited the old laboratory for an inspection, but upon looking closer, she was greatly disappointed. Several scientists had broken the rules and were dealing with many types of volatile materials and were keeping a large amount of them stored together, which was a recipe for disaster. Upon confronting the group, a fight took place between herself and the group as they started to retaliate. Who says that you get to decide what we can and cannot research? Yeah, this is so wrong. We have a right to use our earned berries however we wish. So, what if we did not report it to those in charge and hid it? We just want to explore a different path. Who are you to block it? Aine stood back with her arms crossed lazily and said slowly, "Move out of the way. I've already warned you before. Those who have joined creation are allowed to benefit from its trade and to help promote new products to help with funding your own research, but it must be approved by the higher-ups. Otherwise, we are just a group that recklessly pursues anything for the sake of improving our knowledge or wealth. We do not mess with volatile materials, and we only build weapons so that we can defend ourselves and keep our research from falling into the hands of others. I would prefer it if you just handed over the materials so that we can avoid any more unpleasantness and prevent any future damage created from your research. The materials used were far too flammable and dangerous that if stored in a large quantity, then the lives of the many scientists could be destroyed in a single moment due to the carelessness of a single person. So Aine had ordered them to be seized, but they still would not budge. Block her. Yes. Got it. Seeing that Aine had brought her tools, they became even more reckless and without fear as they mistook her appearance as a sign of weakness that they could exploit. One ran into the lab and took out a piece of equipment that had been newly made by them and started to attach it to their body a little at a time until they were in a suit which had a tank on the back while it was attached by tubing and some type of spray mechanism. Just as Aine entered the room, the people behind her were covered in a strange white foam which prevented their movement and subdued them, but it was already too late as the man had pointed the end of the equipment towards her. Get back! Aine stood on the spot and sighed. You're not very smart, huh? Are you prepared to fire that inside? Do you even realize the damage you can do with that thing? Seriously, why do I even bother giving imbeciles like you the chance to grow if you are just going to keep wasting your chances like this? She remembered back to the days within the other group as they worked like slaves to produce someone else's work and designs without time for their own project research, and felt that back then It was tough for many, and not many opportunities were given to people. They have already been given so much compared to those days, but they still continue to grow greedy and reckless after being given a small taste of freedom. Creation had given them many benefits and allowed them the chance to pursue their own research, but it did have its own restrictions to prevent harm to themselves or to others. Things that are difficult to control or could cause a large scale of damage had been banned and could only be handled in very small amounts at a time if they had been approved for a specific research direction, but since they were illegally brought in, a single spark could cause them all to blow up, and yet someone had acted out as they had pointed their weapon made from it at Ein within the room where many of the materials were kept stored. The trigger was pulled, and the spark was lit as the container on the back started to send the contents inside, down the tube, and found its way towards the part that was pointed at Ein. As it met with the spark, the flames were created as they were ejected and went towards Ein, who had lifted her hand towards it. Spray! The foam within her body was manipulated as it rushed towards the incoming flames, and a fierce battle took place between them, both as flame was pushed back by the foam a little at a time. The foam kept reducing the heat and flames a little at a time as it acted as a natural enemy to it, but there was still a large amount of the flammable materials within the container. Warning signs were shown as the pressure or heat valves were reaching critical levels as the equipment was not complete and could not be pushed any further as they were using it to its absolute limits, which was pushing it to its breaking point. I noticed the danger that was coming and stepped forward. Idiot! Why did you not listen? As she closed the distance, her entire body covered the equipment and the person inside as the equipment exploded. The person inside seemed to be harmed by the explosion and heat as the suit on their body had been burned onto them, but the explosion had been contained, so it did not cause further damage or light the surrounding materials. The foam spread out and contained the explosion before spreading further as the materials were sealed to prevent any additional accidents. Ein returned to her original form and lazily stretched her body while dressed in a striped white and black long jumper, white long lab coat, simple gray work pants, and a pair of slippers. You made me waste so much energy on this little thing. You should have just cooperated from the start, and this would not have happened. Why do you have to be so illogical? You are supposed to be scientists. The group of scientists were later turned in to Dr. Tsukimi and the Baltimore elders to receive punishment, while the others within Creation were each put under a strict reevaluation. Any member of Creation had their research strictly reviewed by Ein and Dr. Tsukimi, and any volatile materials were confiscated before they could bring further harm to others. Ein let those within the group know that just because they had not been watched so strictly over the past year, it did not mean they could act recklessly and walk down a path that could lead them or others to destruction. However, that was just a small result of her visit back to her homeland. The White Storm and Creation continued to work together as they always had, whether it was the group that lived in Baltimore or those that had chosen to follow by Alyssia's side and stayed on Rika Island for the time being. Many types of products were being sold, whether it was different types of motorbikes or other vehicles that were more suited to water or other terrains, while some were just simple tools to help everyone's everyday life. Even the weather tools had spread to many places that needed them, so Alyssia had made a lot of profits from their sales so that her other research products could be funded. Whether it was the entertainment company, the mercenary group, the medical or cosmetic group under Tristan, the Creation Union mechanical products, the For Idiots books along with the more advanced booklets, the clothing line, the baby or children's toys and products, or the self-defense products. Each of them were popular and earned Alyssia and her group a large amount of profits over a long time and helped to increase the wealth and power of the White Storm as a whole. The island on Ness back had been completely filled with different types of insects and small animals with low pregnancy period times, while different types of new plants were being grown on the land. Rocks, plants, soil, and water were moved onto the island as it had been made to have a perfect living environment and be self-sustaining, or in the words of Alyssia's previous world, it would have perfect feng shui. There was even a small area which had been designated to be made as a mermaid cove for to be used as a public swimming area or spa by the fishmen, merfolk, and other races, while in another place, the remaining wild animals like the devil apes that did not have a master were living within the area where more trees had been growing. In the laboratory, many types of other breakthroughs were had in different areas, whether it be to do with mechs, robotics, serums, flux wave technology, special weaponry, special combat suits, or vehicles. Anything made could rival anything made by the likes of any famous scientists like Vegapunk, Caesar Clown, Queen, or Frankie, but most of it had not yet been revealed to the world. Even several rarities of the world had been reproduced by Alyssia and her team of scientists as new pop green plants were created, and even the special food from Boyne Archipelago was no longer needed to be harvested as it could be grown by them, whether it be on the land on top of nests or within one of the areas that had been designated by Alyssia to grow them. One of those areas was her own ship, which had undergone many modifications over the year, even after its first modifications. More was done to it while it remained in the shipyard. The size of the ship had been increased, allowing for more space within and a larger space above. The laboratory size had been increased, but also there was a large space for other things like vehicles and other tools or weapons, while the overall power generators and power system had been greatly improved to increase the ship's living conditions. Anything that could be moved from the Rico Island land was moved to the back of Ness or to her ship, while some were moved to the other icebreaker ships in the shipyard in preparation for the end of the 6 months. Any people that did not join Medea and her crew in the skies were left to fend for themselves, which resulted in some casualties, but they eventually found themselves being saved by the Revolutionary Army, who had recruited them. After the participation on the White Storm in the War of Rico Island, the Marines had kept an even closer eye on the actions of the White Storm and were constantly looking for them to reveal a weakness or some kind of flaw that they could exploit to their advantage, since they did not like the idea of the White Storm growing any further and getting involved with worldly matters. Their participation in the war was one sign which had let them become suspicious about the White Storm's original goals and intentions, which lead them to believe that the White Storm now wished to be more involved in the world's politics and war situations, which would cause a big problem for those already in power and could potentially cause the balance to be broken. However, since then, the White Storm had returned to their usual way of dealing with things after they gained many benefits along with the noble titles, so they were able to smoothly avoid any problems with the Marines. Slowly, everything was taking shape and progressing smoothly to allow a smooth transition for the White Storm as they split up into smaller groups, as some flew off into the sky. Others were going underwater. Some remained within the first half of the Grand Line, while the others made preparations to enter the New World. The whole crew came back together for one final gathering before they would be split up, as they all made their way to Rico Island and entered the sunken castle, where new and old faces gathered together. Meanwhile, in the outside world, many of the worst generation were getting into all kinds of conflicts and gaining fame for themselves, while Blackbeard had started to make his move on some of the previous territories of Whitebeard after gathering enough support from his crew and other forces in the New World so that he could confront Marco and his crew. Within the sunken castle, there was a great feast as everyone gathered together around the table, and there were all sorts of different types of drinks and desserts that were placed by the arranged food there. A tall and muscular-looking female body that had features similar to a doll, as it remained expressionless, cut up and served the food in a maid uniform. "Masters, please enjoy." The robot looked very human, but expressed the very slightest emotions as it served everyone. The most unique features were its short shoulder-length pink hair and pink eyes, while it was 8 feet 8 inches in height and had many similarities to Yamato, but instead of horns or ears on its head, the robot had a pair of metal ears or antennae that looked similar to feathered or angel wings often seen on Valkyr helmets. Even in the large castle surrounded by many humans and other races, she looked very big and took up a lot of room, but there was enough space for her to move around and carry out her duties without being hindered. Alyssia looked over at the robot, which had been made with the combination of all of the technology in her possession, and smiled. "Thank you for your efforts, Val. I permit you to take it easy and enjoy yourself a little." The pink-haired robot named Val then bowed. "Yes, Master." A small figure appeared by Val's side and hovered there. "You should listen to Master. Master is always right." The small figure was K1, who had received modifications as it had been upgraded with new technology and had its systems upgraded. It had already become an advanced carrier of most of Alyssia's knowledge and had developed a close relationship with Val, as they each were built from Alyssia for their own use. K1 was used to store knowledge and had many other uses, but Val was built to serve Alyssia and her children while playing the role of a guardian and worker, so she was much more serious in her duties than K1, who had developed more emotionally after her upgrade. K1 had a wider variety of knowledge, while Val had been mostly given knowledge in different types of martial arts, weapon styles, and many other non-combat professions, so that she could assist in many ways, but she was built to be strong and very capable in and out of a fight. Alyssia rolled her eyes and then turned to everyone who was sat at the table as she raised a glass that was filled with an orange-colored fizzy drink. Here is a toast to our future. When this crew was first formed, there was a promise to explore new lands and adventure, but we have remained in place for a long time. Some may think that I have not kept that promise recently and may not intend to, but that is very wrong. As for today, I will announce my intention of moving into the new world and feel that those around me have matured enough to survive there, while some can remain here and hold off any threats. Ivy lifted a glass full of a black-colored fizzy drink. Oomph. I cannot wait any longer, but since you said so, I expect that the future will be exciting. Ever since the crew first formed, a long time had already passed, and they still remained within paradise as they gathered their strength, but some had been dissatisfied with the lack of movement. So some had left the crew to venture off on their own, while some had remained patient enough to stick around for such a long time, even when they wished to explore the new world much sooner. There were those within the top rankings of the mercenary group, or within the close circle of the crew, that had long been ready to survive in the new world on their own so long as they did not provoke someone powerful enough, while some had just become able enough to protect themselves from basic or more powerful threats like Ein, and Passia, and Isa. Just as Alyssia was about to speak once again, the door opened and a finger pointed inwards. Slow beam. Alyssia flashed and disappeared from her place, and reappeared outside the room while everyone remained frozen in place. She then patted the shoulder of former leader of the Foxy Pirates before taking out a marker, as she flashed in front of many of those frozen in place, as she drew funny images on each of their faces before they could regain their movement. She then sat in her seat leisurely as she waved her hand towards the door. Come in. Foxy entered the room smugly and sat down enjoying the food, but everyone remained in slow motion until time finally caught back up to them. Alyssia spoke again. You have failed the first test, each and every one of you. Allow me to introduce Foxy of the previous Foxy Pirates, who I will be sponsoring and doing business with soon. I have warned you guys repeatedly about the dangers of devil fruit abilities, but this lesson should help remind you of the potential dangers you may face in the future that could come even when you may least expect it. Foxy put his hands together and asked, So what is the plan exactly? Fififify. Even the minks in the room had been slowed down by his slow beam, so Alyssia was very disappointed with everyone, but she could not scold them for too long since she had planned the event to catch them when they were least vigilant. She crossed her arms over her chest and answered, I want you to continue as you have, but under a new name and basic structure. From now on, I would like you to operate as a moving sports competition or carnival. This way you can collect talents while moving around and put on shows or competitions around the world as you travel. It will have some similarities to the Davy Back fight, but without the high-stakes gambling between crews. There will still be competitions and betting allowed, but there will not be the same exchange of crew members if one side loses. What she was suggesting was like a moving circus that arrives and sets up in a new location and holds a festival for some time before moving to another place, but it was more in the form of the Davy Back fight games and other sports. Since there was not an official World Cup of any types of sports or other islands did not have their own teams, it was best to establish something similar and make the Davy Back games a little less dangerous and barbaric to let more people enjoy it as they visited each island and challenged other crews at sea. Foxy was the one person most equipped to carry out such a thing, so Alyssia had kept watch over his movements and suggested that he make some changes to make it more accessible to others to watch and participate in. She then added, Many of your old friends have been part of my mercenary group for a while now, so they should be more than familiar with the games and will be able to offer you help with this. Foxy grinned as he replied, Fififify, so long as I can grow again, then I will accept. He has suffered at the Straw Hat Pirates' hands many times, and his crew had been reduced in numbers, so he had many difficulties rebuilding, but he was truly happy upon receiving the support from her, even if it did come with a couple of restrictions and changes. She then raised her glass to the sky and said, To Foxy Sports, may it be a success. That beam, though, how tricky. Shoot me with it again. I dare ya. Yawn. Whether it was basic martial arts competitions, ball games, racing, or many other types of sports or games, the Foxy World Tour would cover it. Alfred stepped forward and bowed. Boss, I guess that I will remain here to overlook the Paradise businesses and groups? Alyssia nodded. That would be helpful since I cannot just pack up everything and suddenly disband everything all at once. The repercussions would be terrible if I did that, and many would suffer. Alfred nodded. You are correct. Leave it to me, and I will try to keep everything stable, but you will need some able people to help you get settled within the new world if you happen to wish to do the same there. Alyssia shook her head. For now, it is good enough to go as mercenaries or an exploration group. I have already gained enough from here, and there is little that could interest me anymore. She was well aware that moving to the new world had its difficulties to do so, and she would be leaving behind the businesses and groups that she had set up. The groups she had built up had supported many people, and if she suddenly shut them down as she moved to the new world, then many that had been working diligently would then lose their way of living. So she trusted Alfred to keep them running until they were able to run on their own without her or Alfred's influence. She had merely shown many others a better way to earn berries and make a life for themselves rather than stealing and warring with each other. Whether they learned from it and improved themselves in the time given to them was down to them. Eventually, those groups of hers may become a thing of the past, and only a couple of them or fragments of the groups would remain, but it was best to prepare for future problems that may arise, whether it be preparing to disband any group to protect the employees or group members from attacks from the Marines or other groups who may act out of retaliation for future events. However, for the time being, it would be maintained and the relationship with the various groups would remain in place until the time came for it all to be disbanded or moved. She then waved to Foxy again. You may leave and make preparations for your sports world tour. Foxy nodded and quickly left the room while Alyssia turned to Monera. You could be in charge of the underwater group and live within the island on Nessback. It does not matter if you wish to travel around the Blues, the Calm Belt, Paradise, or the New World, but do it all with Ness. Monera flashed her sharp teeth as she grinned mischievously. What exactly is my goal for this? Alyssia tilted her head with a thoughtful look on her face. Salvaging and exploration, just like the Sky Group, but you can focus on exploring under the water and salvaging from the bottom of the sea, whether it be in sunken underwater islands or ships found underwater. Monera nodded. Sounds like something that my people are best suited for. I expect that you are not restricting my movements so much so that you can readily call upon me in advance. Alyssia smiled. The biggest problem is Ness size, and if she grows far too big, which does not allow her to pass through the red line through the underwater route. So I hope that you can pass through before she grows too big or remain in Paradise with her until other preparations are made, but that does not stop you from being able to make the trip without her if I need help sometime. Monera closed her eyes in thought and then answered. She will soon be unable to pass through, so I cannot delay for too long here. Alyssia then turned to Medea and then looked over a couple of the others. I have held some back in some ways and stopped them from taking revenge or acting as you please, but that is not what I want for you. In the future, I hope that you can get some closure in your own way, but for now, please just be patient and wait for the right time to act or at least be stealthy about it. Medea nodded. Yes, I will remember, but I already have more than enough to carry out what I want. Jester revealed a playful look in his eyes as he added, If you want to help me take down a whole island and mess with the underworld, then I would not mind getting a little revenge soon. Alyssia replied calmly. Medea, you can act as you please, but try not to let any evidence be found if you do act. Jester, that will make things difficult, but I already have some people investigating into the underworld and the new world, so I should be able to help in some ways. Jester nodded with a large smile. Great! Alyssia had sent 1, 2, and 3 that were rooted in the underworld into the new world to develop with their own people they had gathered, and it had been some time since they entered, so they were slowly able to gather a little information that could help Jester. If there was anyone in her crew with a dark past and a wish for vengeance, then Medea and Jester were at the very top. Medea could achieve her desire because of her strong abilities and the Arc Maxim, but Jester was facing not only the corruption of his previous island, but also the interference of an influence within the underworld, so he needed more information. Alyssia then turned to Ein and said, I trust that you will maintain the Creation Union group, and keep it running while I am away. I nodded calmly. Yes, I will keep it stable, and I have prepared many backup plans in case of an emergency. Alyssia smirked. I believe you. Although there would be those who would still follow her into the new world. There would be those scientists that remained on Baltimore or Rico Island, and they would need someone to keep the relationship and businesses going while also providing protection, so I was trusted with that responsibility. She had more than enough to defend herself and others with her advanced robots and her own mechanical weapons and modifications to suit her new powers, so Alyssia did not have to worry too much. There were also the devil apes that were assigned to each member of the group, so she had to worry even less about each of their survival once she enters the new world. She then raised her glass again and said, "Everyone enjoy. This may be the last time in a while that we may all be together, so let's have fun." She then appeared by Manera's side and rubbed her cheek against hers. "Come see me later. I have something to give you. Garchu. 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 Fufufu. Baha. For the white storm. Hick." She then later appeared by the two small Tontata tribe members named Ting and Tan and whispered, "You two come see me tomorrow, and you will receive your rewards for all your efforts." Tricking the Tontata tribe was easy, but they still had yet to receive a worthy enough reward for everything they had done, so Alyssia thought of a suitable way to pay them for everything. The night and the party that went on passed by quickly as Alyssia had later met up with Manera and handed over a vial which was filled with a strange-looking serum. "This is for you to decide if you want to use it or not, but you will be the very first to test it. It is very special and can only be used by specific races and in certain conditions to allow the best results." Manera still had a very strong desire for more strength as she saw a huge, unsurmountable gap between herself and Alyssia, who she wished to have a chance at defeating one day, so she replied, "I want to begin right away." Alyssia nodded as she said, "I will help you prepare a room and suitable environment." A long night passed as Manera was within a pool of water as many metal poles were placed around the edges and Manera was injected with the contents of the vial, and the poles started discharging a large amount of electricity within the water as it traveled towards Manera. She felt a large amount of pain as her body were electrocuted, but under the intense pressure and desire to survive along with the effects of the serum, her body started to transform and grow in size as she grew further in size and reached up to 7 feet 7 inches in height, and her body became much stronger and more durable while her overall resistances or immunity to electrical attacks became much stronger. She had evolved and grown stronger and bigger than before after being influenced by the serum and the created environment, which allowed for a quick growth overnight which others could not gain so easily. Alyssia looked over her friend and smiled happily. "I knew it was successful, but the results were a welcomed result since this is the first official test. How do you feel? Any new powers or changes?" Manera nodded. It seems that I have built up a high immunity to electrical attacks, and I think I have gained some kind of ability that needs to be tested. However, it seems that my body's endurance and strength has been boosted the most, but I guess it may be different for others and in different environments. I did not want to go through that again, though." Alyssia shook her head and laughed. No way. This is only a one-time thing for each person, and you cannot gain the same opportunity." Manera asked, "So what is it called?" Alyssia answered, "I am too lazy to name it, but I guess it would be SIQ2 if I was to consider its properties and the source it came from. This version is made specifically to target the non-human part of half-humans with animal, bird, insect, or fish bloodlines and help them to evolve that part of them, just as SIQ does for many types of animals. However, due to the changes made to the original and it being targeted more towards half-humans, its overall effects through evolution are reduced compared to what would be gained from the original on an animal. For a mink, merfolk, or fishman, then this serum should help gain an additional boost while possibly awakening a new power or immunity." Manera was deep in thought as she was trying to discover her ability, and then she said, "Follow me to the sea." Alyssia quickly followed her, and they found themselves near the sea, where Manera stood with her eyes closed, then let out a call with her voice as it turned very gentle, but it spread into the water below. A little time passed before many star sharks appeared one after another as they looked towards Manera eagerly. Manera grinned happily as she explained, It seems that I have unlocked a part of the merfolk bloodline within me that was more dormant, so I have gained the ability to call upon star sharks. Much like Jimby's ability to call for whale sharks and to have some control over them, and Poseidon's ability to call for sea kings, Minera's merfolk bloodline had let her gain a similar ability after evolving to call upon her own bloodline's kind of sea creatures and gain some control over them. Alyssia nodded in appreciation. This will be very useful for you. She was already imagining the tactical advantages of such an ability and couldn't help but grow a little envious, but she very quickly put away her own jealousy, since she had yet to use the serum on herself. She let out a small yawn and then escaped back to the castle, where she hugged her children and fell asleep before the morning came, and she started handling the things she had recently put off. The sole person who knew of the formula of SIQ and SIQ2 was Dr. Indigo, and he was no longer needed, so she ended his life finally and broke the stone statue that belonged to the former world pirates, since she had gotten everything she needed from them. The two Tontata appeared a little later, and Ting was the one to acquire the float power from Shiki, as he was killed finally, while Tun gained the muscle or protein powers from the Lawless King. Both of them were already in a bad situation due to the many beatings and injuries they had accumulated from fights with Alyssia, so they would not last much longer, and had no longer been useful to her. So it was time for their powers to be transferred to someone else who could use them, which resulted in a small and quick Tontata inheriting the ability to float and manipulate any non-living object she touches, while the other gained increased muscular power beyond what is possible for regular Tontata tribe members. After everything had been completed, Alyssia boarded her ship while carrying her two children and stood on the MA once again. Let's go on another journey. Now for the first trip before we leave this place for good. Fufufu. The MA set sail once again, and Alyssia settled back into her ship, which had undergone many changes. Ivy, Ting, and Tun were gardening in the designated area for different types of plants, whether it be pop green, special desert-flavored fruits that were made to be similar to the special food from Boyne Archipelagos, and many others, while some of the other members were testing out the newly formed arena, which was built to be much more durable. A couple of others had come to the lounge area, while others went straight to the laboratory or resting area, while some were staying on one of the other ships and would follow along very soon. On the outer layer of the ship, the metal had been coated with sea prism stone to allow smoother sailing in harsher waters and to have less encounters with sea kings, and it truly looked like a very strong ship that could survive in any environment, as it had been built with all of the best materials and technology in her possession. On the back was a powerful booster that was similar to the coup de burst of the Straw Hat Pirates, and on the front was a large cannon that looked similar to the design of a large railgun, while there was also a sniper with a similar design, but smaller size within the lookout, which was properly designed to provide extra cover and protection while not affecting the sight and movement of those aiming from within. Nika was getting used to her new toys that were set up on the ship, while Archie was happily steering the ship at the helm. And Izo were both enjoying their time together as they livened up the ship's atmosphere together, while Jester and Sunila both relaxed under the sun as Lucier was sparring with others in the fighting arena. Zahajan, Ein, Alfred, Clifford, Pascia, and Tristan were each told to remain within Paradise for a while so that they could grow a little more or carry on their own responsibilities there for a while before entering the new world, but one final journey allowed them to follow along to watch what was going to happen. Monera was given many SIQ serums to boost her new Star Shark followers, and she was given full control of the new underwater or moving island, while Medea, Carrot, and Ushvin left to continue their journeys in the sky. Each of them were escorted by a devil ape that complemented their abilities, while one large and thin white snake remained by Alyssia's side that had grown a large amount over the time spent in preparation for leaving Paradise. The two children had also grown a little more and were slowly learning to adapt to their new environment, as they had each started to gain more control over their small bodies to allow them to move on their own without the need to be carried all the time. However, the children were much too adorable for everyone to just leave them on their own, so they often got pampered by their many godparents. The MMA continued to move at a steady pace as it finally came across an old and gloomy-looking island that looked like the ruins of a destroyed kingdom. Alyssia looked at the faraway castle and smirked. "We have arrived. Everyone get off. Here are the rules. Do not kill any animals here, and just defend yourselves and those around you. As for the rest, leave it to me." The deeper they entered the island, the more ferocious and dangerous the beasts became as many weapon-wielding human drills showed up to attack in large numbers and copied many of the techniques of those fighting, then turned them back on the original owners. However, the most surprising part was that the devil apes seemed to be their direct nemesis as they were stronger and had the same capabilities, so the human drills had to rely on their larger numbers to beat their enemy. Unfortunately, by the time a large number of them had gathered, the biggest human drill arrived too, with his large sword similar to Mihawk, and cut downwards, and Alyssia intercepted the attack with a single spin of her scythe blade, as one of the blades met the large sword, causing a great shockwave until the human drill was knocked back while the sword had shown a crack on it. In its next attempts, Alyssia used many different ways of using her staff and blade skills to spin her scythe blade and sent the attacks away from herself or directly stab or cut towards the human drill's sword or pass through onto its body. She even separated the scythe blade into two and used many other two-sword-style techniques to force it into a retreat. White Serpent's Fang, Rotating Blades, Storm Serpent Whirlwind, Cross Slash, Flurry of Blades. Many types of slashing and piercing attacks happened at a fast speed one after another as a flurry of attacks came one after another. Suddenly, one of the blades left her hand and flashed past the cheek of the human drill, leaving behind a line of blood. But the moment that it had passed, it seemed to stop and then return back from its original direction as it headed back towards Alyssia, or more specifically, her other scythe blade that it was attracted to. The spinning blade flew through the air and was then stuck into the back of the human drill, which blocked its path. Alyssia Flash stepped behind it and then held onto the scythe blade as she removed it and glared towards the large creature. "I'm done playing with you. Begone!" The large battle ended just like that, and Alyssia made her way, followed by many others as she made her way towards the large castle before knocking on the door. "Is the strongest swordsman here? I am here for a duel." Many eyes behind here showed great surprise to what she had just said, but a select few did not seem so surprised since they had long known what Alyssia was like. Among the changes in the world, especially within the warlords or marines, there had been replacements found for those missing positions, which allowed for new people to appear like Fujitora, Green Bull for the new admiral positions, and Edward Weevil, Law and Buggy for the new warlord positions. Those that had maintained their position and remained well-known for a long time were very few of them, but they were also the strongest individuals that could be found within Paradise, which could be identified as Mihawk, while some others could be found in other places like the Calm Belt or the New World, so her first option was Mihawk for someone to challenge. Mihawk's eagle-like gaze rested on Alyssia's body for a moment before placing his hand on the large sword hilt on his back. "I accept, but I need some time since I am in the middle of a lesson." Alyssia nodded in agreement. "No problem." She knew that he was probably teaching Zoro and entertaining Perona in his mansion at this time, so she was not in a hurry to urge him to fight right away, so she spent a little time to calm her mind and breathing as she got herself into the best state possible. Many simulations ran in her mind for a battle with him, since she was familiar with fighting his shadow while she was shadowboxing, but she had yet to fight the real person who possessed strong haki and a great sense for swordsmanship. Although she did feel a little excited, she pushed it down so that she could be in the best state for battle. The duel had begun, and many eyes were watching as the first slash of Mihawk was done from far away and sent out a large flying wind blade, but Alyssia kicked out her leg to create one of the same size, which caused the two fierce and sharp winds to crash into each other before more wind blades flew out from each of them in different directions and angles. Alyssia remained clear-headed as she countered him, as she had expected him to act, but she did not become overconfident over her initial success. "Good, keep going." First was a contest of strength and ranged attacks to test each other like Mihawk had done against Whitebeard during the Paramount War, and then it evolved into a more complicated battle of tactics and swordsmanship as they started dancing around and clashed weapons. Mihawk's strong haki mastery with the sword and his large but quick and precise slashes were what kept him at the advantage against her, as he adapted to each of her moves, but Alyssia was much quicker in her response as she adapted to the battle. In between avoiding wind blades, they clashed weapons one after another, as if they could both subtly predict the other's blade path. Clash, clash, whoosh, bang, slice, stab, whoosh, bang, crash. While Alyssia had the physical advantage over him, Mihawk had far more experience fighting and adapting to strong living opponents as he learned to overcome them. There was also the fact that he had better mastery over his haki, but with each clash of their weapons, he could feel that his opponent's blades did not waver as they pushed forward. The battle continued on for a day without rest as the two of them showed remarkable improvements in their own way. The biggest improvement was Alyssia's mastery over her haki, as she got to fight someone more skilled than herself and continue fighting them for a long time, but she had also brought more life to her martial arts style as she was improving and adapting just as Mihawk was. She was able to block and parry many of his slashes with her scythe blades and then counterattack with a kick, but Mihawk was always skillful enough to protect himself. Mihawk stepped back and raised his sword ready to send out another large slash from far away. Interesting. How come I have never heard of you before? Alyssia grinned. It is a great honor to be recognized by the legendary swordmaster, but my name has only spread so far. It is Alyssia Lucine. I hope that we can fight again one day. This has been a valuable learning experience for me. Mihawk nodded. One final attack? Alyssia agreed, as she threw her scythe blade aside with a look of confidence on her face. I do not think I need this anymore. Mihawk replied sternly. Are you certain that you are not being too overconfident? Alyssia shrugged lazily as her breathing became more focused. I was never a swordsman anyways, so all it had been was an extra layer of protection in combat against strong weapon users. Now I have some confidence in my ability to match your attack with my own, even without a weapon. She had confidence in her body and techniques to the point that she could break swords, shields, and armor, but against a black blade. She had previously been hesitant since her haki was lower than her opponent, so she had to use her scythe blades to better protect herself and match her opponent until she gained more confidence that she would not be cut by her opponent when she met the attacks. Her breathing had become even more focused as her body became relaxed and very flexible. In her concentrated state and fully using life return, paper art, and iron body, there was a series of movements that followed as she expertly gathered her body's strength and strengthened her body's hardness even more at the moment of attack. One turn of her body with a small jump as she swung her leg around, another that followed behind as the heel came around until the first leg came back around, and then pushed forward with all the gathered power of her body, and the momentum gained from her movements created a strong shockwave which crashed as if piercing into the large flying wind blade before completely piercing the middle of the wind blade. Divine Snake. White Serpent Tempest Dance. The wind blade broke apart and dissipated, and the piercing shockwave continued onwards as it crashed into the large sword which was raised to guard Mihawk. As the smoke and dust had cleared, Mihawk's dirty figure could be seen as he looked quite pitiful. Alyssia pointed to the long line of footmarks on the ground that had been the result of him being pushed back. You lost. I pushed you from your original position. Mihawk coughed. Ah, you are right. It is my defeat. I guess I was the arrogant one this time, but I will not lose again. He had confidence in his ability to improve himself, and had his own pride as the best swordsman, so he could not lose his confidence so easily from a battle that had ended in such a way. However, he did not know was that Alyssia had been holding back her electro and a small part of her overpowered physical capabilities, as she had still been wearing weights under her leg and arm warmers. The difference in abilities between them had been shortened greatly between them, but she was not satisfied. We should fight again, though. If you feel that this was an unjust loss at all, then I will be happy to fight you. Mihawk revealed a look of excitement. We can fight again after we rest up. Not long afterwards, another long battle went on, but this time, instead of scythe blades meeting the large sword, Alyssia's feet, heels, and legs, which had been further toughened by the iron body technique and her continuously tempered haki, as she was learning how to match even one of the strongest black blades in the world. Each of her kicks created strong wind blades, blunt shockwave attacks, but also piercing effects each time, so each variation of attacks allowed her to turn her legs into a dangerous weapon that could potentially even break apart the black blade, but she held back a little as she was more focused on gaining more experience and tempering her haki. A single kick came forward and stopped the large sword as they met straight on. Then it followed with a flash step as Alyssia appeared by his side and sent a sweeping kick to his waist and knocked him back. Alyssia looked down at the winded Mihawk, who had suffered similar attacks many times already. Have you given up yet? Mihawk breathed heavily and tried to adjust his breathing. Monster Hawk, you have grown far too quickly that even I will struggle to catch up to you. I give up for now, but I will want to challenge you again. What is next for you? Alyssia replied calmly. It is lonely at the top, so I welcome any rivals. For now, I want to challenge many strong opponents, so expect to hear news about me in the future. Mihawk nodded. Maybe my student may be the one to surpass me and challenge you first, but for now I will hold the position as the first swordsman since you do not wish for the title. Maybe I will be able to challenge you again, if fate allows it. Alyssia laughed. Swordsman does not suit me. The title for the strongest martial artist best suits me. I look forward to your improvement. Even if you become a crazy sword demon, I will be waiting. You have lots of human drills that have probably copied my techniques, so use them as practice partners. Meanwhile, everyone that had been watching the battle and were enjoying the festivities had finally seen the end of the battle. Boss has grown this much? What a talent. How overwhelming. Crazy. Can I give up training now? I do not think that is something we can reach even if we try harder. Tisk, shut up. She might hear. Demonic instructor Alyssia will not let us all go so easily, so enjoy your rest while you can. Sigh. Alyssia looked towards Zoro, Perona, and Mihawk one last time as she refreshed the collection of abilities and skills around her before she turned around and boarded her ship. Nobody in the outside world would become aware that the strongest swordsman had been defeated not once, but twice by a young female mink that had not even reached the age of 18 yet. Even if they were aware of it, there was not much they could do about it besides coming up with a way to restore their damage that would be done to the warlord system, and possibly some may even have an idea to attack Alyssia because of the scary potential she had shown. However, since the duels were privately done on the island, and Mihawk was busy remaining secluded with Perona and Zoro, the news would not spread out. The MMA left the island, and Alyssia rested on board as she went over her experiences of the battles. On the table by her side was a fruit bowl that had many weirdly shaped fruits that resembled different types of chocolates, candies, and desserts which came from the New Boyne Archipelago's food area. She picked up one which was coffee-colored and took a bite of it as she felt her stamina being restored, but she also was caught up in her feelings of gluttony as she enjoyed the taste too much. Show. Good. Coffee chocolate flavor berry. No. By her side was Ivy, who was also eating one that was shaped like a nut. Hazelnut chocolate berry, so good. Meanwhile, Nika looked over from far away and sighed. Gluttons? Little Lee sat on the ground not too far away and kept watch over the high-quality treats that she loved in the hopes of looking cute enough to catch the attention of her owner and be rewarded with some. Meow. Ghost, who was nearby, looked towards Little Lee with a sympathetic gaze before resting as the journey continued. Val continued to look over the actions of everyone in silence, but inside her robotic brain, she was going over everything that had happened in the battle as she started to properly analyze it by herself, and she was learning from watching such a high-end battle and would continue to do so in the future. Zoro looked at the departing ship as it left the island while a pink-haired ghost girl levitated above him. Perona asked, "What is wrong with you?" Zoro had a determined look on his face as he spoke. The world is much bigger than I had thought, so there are people like that which exist in the world and not many know about it. It is scary to think about, but it is also a strong motivation to make myself stronger. Perona snorted as she replied, "Hurry back to the castle and do not get caught up in a fight with those animals again. Do not get lost. I do not want to have to go looking for you again." As she disappeared, Zoro wandered lost around the forest area and got caught up in another battle, but he found that his opponents had become much more skillful after they had learned from Alyssia and her crew. Meanwhile, within the castle, Mihawk held a glass of wine in his hand and took a sip of it slowly. Many new talents are appearing in the world, and soon my time and era will fade away into the past. But I still have to try my best to remain at the top until the day that I can step down and retire. He was still not past his prime and in his early 40s, so he did not feel like stepping down and going into hiding just yet, so he felt reinvigorated from the pressure that had been put on him by the new generation of people in the world that were appearing one after another. After finishing his wine, he then went back to his own training as he took it more seriously than before. A little later, Zoro came back wounded once again, so Perona was busy treating his wounds. As the journey of the MMA continued, it eventually arrived at Sabaody archipelagos where it docked for a little while as preparations were being made for the ships coating to be prepared for their underwater journey. However, before that, Alyssia made her way towards the grove where the Thousand Sunny was docked, and she found a beaten-up and slightly damaged Kuma sitting there. How pitiful. So this is what you have become. Kuma scanned her for a moment, and then identified her. Alyssia Lucine. Alyssia smiled as she had passed by Kuma, who sat there with K1 in her arms, and she set K1 down behind him. Get to work? Yes, master. K1 suddenly moved closer to Kuma, who remained unresponsive, as if he was not alert to any kind of attack after he had recognized Alyssia. His system settings, which had been programmed by Vegapunk, had kept him from seeing Alyssia as hostile, and even made him let her get close enough with K1 in her arms before placing it down. Suddenly, a piece of metal came from K1's body and pierced into the open wound on Kuma's back. Uploading secret file and new programs. Progress. Almost complete. New memory package. Almost complete. Beep. Congratulations. The program is dormant within the system and will awaken when the conditions are met. The memory and files that had been prepared as part of Kuma's memory and new directives were implanted into Kuma's system after it had been hacked into by K1. The information that had been implanted would remain hidden and dormant within him for a very long time, until several conditions were met, and only then would he be anything close to the original Kuma that he was before, and not just a tool to follow orders. As the piece of metal had been removed, K1 returned to her side, and then she carried it back to the MMA, as they set sail once again on one final trip before leaving the New World. After traveling across the Calm Belt, the females of the crew had accompanied her to Amazon Lily, where she appeared inside the Colosseum fighting grounds. I have returned. This time, I wish to fight your strongest warriors, even if it is your empress. Sunila watched her display and face-bombed. I knew this would happen. I really do not know who I should be rooting for, though. Ivy shrugged. You can cheer for your empress, but I will always support Alyssia. Tristan laughed. I think she just likes to create a scene and draw attention to herself. This is nothing new, but it should be fun to watch her fight one final time. Many different types of hockey confrontations happened one after another as she matched her opponents that came forward to fight until she was met with tougher opponents like the two sisters of Boa Hancock. Much like against Luffy, they displayed the ability to predict her moves before she attacked, so during their confrontation, she held back most of her physical abilities as she increased her overall concentration. As they snake danced and tried to evade her kicks in their zone forms, but that only helped to increase her efforts and concentration as her observation hockey experienced the biggest growth. A tail came at her stomach coated in hockey, and she took a step to the side and grabbed onto it and spun around as she spun the large snake-like body into the other sister. While dealing with their individual abilities, she was able to stay safe and avoid being poisoned or restricted by them until she finally was able to land many hits on their body and wear them down as her hockey improved again. As she won, she sat in place in the middle of the arena with many different types of fruits in her hand as she replenished any lost energy until Boa Hancock arrived in the arena. Alyssia stood opposite her and silently cleansed her mind as she calmed her mind and cut off her emotions as she entered a complete battle state. Do not be swayed by her beauty, even if I do not like women. She is dangerous. Who? She then bowed calmly as she greeted the opponent opposite herself seriously. I look forward to the battle. Boa Hancock then struck her favorite pose as she looked down upon Alyssia. Prepare to be beaten by this empress. If a battle against Mihawk was one of skill, physical ability, and hockey, then a battle against the sisters of Boa Hancock was one of dealing with the sisters' hockey and predictive ability, along with each of their zone abilities that they could use on top of their physical abilities. Mihawk was a greater fighter and put more pressure on Alyssia, but the sisters provided more of a challenge when it came to their use of poison, their transformed bodies, and their manipulation of their hair, which allowed them to poison and constrict their opponents. Luckily, Alyssia was able to know in advance about their abilities, so she was not caught in a trap like Luffy, and was able to send out shockwaves and wind attacks to remove the poisonous spit from the arena as she continued to improve her observation hockey and learned how to better overcome predictive and evasive fighters like them. The sisters were a little more impulsive and attacked more frequently, which allowed many times for Alyssia to land a hit or grab a hold of them. So she was able to defeat them after growing more familiar with fighting them, but the likes of Katakuri would still be quite difficult to hit due to their superior evasive and predictive abilities that could only be described as having future sight. Through her fight with them, she had learned that it was best to remain calm and wait for the chance to gain an advantage rather than rush in impulsively. However, in the battle against Boa Hancock, it became a battle of the use of their haki, including Conqueror's haki and their individual abilities, as Boa also had a difficult devil fruit power. It required a great deal to keep her mind focused and not be distracted by the beauty in front of herself, which could prove fatal. Pistol kiss. Many little hearts were shot in Alyssia's direction, but her very subtle and small movements allowed her to dodge each of them with ease. Slave arrows. Many arrows scattered over the battlefield and turned anything to stone that they hit, but Alyssia's footwork allowed her to escape each of them safely. This Empress is not happy. Humph. Boa coated her foot in haki and her petrification power as she clashed with Alyssia, who had mirrored her movements each time, but the haki of Alyssia had protected her from the effects, and she had kept her mind from being affected by Boa, so she did not turn to stone. Her strong will, which had been tempered through training, meditation, and breathing techniques, had let her avoid being petrified, which had rendered most of Boa Hancock's attacks useless. But they did provide Alyssia with a new experience and challenge to test how strong her will had become. A clash of conquerors happened each time they made contact with each other, and they were both growing through their battle in their own way as it continued for most of the day. Am I not beautiful? Boa Hancock put on a beautiful pose mid-fight each time, as she showcased her extreme beauty to charm her opponent. Love beam. The beam passed through the body of Alyssia again, but she stood on the stop with a calm face. Sorry, but this attack did not work the first time. Why should it work this time? I am not attracted to you. I do not like girls, and if I did, I would not fall for someone so dangerous. How? How could you? Boa Hancock turned pitiful as tears glistened in her eyes and fell down, as it made her beauty shine even more, as many would have their protective instinct inspired by seeing her appearance. Love beam. How could you? Our Empress. Do not cry. Ah, we love you. Hey, stop hurting our beautiful Empress. Alyssia snorted as the beam passed through her again. You do not need to take offense to it, but I just do not want my life to end here just because of one moment of weakness. Even now, I know that your tears are just another weapon, so I will defeat you. Then we could be friends, or rivals, or allies. I already have one of your people on my crew who respect you, so I do not wish to embarrass you in front of her. So let's put on a good show. Fighting against Boa Hancock was a big psychological battle, where the slightest wavering of the mind would result in Alyssia's loss, and her petrification, which could become a permanent thing if Boa Hancock does not feel like releasing her. When Boa Hancock fought against the previous opponent that was in the World Pirates, the herbalist or Kenpo master used her own method to distract herself and not fall for Hancock's charms, but it came at the cost of consuming many strong flavored herbs. But even that tactic was eventually defeated due to Hancock's clothes being partly destroyed and increasing her charm further, as she finally petrified her opponent, who was the same gender. Although the love fruit powers work mainly on the opposite gender, in Hancock's hands it becomes a tool to harm both males and females, so even Alyssia, who was in her best state, could not let down her guard for a single second. The confrontation turned back into a pure battle of power, technique, and haki, as they exchanged all kinds of kicking techniques, as they both were learning from each other and further improving each of their skills, until Alyssia started to feel that her haki was reaching the limits of growth against her, so she raised her strength and speed a little more during the battle. Salome entered the battle to assist her master in many ways, but the fight eventually came to an end as Hancock sat on the ground in a slightly haggard and tired state. Wah! How could you beat me? Wah woo woo! How cruel of you! She burst into tears after being defeated, as she was no longer able to lift her body up anymore, but then she turned her hand shape into a heart. Love beam! Her pitiful appearance was once again used as a weapon once again in the last moment, but what happened next surprised her. Alyssia had white electrical energy surround her body as she escaped the beam before it could hit her and grabbed onto Hancock's wrist tightly. "You can stop now. It is over." Hancock grit her teeth and complained. "Ow, wow. Okay. It hurts. Let go." The appearance of Alyssia had become quite scary in Hancock's eyes, as if she had turned from prey into predator or a sheep suddenly became a wolf in a single moment. She finally knew that Alyssia had been holding back in their fight and was only trying to improve herself without relying on her strong electrical powers. "Fine. Ouch. How about we have a feast? Let's celebrate your victory. We of Amazon Lily always respect strength. Strength is beauty here, and you should be respected and loved here." Alyssia's eyes turned into crescents as she smiled. "Now you are finally showing actions befitting of your position. All right, let's feast." Boa Hancock had been behaving a little like a spoiled child and as a vicious enemy to Alyssia since they had met and continued fighting all day, but once it was all over, she started to become more diplomatic and welcoming as she started following the customs of her tribe. The previous gathering of the crew was supposed to be the final gathering before they left for the New World, but the events of Amazon Lily created another one, which was only for the females of the crew and those of Amazon Lily. "Garchu, you fufu. Alyssia, you got drunk again. Sigh. Cannot take her anywhere. Seriously. Oh well. Drink. This meat is so good. Om nom nom." Meanwhile, a blue-haired young lady greeted Hancock and bowed to her excitedly. "Hello, my empress. You fought well." Boa Hancock nodded calmly and asked, "Your name was Sunila, wasn't it? How did you come to have such a strong companion? I'm sure that someone like you would be qualified to join my crew." Sunila waved her hands frantically while blushing. "No, not at all. My skills were not enough to qualify back then. Alyssia and her crew found me and saved my life, but they also helped to correct many of my faults. I owe them a lot, but I will never forget my origins. If Amazon Lily ever needs me, I will gladly come to help." Boa Hancock snorted. "We are strong enough to defend ourselves and do not need to rely on others, but your words I will remember." Boa Hancock was well aware that her position came with sacrifice, and she had to often make decisions for those on the island, as she sacrificed her pride each time in order to carry out tasks for the world government as a warlord. She knew that the warlord position demanded a lot from her, and it may not be there forever to provide a shield to protect Amazon Lily from attacks. One day the world would remove that protection and then turn their blades towards her island, so it was best to develop some beneficial relationships in private. Due to Sunila's connection to Alyssia, she could possibly request her help one day if it was truly needed. Although she did not know the true strength of Alyssia's crew, the strength of the captain was often a good indicator of the strength of some crews, and she had enough intellect to see that those around Alyssia wished to support her, so their efforts to improve themselves couldn't be small. Meanwhile, Alyssia had been applying medicine to the smaller wounds on her body that she had gotten at the beginning of her battles against Mihawk and Boa Hancock that had not healed yet. Although she could keep some battle scars of her memorable fights, she preferred to look after herself as she knew that Tristan would nag her if she did not look after herself. The next day, as the crew left, Boa Hancock turned to Gloriosa and said, "Give me everything you know about the White Storm and anything related to Alyssia Lucine and her crew." Gloriosa grinned and replied, "So, you are finally taking an interest in someone other than that Monkey D. Luffy? Well, this is good. Now you can start learning more about the outside world and the other influences, but what has brought this on?" Boa Hancock looked down at her hands, which had clenched tightly. "I just realized that I am still very weak and have much room for growth. I have relied on my beauty and petrification abilities far too much that it has always been my last resort tactic to use if I meet a difficult opponent." Gloriosa revealed a look of appreciation. "It is good that you are reflecting. This will be a good thing for your overall growth. This time we may have gained a powerful hidden ally." Even with Gloriosa's hidden information network, she was still left surprised that Boa Hancock had been played around with in such a way by someone who had only briefly appeared in some newspaper articles. Although she did not know Alyssia's true intentions, she respected her strength and her ability to conceal it from the outside world. But she also liked that Alyssia had trusted them not to reveal anything to others because Gloriosa was well aware of the potential dangers that would follow for Alyssia if it was revealed. However, what Alyssia had shown was just a small portion of her most basic electro abilities, which helped enhance her movement and attack speed, so Gloriosa and Hancock could not possibly guess what Alyssia was truly capable of when she became truly serious. Each opponent she faced, she did not use her electro and had some type of restriction as she fought, so that she was able to improve her other skills or abilities that were more lacking. Most fighters tend to become so powerful that they neglect certain areas and rely on one area, but Alyssia wished to be more balanced in the way she fought and developed because she knew that some opponents may be immune to her electro or possess a strange physique, ability, or talents that could let them get the best of her. Big Mom was just one example, as she is described as an iron balloon and possesses the ability to turn things into her own powers with her soul devil fruit. So Alyssia did not wish for her own powers to be turned against herself in battle after solely relying on it. There was also the likes of Kaido, who had the layered protection of his strong Oni body, his fish devil fruit dragon or hybrid form, and his strong armament and conqueror's haki, which provided a strong and monstrous defensive body which could wield fire, lighting, and wind. So he would also have some degree of immunity to it, while there are also the admirals, who each possess high destructive power on their own, so she did not wish to have a big weakness. Out of everyone she could have chosen to fight first, she had chosen two strong warlords who lived more secluded lives so that the fights would not spread outward, but she also chose them because of their individual abilities that would help her to fight against other strong opponents who were referred to as monsters or calamities. She did not have that big of a test from fighting them, because of her previous shadow boxing from her collected skills, which allowed her to survive with her restrictions and help her improve during the battle as it went on for a long time. Not only had her observation haki, but her use of armament haki and conquerors had risen to a high level which could just be considered to be right under the expert mastery, where greater techniques like Ryu, future sight, and using conquerors like armament haki to provide additional power or protection can be considered the end points or greater techniques that she had only slightly reached. Due to collecting the haki skills, knowledge, and training methods, most of the techniques just required further development and practice, but the recent battles helped her get a little closer to being able to wield them. Even with her beast instinct and the navigation ability that allowed her to gain a better combat and environmental awareness, along with a better instinctual response to danger of the weather or natural elemental types, she still wished to continue to work on improving each aspect of her abilities. Even her Sulong form was being refined as a permanent part of herself, so that she could improve further and remove the weakness from her final trump card, and she had withheld using the SIQ2 serum after it had been tested just because it would only hinder her growth at the moment. The MA continued through the calm belt, followed by a couple of icebreakers, and Alyssia calmly watched as a large sea king appeared nearby, as it was very aggressive. The next moment, her entire body was surrounded in her Electro skill, and then the Thunder God form, or mode, activated, as the Electro penetrated deep into her skin and pores as it went deeper and stimulated her body. In a single moment, she vanished, and several sounds were heard from her strong kicks, which propelled her into the air and made her move very quickly towards the large or giant-sized Sea King. Like a torpedo or missile traveling towards its target, she shot forward and hit the head in the very central point as she performed a single-legged flying kick. Several other sounds came from the ship as many heavy weights fell onto the deck after they had been loosened and thrown away from her body just before she had disappeared, which had helped to increase her speed further and remove her previous restrictions she had put on herself. Her leg was hardened with iron body, armament haki coating. A flame was burning on her attacking leg, but her haki and iron body protected her from being burned, and the manifestation of her conqueror's haki, as a white serpent appeared behind her and then wrapped around her outstretched leg before making contact with the Sea King. Divine Serpent, White Snake God's Fong. It happened so fast as she passed through the head of the giant Sea King cleanly and created a circular hole where the other side of it showed the appearance of Alyssia, who had stopped in place while still covered in a large amount of her electro after some of it had been absorbed and released by the manifestation to increase her attack power further, along with the fire that had been on her leg, which increased the power more. Even without her combat gear and with the weights on her body, She could achieve a feat that allowed her to move in the air and send out such a quick and deadly attack which took down a giant sea king and created a path through its skull due to the strong, penetrating power of her kick and the force behind it. This one should be more than enough. She patted her stomach in the air as she was enveloped in white sparks all over her body, but the flames on her leg had already been used up in her attack. She looked like an ancient lightning god beast avatar that had descended upon the world in their human form. This should last a very long time and provide plenty of meals for the crew. Looks tasty. She looked truly pleased with herself after taking down a giant sea king in a single attack, but even more excited to try such a high-grade material that she had not yet cooked. Although she had loved the taste of sea kings, she had never had such a strong and giant one before, so she could imagine that it would taste even better and provide better effects than the others due to the stronger life force within it. Many strong attacks came toward the hole in the head as harpoons penetrated the flesh inside the body and hooked onto it, which allowed the body to be pulled away, while Alyssia glared at the approaching Sea Kings to make them give up any attempts. The Sea King was then dragged from the comm belt and then split up by many of Alyssia's strong blade attacks until she could distribute its parts among her crew members before she left some behind in paradise. On the way back, Tristan handed many types of vials and supplements to Alyssia as she complained. I know that you have rested up for a while, but I know what you are like. Once you get focused on something, you never leave enough room for rest, so I have prepared some supplements along with your other things so that you do not become sick or tired. Alyssia looked towards her and then dived forward to garchu her. Garchu, thank you for caring. Tristan showed a caring look as she continued. I have prepared many things for the others to help them on their journey, and I am prepared to watch over everyone while you are away. Alyssia released her as she patted her shoulder warmly. I trust you. I always have. I have left some things from our experimentation together so that you can have some extra assistance to your new style you have been developing. Tristan looked very excited. I hope that I can test it out soon. Alyssia turned to the others and sighed. It could be half a year, or even longer depending on how long it takes to wrap up your duties or to train enough to be able to enter the new world safely, but you can always keep contacting me. I will always be there to help if I can get there fast enough, so if there is the slightest warning beforehand, do not hesitate to warn me. Among the crew members, she trusted Alfred to handle the businesses, but when it came to the health and safety of everyone, then Tristan was the most reliable, as she was both a strong fighter and capable doctor who cared for everyone around her. With most of the herbal experimentation and the skills from the doctor of the world pirates, Alyssia was able to give Tristan new ideas on how she would develop, so there had been new tools invented to help her. While Tristan would occasionally visit Rika Island, she would remain on St. Poplar, where she had set up her own medical practice and was gaining more recognition within the medical circles while she was continuing her sales of many of her products. While Alyssia and many others had moved from the sunken castle and the shipyard, Alfred had started to move the headquarters of the White Storm towards there where he could use his new title and influence better, but it was also a good location to do business since it was closer to the islands that were connected by the sea train. Ein would continue her projects within the castle and occasionally visit Baltimore to check up on things. Some final farewells were said near the edge of Sabaody Archipelago as the ships underwent their final check to see if the coating was all completed, so those that stayed behind left on a separate ship as they went back to their duties as the rest of the ships were then submerged as they went under the water and continued to go further downward. As most of the White Storm were leaving Paradise and stepping into the New World, they left behind two strong individuals who had been inspired by their battles with Alyssia, which made them wish to grow even stronger. Her visits may not have affected the original plot all that much, but they did help a little to help Boa Hancock and Mihawk to prepare for the future war and the betrayal that would come from the world government as the warlord system is destined to be abolished. The MMA and the other icebreakers went downwards deep into the sea as each of their coatings surrounded each of the ships and protected those within. Meanwhile, as they got lower down, the pressure had increased even more, which had let everyone realize the dangers below the sea that most people would die from even without outside interference if the protective bubble around them had suddenly popped. Many large sea creatures passed by one after another, which meant there were many potential dangers from all sides too, but a figure stood holding a blue-colored can in her hand and spun it around. A suit started to wrap around Alyssia's body and her feet and hands had slight alterations on them, which looked like web hands and feet to allow better maneuverability in the water. The color of it was a mix of white and blue colors, while the suit was waterproof and skin-tight, so most of her body and fur was kept from getting wet. A face and mouth covering came with the suit to protect her eyes and allow her to see underwater, while the mouth covering allowed her to have access to some air without affecting her overall mobility. Alyssia stepped out of the bubble calmly, as many of the crew members that had followed from the mercenary or other groups stood watching from their ships in awe as they witnessed the dangers outside. Many dangerous-looking beasts kept approaching close to each of the ships, but Alyssia sent out her Conqueror's Haki as a warning to make them back off, so she was able to protect the ships from outside while swimming under the increased pressure as she went lower, but her body did not feel that much of a burden after her physical body was already reaching the peak of the base stat limitation, and she had the bonus stats from her two side professions and her bloodline limit remover bonus, which allowed her to surpass the 40 stat limitation. Any other movement difficulties were removed by her strong swimming abilities and powerful leg strength that allowed quick movements and jumps to the point of being able to move at unpredictably fast speeds and walk on the air, so she could easily kick her legs fast enough to move at fast speeds underwater and cover greater distances in a short time. There was also technology on the soles of her feet and the back of her foot, like the other Germa suits, to allow better movement underwater or in the sky while jumping or kicking, and the back would have a booster on it to provide a sudden burst of speed. One large sea creature that towered over many of the large ships got a little too close and had a strong will, so it was not scared away, so Alyssia shot in front of it before it could harm the ships and sent out a strong kick that knocked it out of the way. The large sea creature left injured and with its pride wounded. K1 was busy recording all the information within its database as it witnessed many types of new creatures that may not have been recorded in books, while Val kept her eyes on Alyssia's movements carefully as she studied her techniques before she took out a blue kin of her own and then exited the ship as she was surrounded by the same suit. She carried a shield on one hand, which was round, and on her other hand was a weapon that looked like a spear sword, as the sword had a longer handle on it which allowed for a greater reach in battle. As the sea creatures kept increasing, she helped provide support to Alyssia as she blocked any impacts with her shield, as an impact dial modification was placed at the center of it. At the moment of shield bashing or blocking, she would absorb the impact from the sea creatures and then send it back to them, but then suddenly the shield would occasionally change shape from its circular shape into a bigger square, triangle, or circular shape, as the metals on the end had been modified with the solid cloud dials that allow the metal to change its shape. Each time she was able to avoid damage by changing the shape to protect herself from additional impacts from the body parts of the sea creatures as she swam around quickly in the improved suit that gave her more mobility underwater, just like Alyssia's. When a sea creature was blocked, she would occasionally wield her spear sword and then send out a precise stab or many to wound them before Alyssia had arrived to kick them away. The special thing about the spear sword was that it seemed to possess a special piece of technology that heated up the blade and created the world's first plasma blade type of weapon. So each stab that Val had done had easily broke past any tough scales and caused heavy internal damage and burning to the wound inflicted. Even underwater, the plasma spear sword had been very effective and was not damaged by the water, as it had been expertly made to stop any malfunctions or breakages due to being submerged in water, as any types of electrical or plasma-based technology may be damaged in such a way if there is even the slightest leak or fault. Ghost had joined them in the sea as she attacked anything that came close by, as she displayed her excellent swimming abilities and her fearsome bloodline that would put many famous snakes to shame. Little Lee could only watch on helplessly as others had their fun underwater, and many of the other devil fruit users like Jester, Ivy, and Ting, Tun, and Archie had to either watch on helplessly or provide additional support without breaking the protective bubble, but the devil apes of each of the members could still swim outside and provide additional support since there were enough aquatic suits. Sunila could not provide additional support with her arrows, so she had no choice but to sit back and watch too, but Lucier soon joined Alyssia, Ghost, and Val outside the protection of the ship, as he had equipped himself with an aquatic suit too. Anything that crossed a certain boundary would be cut and heavily injured, and if they did not move away and still posed a threat, then they would end up becoming food for the other sea creatures after their life had ended. Unlike the Straw Hats, who could use a coup to burst many times to escape, Alyssia and her crew had a fleet of ships to protect all at once, which had to make their way past the Red Line safely. But there was also the abilities of, and to provide additional cover and distractions as several projected images were created, and Ivy was able to provide a little support with her pop greens. Some time ago, Alyssia may have had some reservations about entering the sea so deep down as she was passing through the Red Line, but all the training and preparation had made it possible to allow her fleet to pass through the dangers without a single scratch. Although the aquatic suits were very useful for underwater combat and helping to see and breathe underwater, Alyssia had long known of their life-saving uses for those who were cursed to be unable to swim, as each of the suits had more than enough air within them to provide any drowning devil fruit user to survive a little longer until they are saved, and all it would require was a slight movement to activate the can so that the suit could be equipped. Even if the air ran out, there was a modification built in to hold several air backups or protective bubbles so that they will not drown or can even remove the feeling of weakness on their body as they are surrounded by the bubble. So Alyssia had focused on making many of the suits so that any potential dangers would be removed. As the large hole in the Red Line became much clearer, a large figure appeared in the path of the fleet of ships and blocked the way, which caused many to panic due to the massive size of the thing blocking their path. Suddenly, Alyssia shot forward as she built up great power and kicked it in the middle of the chest, which sent them flying backward as they crashed down onto the ground with one strong hit filled with hockey. Electro, and the use of her knowledge of underwater combat from her Sea Impact Fist, which had done some internal damage to the large figure and caused them to be heavily wounded and pass out from the single attack. As the ships passed over the pitiful body that lay there unconscious, Alyssia looked down at his body and sighed internally. Wadatsumi, you poor giant tiger blowfish you. Out of all that I expected to meet, you were definitely one of them, and I had prepared for that time. Pitiful thing, Aish. Among the problematic new fishermen pirates and the Vanderdecken crew, there were many potential threats that could cause problems for the fleet while underwater, but Wadatsumi and Surum were at the top of the list due to their strong physical abilities and size, so Alyssia had to train underwater lots so that she could handle greater pressure and move freely in combat even without her suit. When the time came, it was Wadatsumi who blocked her path and suffered greatly, but she showed a little remorse for wounding him so heavily, since he was just another character who was being used or manipulated by others and would later be redeemed, so she had held back a lot of power that could kill him or inflict a deadly wound as she showed him some mercy. The ships all passed through the underwater passage and made their way past the Red Line as they completely skipped past Fishman Island, as each of the ships had started to head back up towards the surface with the protection of those outside, as Alyssia provided additional navigational support as she guided them away from potential dangers and allowed them to stay on course after she had learned a lot from Monera about the underwater sea currents. And so on. With the Electro released around herself in the water, Alyssia was able to handle much more sea creatures and spread herself out further than the others as the combination of her physical abilities, Conqueror's Haki, and Electro was enough to help cover up for any weaknesses presented around the fleet of ships as new sea creatures got dangerously close. Ever since the birth of Xena and Yao, Alyssia had continued with her gene experiments as she collected many types of races or tribe samples, and she gained much more after the original timeline began. So, as she got settled into Rika Island, she had more than enough time and space to set aside some cultivation pods for those experiments and find ways to make more room in other places for ones that take up more space. Through all of her projects, and this one in particular, she was burning through a lot of her berries that she had gained over a long period of time. At first, she had built normal-sized cultivation pods, and then moved on to making a couple of giant-sized ones that could contain a giant child that was up to the age of 6 to 8, which had been kept in a secret and well-guarded warehouse within the walls of Rika Island before most of the giant ones were moved onto the back of Ness. As time passed, and she gained even more samples like those of the various horned, winged, feathered, and ancient races, she had started to build even more and spread them out among different places like around the Sunken Castle, on the Ark Maxim, on Ness back, or on her own ship, which was nearing completion. In between making many different types of animals for the island on Ness back, she made enough time and space to start cultivating different types of half-breeds of the races she collected. At first, it had started as simpler combinations of humans and the various types she found as she created a male and female for each of them, but then she moved on to making combinations of the mink tribe and those that she had, so there were many babies growing just after she set up her base at Rico Island, and then she slowly added the other races she collected to them as time had passed, so there was a small or large age gap between many of them. Among the half-human artificially created hybrids, Alyssia had made sure to use only the best body types and lineage factor, as she had chosen many of them to inherit Whitebeard's lineage factor, while some had been given one from other talented or strong people she had collected samples from. For some, the quadrupled speed of growth was enough for them to reach 2 to 3 years in age, and those with the mink bloodline had a blood relation directly to Alyssia. Although she left behind many of the giant, fishmen, merfolk, winged, tontata, and other combinations on the back of nests, Alyssia had taken as many as she could along with her. Alyssia held her 2 children in her arms as she walked around her laboratory on the MMA, and she gazed at the small baby and infant bodies within the cultivation pods. In 2 pods, there was a male and female modification that had similarities to the feathered tribe, which had been modified with the mink, fishmen, and merfolk bloodlines as an example, and been altered to bring out their animal nature even more. Rather than feathered people, they became similar to the appearance of a harpy, as they seemed to look similar to Monet in appearance after she had her limbs replaced. In another 2 chambers by the side, there was a male and female which had the lower body of a snake and the upper body which was human-shaped but had lighter scales which were less visible, which made them resemble a lamia. By the side of them was 2 others who had more of a draconic or prehistoric dinosaur appearance and scales that was mixed with a human build, while they also had sharp claws and a tail, as they had some similarities to the beast pirate's ancient hybrid forms. They were the newest creations that were the youngest among her many modified races, and they were all 6 months old in real time, but 2 years old due to their growth rate. Each race was named the Harpy, Lamia, and Dino tribes, and there were many other pods within her laboratory which had been a mix of the different tribes, which allowed the minks to have additional features like long arms, legs, necks, horns, wings, or even be half fishmen or merfolk, which had some similarities to the sea beasts but with a more human-shaped body, while there was even a tiny mixed race of a tontata and mink which created 2 mini minks. Among the latest of the pods, which were less than 6 months old in real time, there was an additional race which had more insect features along with their human body type, which she named the Insect Tribe. However, among her many creations, 3 newer races along with the Sea Beast Tribe were the ones that had the most advantages to them, as the Dino Tribe had greater power and endurance. The Harpy Tribe were better in aerial combat and speed. The Lamia had better flexibility and had the use of their venom, while the Sea Beast Tribe's advantage was in water, whether it be their human body shape or their merfolk body shape. Each of them had their own tactical advantages just from their individual tribes and would gain additional abilities that were above others, which was based on their own type of the creature they took after upon being born from what was within their bloodline or lineage factor family tree that had been passed down. For example, the Lamia tribe would take on traits of many different types of snakes. The Harpy tribe would take on traits of many different types of birds. The Dino tribe would take on traits of many different types of dinosaurs, while the Sea Beast tribe would take on the appearance of most furry underwater sea beasts or creatures. So one of them of the Lamia tribe had some similarities to a spitting cobra, so she had strong venom, a more powerful bite, and could spit her venom at her enemies, while the male had a stronger bite and better constricting abilities, since it was modeled after a python. There was also an additional race, which was a slightly downgraded version of the Dino tribe, which were the Lizard tribe, but those each had their own uniqueness, as chameleons and other types could blend into their environment, regrow a tail after removing it, or inherit other traits depending on their race. Alyssia lightly tapped on the strong glass screen as she gazed at each of the new life forms inside each of the cultivation pods. Grow up quickly so you can protect your older or younger brother and sister. The small hand of Xena stretched out cutely in her mother's arms as she said in a small, cute voice, "Baba." Afterwards, a smaller voice followed, which was just as cute, but less fluent. "Boo." Xena and Yao had grown older and were already around 11 months old, so they were technically older than their brothers and sisters within the pods, but they had been born and grown more naturally compared to the many within the pods who had their growth speed increased, so there was a slight bit of confusion in Alyssia's voice as she spoke about the seniority of the children. As she left the room with Xena and Yao, The small children inside the pods showed a little movement as they responded to Alyssia's presence, who was close by. Among the females of each of the tribes that were within the pods, there was a cobra lamia, a crow harpy, a velociraptor dino, and a sea rabbit sea beast, while within the males there was a python lamia, a falcon harpy, a parasaurolophus dino, and sea cow sea beast, which had shown more activity and energy than the others, even though they were younger than the others, while the hornet female and mantis male of the insect tribe and the mouse female and cat female of the mini beast tribe each showed the least movement among them all. While Alyssia was arranging for the crew members which had already reached the surface to head towards a specific island, Alyssia took the MMA and headed in another direction as she brought Ghost along with herself. While the icebreaker fleet arrived at Rygene Island, the MMA arrived by an island that was covered half in flames while the other half was covered in ice and snow. Alyssia dragged Ghost onto the island stealthily after stopping the MMA far away from the island, as she dragged her listless body deeper towards the central point of the island, where the two hot and cold areas met. Due to the snake body and her being affected by the extreme cold which slowed down her metabolism, Ghost had went into a light hibernation state as she tried her best to conserve her energy in the extremely cold environment. Before long, they were able to avoid the eyes of others as Ghost was laid out in between the hot and cold environments which had come together, and Alyssia injected the SIQ serum into the body of Ghost. In most cases, for cold or warm-blooded creatures, they tend to rely on their environments a lot to manage their metabolism or body temperature, and while some prefer warmer environments, there would be others that would prefer the cold or a slightly neutral amount of heat to survive. A snake or other reptiles would typically thrive in a hot environment and would become slower and rest more in a cold environment, but that did not mean that they would not be harmed by extreme heat, as there was still a limit to their overall resistances. As the large snake underwent its evolution, its hair around its neck and head started to change color slightly, as it became like an icy blue flame color, and her body was further strengthened by the serum, along with gaining a greater immunity to extreme cold and hot environments and powers. However, what she seemed to gain as a bonus ability was a better metabolism, which could be better controlled and more efficient in different types of environments, so she would no longer have to worry about the temperature affecting her movement or energy levels. Not only did she gain a large boost in abilities, but she had grown to become even larger in size and length, but she still kept her slender build, so her agile movements were not affected. Ghost looked over at Alyssia full of energy and flicked her tongue excitedly. Hiss! 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 Alyssia walked to Ghost's side and sighed. You are getting so big. Let's explore how you have grown later, as we can spar a little to see how much you have improved. Stay here for now, and I will pick you up soon. Alyssia disappeared on the spot, and then appeared by the research building while stealthily avoiding the eyes and ears of those patrolling, and she then started to close her eyes as she used her system to detect those close by. Found it! As she had found what she was looking for, she started updating all of the skills she had from the scientists on Sabaody, as she had added Caesar's achievements and experience on top of it all, as the knowledge started to become more complete. Upon returning to the area where she left Ghost, she found that Ghost had disappeared, so sent out her observation hockey, as she was able to detect two strong life forms nearby. Upon arriving on time, she was able to witness a scene which made her laugh. Ghost? Seriously? Why? Within the volcanic part of the island, there was a large dragon which would be cut up by Zoro in the future, but it was being strangled by Ghost, who had wrapped around it enough so that it could not take out its wings. The large dragon looked very pitiful in appearance as it writhed around, so Alyssia walked by it as the scythe blades in her hands were raised up into the air and then fell down onto its scales, which wounded it a little. She collected its blood and then stretched out her hand as if grabbing something with an outstretched claw and thrust it forward. Ghost saw her movements and quickly let go of it and fled out of the way. Hiss! A large claw-shaped electrical attack was then released and charged towards the dragon as it rose up a little, and then the clawed finger shot down towards the ground where the dragon was, which electrocuted it and made it pass out. Alyssia spent a little more time exploring the island as she stealthily made her way through the volcanic part, which was more difficult to bear, but it was very good for training her body and building up her resistances, so she continued to persist even when she felt at her worst. While exploring the lands of the extremely cold environment of Punk Hazard, She was able to find the other species of the artificial dragons made by Vegapunk, which was the aggressive and fast type. Another electrical claw attack from far away quickly caught it off guard and caused it to pass out while Alyssia collected a sample from it before disappearing once again. Within the cold mountains and valleys of the cold half of Kan-Gar-Chu, there were two large figures that sat around and hid themselves quite well among the snow and ice around them. They were called the Yeti Cool Brothers and were another tribe or type of giant, as they were taller and had hair bodies while their speed was very fast for their size, which allowed them to ambush others in the environment of Kan-Gar-Chu. But suddenly a smaller figure appeared over them without their notice as Alyssia released one kick after another that had a large amount of electro within them as two serpent manifestations formed and were sent towards each of them as each kick was sent out. Twin serpent shock. Before they could react, they had already been subdued by the strong electro-serpents that paralyzed their bodies and knocked them unconscious. By the time they had woken up again, they had a small cut on their bodies and there was nobody to be found on the island as Alyssia and Ghost had already left. While the island of Kan-Gar-Chu went on high alert as it was believed that there was an unknown and dangerous intruder around, Alyssia headed towards Raijin Island, where the rest of the crew were encountering their own problems and were busy trying to deal with the new environment and community of people who lived there. While Alyssia was causing a slight disturbance on Kan-Gar-Chu and then followed the Beaver card back towards her crew members, there was another problem that happened on Raijin Island as they were preparing to dock. A small boat went towards them from the island, which had a single person inside, which was an elderly woman who had some similarities to a witch. She arrived by the ships that had stopped near the island and spoke. "Would you like an umbrella?" Many of the crew had found her offer a little strange, and they couldn't help but be reminded of Alyssia's warning not to let their guard down in the new world. K1 scanned the umbrella into possession of the old lady and spoke in a warning tone. "This umbrella has been specifically designed to attract thunder and lightning strikes towards you all if you hold on to it. It is recommended that you use the weather umbrellas prepared by the master." Ivy and Isa's faces turned pale as they thought of the danger they had avoided, while Lucier looked angrily towards the old woman. "You! How could you?" Just as he was about to cause a scene so early on, Jester pulled him away and then bowed elegantly as he put on his usual smile that never changed. "Thank you for the offer, but I have to refuse it. We brought our own umbrellas, so all that we require is an escort." The old lady looked a little surprised but quickly hid her emotions as she grinned happily the next moment. "Of course, come, follow me." It was as if she was just an ordinary old lady with nothing but good intentions towards them, but they had known the truth. If Alyssia had been there, then she would describe the scene as something similar to the old lady offering Snow White a poison apple, and then punish the old lady for her bad intentions towards her crew, but since she was not there, they were forced to take every one of their movements with caution. Sunila and Nika almost opened fire upon the old lady due to their impulsiveness, but Jester was able to keep calm and settle things quickly as he turned to them. "Let's go." Ting and Tun appeared carrying many different types of weather umbrellas, and they started handing them out to others one after another, but the float powers were the most useful to help passing everyone one of them as they flew into everyone's hand. The ships were docked outside the island, and many had remained on board to watch over them, but many had gotten on the wooden boats as they sailed towards the island. On each of the wooden sailboats was a large amount of devices that were used to store electrical energy, which they planned to bury on the island to gain more energy, to decrease the burden on the minks to power all of the equipment on board. K1 entered the island with Lucier, Sunila, Ivy, Jester, and while Val, Li, Ting, Tun, Isa, Nika, and Archie remained to watch over the fleet of ships, but many of the other crew members followed along. What greeted many of them were many cheerful people of many ages who were excited to see new visitors, but their eyes often traveled to the strange umbrellas which were carried by the White Storm crew members. Very quickly the welcoming party began as each person was lured in and split apart. Jester and many other young men were surrounded by many young ladies who complimented their looks. Ivy and the many other younger children were given some food and treats as they played a couple of party games. Sunila and other archers played a target shooting game together and was forced to sing with the performers while Lucier and others were given lots of alcohol. Many of the people who were behind the scheme had expected everyone to tire themselves out or make themselves too full or drunk so that they would go into a deep sleep, but it was way out of their expectations. Ivy and the other children had lived on the food from Boyne Archipelago, which brings out the gluttony to those that eat them, and knew how to control themselves well enough to not fall for such a trick, while many others had kept up their guard the entire time. The only person to fall for the trap was Alyssia, who had gotten too drunk along with a couple of others who had a lower alcohol tolerance. Jester was quick to notice their disappearance as he checked in on him and followed the trail left behind as he sent out his observation hockey. Not long after, he found several people being tied down by metal wires, which was connected to many types of poles which had been placed around the surroundings where there were many burn marks in a human shape. Jester looked at the scene in front of him and gasped. Too cruel. Snatch! Many weapons started appearing in his hands as he started throwing them towards the people who tried to tie those they had captured down on the ground in the middle of the wires and poles that had been set up for a long time. The people let out screams and yelled for help as their limbs were cut or impaled from Jester's attacks. They were subdued very quickly, and a knife appeared under the neck of one of the people who seemed to be in charge. "What is this? What were you planning on doing?" There was a hint of anger in his voice as he saw Alyssia laying helplessly there. They must have added something to make him sleep this deeply. This idiot. The person revealed a crazy look as madness was in their eyes. Doing? Huh. We are offering sacrifices to the Thunder God for protection. The God will protect us from the outsiders. The God is angry. Listen, he needs more sacrifices. Jester sighed. I think I get what is happening now, son. The people of the island were driven crazy by those that had visited their island many times as they were invaded each time someone passed the red line. Oftentimes they were pirates that had come, and many lives were lost. Their belief in the Thunder God was also a big problem that controlled their actions to sacrifice others that arrived on the island so that they could continue to keep the Thunder God's protection. Their ill feelings towards any outsider and their faith had created a twisted cycle of events that had turned into them sacrificing any visitor that arrived on Rygene Island. If they were not killed and sacrificed by the first trap, which was the gifted umbrella, then they would use whatever they could to catch their enemies off guard before tying them up to the sacrificial platform. As the thunder strikes come from above, as usual, they would be attracted to the poles, and a lot of the electrical energy would travel up the wires connected and kill those who were tied down. The people of the island continued to do the same action because it helped them protect themselves from outsiders, and it had been successful many times, but they also believed that the Thunder God was helping them so long as they continued the sacrifices. In fact, it was just a natural thunderstorm that appears on the island all year around, and they did not understand the science behind it all, so they had mistaken something completely natural for a god. They also did not know was that while they had set up many altars to help with the sacrifices, the protection from the thunder strikes that did not land on them did not come from the god's mercy and thanks, but was because the altars and other structures were attracting the thunder away from hitting their homes and people. Their faith led them to believe they were being protected and spared from God's wrath due to their faith and sacrifices, but it was just science that was protecting them, and due to their lack of knowledge from the outside world, they were unable to figure that out. After doing the same action of sacrificing many people while watching many innocents pleading for their lives before dying, some of their beliefs may have been faltering, or they had been forcing themselves to ignore it all so that they could remain safe, and without feeling guilty, so many were driven mad by the crazy situation they had created. There was also a lot of fear, as the people living there cannot go against the majority of the people on the island, so they could not voice their doubts about whether what they were doing was truly right or wrong. However, none of that mattered to Jester, as he had been left with the task of protecting the crew from danger. Get up! He started kicking those on the ground and dragged them away from the primitive thunder, attracting sacrificial altars. The thunderclouds started to make rumbling noises, and warning signs went off in Jester's head as he dragged them away, but suddenly K1 appeared and examined the surroundings. Excellent! A perfect opportunity! The little eyes flashed excitedly as K1 quickly made its way towards the sacrificial altar, and then its back opened as a small metal object that had some similarities to an electrical pole or coil came out and extended as many wires were wrapped around it. Blast incoming! Evacuate the area! Not long after the thunder came down and hit the poles around K1, while a large amount of it had hit K1, while the electricity had spread from the surrounding poles and wires as it was attracted towards K1. Most of the energy that usually got absorbed into the ground was attracted to K1 while the rest of it traveled deep into the earth. K1 was caught in the middle of the blast, but as it dispersed, tiny sparks came off it, but it had remained undamaged as the lights became much brighter. Fully charged, as Jester had come back towards the room, while dragging Lucier as the others had woken up with an electrical prod from K1. He was greeted with the sight of many beaten-up people, while some had experienced electrical shocks and passed out. K1 followed behind and explained, "The natives of the island turned hostile while you were away, so we were forced to put up defensive measures." K1 released a strong electrical blast to the surroundings and subdued many enemies, which is why K1 needed to recharge. Jester sighed. Overpowered robot dog. Crazy strong little kid with dangerous plants as weapons, a girl who can create illusions. A girl who does not miss when she shoots, who also has a wide range of trick arrows, and many more people to support them. Sigh. How could they possibly lose? Ivy looked over towards Jester while in her hybrid Wolverine form and grinned. Welcome back. What happened to him? Jester sighed helplessly. The big guy let down his guard and got captured. Sunilaw frowned. It had to be the simple guy that let the team down and laughed. Aha! It was fun, but what do you have in mind for these people? They do not seem too sane. K1 came forward and spoke. Recommended action. Tie up the natives of the island and get more information. You must carry out the following tasks while not making a bigger mess on the island, so that we can leave peacefully without further conflicts. Recommended interrogation and negotiation tactics before taking any other action. Communication is important. Reform. A little later, they started carrying out the task of talking with the natives of the island and started to try to reach a mutual understanding of each other as they started their Rygene Island reformation plan, while others traveled around the island and set up many different thunder capturing devices so that the energy could be kept and stored away to provide power to the generators and many other tools. A battle took place as the crew members were forced to subdue more of the residents of Rygene Island, and they encountered many types of strange new animals that were very resistant to electrical attacks or had a very small amount of power which was similar to electro, so the crew members were kept very busy over a long time as they carried out their duties. Eventually, the attacks stopped from the residents as a vast majority had been beaten up and restrained, which prompted the rest to hide away or try to bargain for their lives with the resources of the island. Many types of familiar ores which had strong magnetic and electrical properties had been placed in front of the crew, which made Jester and the others reveal a little embarrassment. Jester waved his hand and said, "We do not want anything in order to spare their lives, but you need to learn from this experience. Not all outsiders are a threat to you all, and you may even be able to build up a beneficial relationship with them. If you continue down this route, then eventually it will lead to nothing but more death and misery. What you have all been doing will eventually come back to haunt you one day." He was right in his words, as it had probably happened many times as those related to the victims came seeking revenge. It all started because the residents wished to survive or get revenge on the outsiders, but their actions continued to breed more death, which fostered more feelings of revenge from those related to them. If there was someone important enough to die at their hands one day that had powerful connections, then the island would probably be wiped out because their actions were seen as insane by the outside world. Many isolated islands tend to be too cut off to understand the political influence their actions could have on the world, and the outside world would not care for the reasons behind their actions and would only be looking for reasons to attack first. One of the village chiefs bowed gratefully on the ground. "We have no choice. We are sorry, but we really have no choice. The Thunder God demanded it. They all deserved it. We were just protecting our home." Many had started to cause a disturbance as they were restrained, but the village chief sighed. "Again, we are sorry. This is something that has been our way of life for far too long, so it will be difficult to change." There had always been those who had tried to voice their own thoughts and bring about change, but the loud and many voices often drowned them out, so nothing had changed for a long time. Even the village chief was helpless in the face of so many that were considered as fanatics or devout believers in what they were doing. Ivy snorted as she replied, "There are many other islands who have suffered the same as you all have, and they did not resort to such craziness. If you continue to remain here and do not change, then the outside world will not sit still. You will not just have to worry about outsiders visiting or pillaging your island, but a full-on attack from stronger people you cannot defeat." Lucier, who had recently woke up, then nodded. "Yes, this is just a lesson to teach you all about the dangers of doing this. If we were really hostile or wish for revenge, then how do you think this would have turned out?" Sunila then added, "Look into your hearts. What is it that we did to deserve being attacked or sacrificed? You would not like it if you had arrived somewhere new and instead of being welcomes, you were met with instant hostility for no reason." Many people's faces paled as they listened to the rebukes, but some remained stubborn as they grit their teeth and glared back. K1 added, "Historically, this problem can exist in any civilization once they have been pushed too far and fall into desperation. Humans are fascinating creatures indeed. They have fallen and chose to believe in a God that will protect them so that they can commit horrible acts and not have to feel guilty about it, since they believe what they are doing is right and just. Even if most know what they are doing is wrong, they force themselves to continue simply because what they have done has provided them better safety. While it could have started with a group of people and became bigger over time, there must be someone or a specific group that has the most influence and do not wish to see any change." The village chief nodded. "It was much worse many years ago during the Great Pirate Era, but recently it has worsened once again as the attacks have increased, so we were forced to develop this way. Back in that time, those in charge were heavily involved with enforcing the rules and punishing non-believers, so we had no choice but to follow. They have come back out and made even more demands of our people towards the faith of the Thunder God, and those not cooperating or with a strong enough voice to sway others away were publicly lynched and offered as sacrifices. It is too difficult to start a change because many in power do not want it. It would not be wrong to say that those in power profited from the actions of the civilians and were able to hold on to their power thanks to their religious cult activities, as it created many faithful and loyal followers in the form of young to old male and females, which were willing to do anything because of their faith, so long as they had been given the order to do so." Jester coldly looked at the village chief in the eyes and said, "So you mean that we need to remove those who hold the power in order to allow true change?" The village chief sighed. "Even if they are removed, there are always those that will take their place because they are too far gone and cannot live without their beliefs. It is possible for such loyalists to try to rebuild from its ruins." K1 added, "Affirmative. There will always be the possibility of other groups forming with similar ideals. The best way to counter this would be to shake their faith and build a new belief system, but if that does not work, then there must be a cleansing to allow no more chances of another uprising. There are many other options, but each has its advantages and disadvantages." Jester revealed a playful look as he turned to K1. "You are so smart." He then turned to, and as he whispered in her ear for a while, he then turned to the village chief and said, "I need your help. If this is successful, then we can consider releasing those that have been captured, and we can start discussing cooperation to allow your island to change and gain a better way to protect yourselves. Of course, that will require a mutually profitable exchange, so you may have to prepare a lot of your island's specialties." The village chief bowed. "Thank you." The daggers twirled around in Jester's hands as his smile became wider. "First we act, then we just have to wait for the show to begin." A little later, several secret strongholds of the Thunder God sect were attacked, and their members were subdued and properly restrained. Many black hooded people, which had thunderbolt markings on them, had been dragged out of their prayer rooms one after another as many of the members of the White Storm started to make their move. Everyone was then dragged away as they were all rounded up together in preparation for what was to come. The residents of Rygene Island were not all that powerful, even though they were a part of the New World. There may have been some powerful individuals who were in charge of and protected the island, but they had only come across the rookies who entered the New World for the first time, so they had not encountered a crew like the White Storm, who also had powerful devil apes on their side. Their usual tricks did not work, and even many of their more suicidal actions did not work, as many carried sharpened electrical poles in their hands as they attempted to stab their enemies or attract the falling lightning towards themselves and those closest to them. The suicidal attempts did not work on those that already understood their intentions and the science behind using themselves as moving lightning rods, and those with any power were met with a fierce resistance from those that had entered the island along with Lusher, Ivy, Jester, and Sunila and K1. K1 was able to easily attract the electrical attacks towards itself and then release them at anyone it considered an enemy, and was able to cause many illusions to confuse the enemy to disrupt their suicidal attempts, while she had allowed those on her side the chance to launch many surprise attacks. Jester and Lusher had more than enough combat power on their own to take down those with a bounty over 300 million berries, so they were able to hold off anyone that was a threat to the rest of the crew and defeat them quickly. Sunila and her trick arrows never missed, as she had provided additional support to the battlefield. The combination of them together with many mercenaries was more than enough to subdue most of the residents of Rygene Island that had put up any resistance, but there would always be casualties in war. There were many who willingly cooperated with them after their strong display of strength, as many had tried their best to apologize for their actions towards the White Storm. As they were all gathered together, a change in the surroundings took place, as the clouds above started to change suddenly. The thunderclouds were still releasing wave after wave of attacks on the island, but in the middle of it was a strange image that looked like a face which was looking down with a disappointed look on its face. It was as if the thunder god had looked down on his worshippers with eyes full of disappointment. What is the god? Praise God. What is wrong with God's eyes? They are angry. Save us, God. The village chief stepped out and then bowed down as he shouted, Lord Thunder God, I beg for your mercy. I know that you were disappointed in us for our actions. We have taken your name in vain and committed my crimes in your name. Please show us mercy and allow us to repent. The thunderclouds continued to rumble, and more attacks came down from the sky as they hit many of the poles which were placed around the area, which created a heavy and dangerous atmosphere. What? God is angry with us? But the emissaries told us that God needed us to do this. Did they lie? How could they? The eyes turned from disappointment and anger to love, disappointment and pity, as many emotions were displayed one after another when a loud voice spread across the island. My children, my poor children, you have all suffered terribly, so I understand your pain, but I have never asked for any sacrifices. You have done nothing but corrupt my nature and being with your actions, as my powers have been used to kill many innocent souls. Your God is understanding and merciful. If you have room in your hearts to repent and change, then you will have a chance to regain your humanity. Once your humanity is regained, then your luck should return. My children, never lose faith in the kindness of strangers. One day a stranger may become a threat to you, but they can also be your saviors. Never forget this lesson. My powers are fading, so I can no longer contact you anymore, so do not believe in anyone that claims to be my emissary. To the visitors, please show mercy on my children and help them in their time of need. My children, if someone with eyes similar to mine arrives on this island, please trust them and take care of them. Suddenly the face faded, and the skies returned to normal as the rumbling continued. Far away, and had canceled her abilities as she turned around to deliver a light punch to Jester's arm. This was really sneaky of you. However, I like the plan and hope it will work. Jester shrugged. I hope so too. They both overlooked the crowds of people who were sitting on the ground in prayer as they looked towards the sky. There were a couple of lights that had appeared and then faded to add a dramatic touch to it and finished up her performance as she used her projected images to create the image of God's face before letting it disappear into nothingness. Around the island, there were many broadcasting equipment placed, and Jester had been the one to act as God, but he disguised his voice to make it less recognizable, as nobody could tell if it was a male or female speaking. With the combination of technology and special abilities, they were able to fool many people and bring them to tears. Lusher stood by Sunila's side and sighed. This must be a joke, right? It was that easy. Sunila shook her head. There will always be some non-believers who will resist, but our job is to remove them to allow a positive change to happen. K1 added, Sunila is correct. Not every human heart can be swayed by this, and some may not be so easily tricked. Ivy looked down at her hand silently as she clenched it into a fist. We need to do a good job before she gets back. She quickly ran out and appeared in her Wolverine hybrid form as she shouted towards the sky. Lord Thunder God, we have heard your request for mercy, and we have decided to forgive these poor souls. God bless us all. It was as if she was truly a believer of the Thunder God, and as her words followed, she signaled for many of the weaker residents of Raijin Island to be released first who had been seen to be repenting. Those that repent will receive mercy, as God has asked. All praise the Thunder God. We are sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. All praise. Thunder God. So beautiful. Mercy. I will repent. Do not listen to non-believer. Hey, he is one of the followers of the emissary. Those fakes that tricked us? I have long grown tired of those guy. They have made us do all this for so long and made God upset with us. They even punished us when we tried to go against the words of God. God is merciful. God will not punish us like they did. The situation had changed as those that were believed to have a direct connection to God and are able to pass on his will were now believed to be liars. God had exhausted enough power to manifest and communicate them for a short time, just so the truth could be known while asking a favor of the White Storm to show mercy upon the residents of Raijin Island. Once that power was exhausted, the godly presence had disappeared once again and taken its natural form as a large thundercloud. Those that were already strong believers of their God had got to witness a new truth which had been painted, and it was truth from the mouth of the God they believed in, and not an ordinary human like themselves, so the balance of power and belief had shifted greatly. Even die-hard fanatics had turned on those in power who had acted as God's emissaries as they voiced their complaints and started repenting for their crimes one after another. Some select few people who did not believe in the gods so much and were not so easily tricked had chosen to remain silent, as they hoped that a change would be brought to the island. Requests for executions of the emissaries, those who had previously been in power, and the enforcers had come from the vast majority of the people after a little discussion, as everyone knew that with them there would be no change on the island and the cycle would only continue so long as they remained. More repentant people were released while the truly guilty were given punishment, as they each had a quick death. Even with their many crimes, God would not wish for those who were guilty to have a slow and painful death, so they were each granted a quick and painless death because their God was merciful. All hail the Thunder God! God's eyes were beautiful. We will repent for the rest of our lives. Jester shamelessly watched over everything with a playful look in his eyes. An entire civilization has changed so easily because of the power of the White Storm and a little manipulation. His gaze turned a little sorrowful for a moment. If it was back then and I had more allies like this, then those events could have been stopped and many lives could have been saved. The image of a beautiful and heroic princess appeared in his mind, and a small tear fell down from the corner of his eye. As Raijin Island underwent a complete change, as the balance of power had shifted due to the White Storm's interference and manipulation. Many were able to maintain and keep their faith, but they had to make some changes to themselves as they had to repent for their past deeds. Reality was not always so kind as some that were too deep in regret and despair had chosen to end their own lives because they could no longer live with the heavy guilt they had in their hearts. A wave of suicides took place, which prompted the next series of events that took place as a new speech was given out by Ivy, Lushur, and Sunila, who had been given new ideas by K1, who had a lot of information on many subjects within it. Several speeches were given about not committing suicide, and that those that wish to repent should choose to do so with their actions while they are alive, as dying as repentance would not solve anything. The next suggestion was to assist in building a bridge and docking area for visitors so that they could open up their island to the visitors who were waiting in the fleet of ships outside. Archie and many other shipbuilders brought enough materials to assist in building a strong enough bridge or platform that was stable enough as it extended out of the range of the thunderclouds, so those ships could successfully be docked while those on board could journey between the ship and the island. As the residents of Raijin Island had taken the advice of those of the White Storm, They had started to cut down a couple more durable trees together that had survived many centuries of thunderstorms, which had then been used to help build that platform on the water. With the lightning-resistant wood being used on the inner parts of the platform, it would be able to last a very long time without being damaged by the regular thunderstorms. Since many people were kept busy and given a task to do, they had been given purpose and meaning as they could keep themselves busy and away from thinking too deeply. Those that were kept busy were less likely to commit any more mistakes during the early periods, so the suicide rates had dropped significantly. It took a little bit of scolding than a task that was productive task to turn the situation around, as those who were living with their dark thoughts were given a moment of clarity and hope. The bridge or platform was just a small symbol or tool to help drag them from their darkest moments, but it was even more effective than many could have hoped for. Many eyes glistened as they joined Archie and many others as they had each completed many tasks together and shared each hardship as if it was how things should have been from the beginning. The island started with a bridge or platform, but it would transform into a docking area before even more changes would take place within the overall hierarchy of the island and their way of life, but everything would continue with a single step at a time. Many days had passed as more of the crew of the White Storm had entered the island, and many were reunited. Those that had remained to protect the ships for some time had been quite bored with nothing much to do, and they did not even need to protect themselves because the residents of Rygene Island did not have strong enough boats and weapons to put up a fight against their fleet of ships. Once they had been given the task to help out with the construction of the platform and docking area, they were filled with energy as they had something to keep them busy. While some like Nika remained in place, as she kept a vigilant watch over the surroundings with her advanced sniper rifle, those with more physical strength helped to lift and move anything heavy, while anyone with other skills helped in other areas. After a couple of days, the White Storm crew and the residents of Rygene Island were happily enjoying a large meal together from the freshly caught fish they had caught along with some of the small amounts of the giant-sized sea king. Even a robot called Val had sat by many humans as she ate with them, as she had been made to have similarities to humans as she could display emotions, bleed, and eat food just like them. Food and drink were another thing that helped to bring people together, and it had worked wonders to help the two groups to reconcile and foster new bonds together. As they were enjoying themselves, a ship had arrived as it had gotten closer to the island before coming to a halt as it was secured in place by the many other ships. A large devil ape that had more of a similarity to a gorilla had remained on the ship, along with a very long but thin white snake, which had some similarities to a dragon, but another figure had carried two small babies as she had stepped on their air and quickly vanished as she had entered the island. The moment that she entered, it was as if the clouds above had been drawn under her command, and many of the falling electrical attracts had turned towards her. They were drawn around her body as they were slowly absorbed inside of her, but the rest had continued to surround her, and the two children in her arms, who also had a high affinity with that type of energy and did not feel uncomfortable as it came here or touched them briefly. Many noticed the change in the thunder clouds above and were drawn to the sight of Alyssia, who had appeared holding two unique-looking children. Many had welcoming eyes towards her, as they had seen something in her, while some had bowed down in awe at her display as she stood in the air unaffected by the thunder around her. Those eyes! Those are the eyes of Lord God. This must be the one God spoke of. They are not harmed by God's power. Is this a holy person? Praise! Praise God! The thunder god's representative has come. The eyes are black, but they look like they are being dyed with blood red. You are right. God's eyes. God's prediction was correct. She has arrived. Meanwhile, Alyssia had stood in the air as her head tilted in confusion. I know that I have been out of touch for a while, but what have they done? Why am I being worshipped like this? Suddenly, Alyssia had found that she had been given another burdensome task and role, as she had been named a variety of different names like God's representative, a holy maiden, saintess, or many other titles. A little later, her two children would be worshipped as the holy children that had been brought by the holy maiden, as their God had asked for their help to assist them and develop friendly relations. Stories would later be told about the glorious descent of the Holy Maiden who brought the two holy children to Rygene Island, but before she had arrived, God had descended, and before that the Holy Maiden's followers had helped to remove the evil and sin from the island. She would soon find out the reason behind everything and deliver a swift slap to the back of Jester's head before begrudgingly accepting her new role, as she had made her first foothold in the new world in a short time with little to no effort of her own. After hitting Jester over the head, she hid away in embarrassment for a while before she was coaxed back out, as K1 had prepared several plans for the island and had drawn up some cooperation plans for the future. She was not a famous pirate or part of a strong worldly influence, but she had already gained an island under her, as a week or two had not even passed yet since she had passed the red line, but she decided that it was best to not raise any flags or publicly let it be known, as it would only cause further problems for her. While events were moving forward on their own, as she had gained a suitable training environment with many useful materials, she had found that the natural resources and regular thunderstorms were perfect for charging up any energy used and adding to her previous technology. Slowly, she came to accept her new position, but she was still quite embarrassed as many had greeted her excitedly. Near the temple area, Alyssia stood in front of a large crowd of people, as much more than 200 people had gathered, so she had to use a sea snail to send her voice towards those further away. It was about the limit which she could handle giving a lecture to without the crowd becoming restless and problems start arising, so not everyone was able to attend, so many had to go about their daily lives or carry out their own tasks. She continued to give out many types of lectures on humanity, social structures, morality, and religion as a whole. And so, in conclusion, a church or religious group should not be able to hold too much power, otherwise it will become corrupted and become a harmful existence. In most places, the council or royal family handle political and economical matters, while the religious groups deal with charity work, aiding disasters, housing the homeless or orphans, and provide spiritual relief in the form of prayer and confessions. Business or merchant groups provide a stable environment for trade, and farmers help to grow goods which can sustain the population. Builders and crafters of all sorts help to provide more variety and comfort to the people. Entertainers help to lighten everyone's mood and express what people are feeling through their art. Warriors train hard to protect their family, friends, and land, while scientists and scholars will seek the truth of the world and enhance their understanding through exploration and experimentation. Laws are put in place, and lawmen and officers help to maintain order and prevent crime and death, while punishing those evil people. Even the weather behaves in a set way and has its own rules. Even the thunder god you worship has its own patterns and ways of acting. Once you learn more, you will be able to understand. Many of the people remained silent as she continued. So no more living trapped by the past events and developing more hate or guilt in your hearts. Look to the present and learn more about others before you see them as a threat. Each human is different and cannot be all put into one category or definition, as you all have been thinking. Outsider or not one of us does not mean that they are a danger to your way of life. In fact, some may even be helpful to you or wish to trade with you. I am not asking you all to change overnight, as the danger outside is great. She paused again and then let out a light sigh. Once you really do face a true threat, you should be able to recognize it if you have learned enough. If you know more about your own island and how to use the thunder, then you can develop new or similar ways to defend yourselves. For now, we will remain here to provide you some additional support, but we will leave in some time. So I suggest you take some time to listen to more science and weather lectures before we leave. Try to not develop prejudices against others within this island or outside based on your past experiences or initial first impressions before you even think of judging them or start seeing them as a threat or enemy. Once again, we do not allow sacrifices anymore, so please abide by the rules of the island as we establish a new order together. She had plans to remain on the island for a little while, so that she could use the environment to stimulate the later stages of her training as she is reaching the limits of her potential. The environment was perfect to further tap into her bloodline and temper her body, so she wished to remain there for a little while before moving to somewhere else, but that did not mean that her crew couldn't remain where they were. Due to the shift in power, a new power or structure needed to be established within the island so that the island could be restored to as it was once more, or it could be better than before. There was also the potential danger of attacks from pirates that were entering the New World and had chosen Rygene Island to travel to first, so they needed to be defended from outside threats for a while before they could find their own way to protect themselves. It did not take long for the assistance provided by Alfred to make their move, as they traded some imported goods for the local goods, which allowed Alyssia to gain many types of ores, plants, seeds, food ingredients, and many other things that were useful to her or others. As she climbed up the mountain, many thunderbolts hit her body one after another, as she endured it all covered in a white and yellow glow of energy. Now that I think about it, Mad Monk Urich had visited here and passed through, so he must have faced their hostility and plotting against him. My guess is that he either chose to kill many as revenge before moving on, or he just chose to run away as he realized the potential dangers within the island, even if the islanders were not that strong enough to cause him trouble. Ugh! Another thunderbolt hit her body as she held onto the mountain with her hands, and she pulled herself higher as she climbed. If he had caused harm to those on the island, then it would also make some sense why everyone had an easier time as they conquered the island before I had arrived. Although she had believed in her crew's abilities to survive the first island visit in the New World, she did not expect them to act in such a way which would completely get rid of the current ruling influence in the island and create a following behind her, as the residents of the island had turned their beliefs towards her. She had expected them to encounter some difficulties and possibly settle any problems with violence or negotiation, but she was not aware of how far gone those people were and how her crew would use the information provided by K1 to settle everything. Several coincidences and the ignorance of the original residents of the island had helped to create a chance for the White Storm to put an island under their control within a couple of days. When Alyssia arrived, the speeches given and the performance of the Thunder God, which had been carefully crafted, had contributed to her becoming someone they worshipped or believed to be some messenger from their god. Although she was not too happy being revered as a god's messenger or chosen one, she was impressed with the overall result, which had helped her gain a new following. Some scientists and scholars were arranged to assist with rebuilding new order and a stable political system along with the church, but some had helped in teaching people the basics of science, which was related to metals and electrical-based energy. In a little time, those efforts would help them to establish their own weapons which could be used to defend themselves, and even later, they could advance as a civilization. A small team of scientists had went deep into their research as they had started to research the new materials, but they had received some extra help from Alyssia, who had collected the skills from those on the island, which helped her better identify some of the materials and their uses or effects better. While some scientists were gaining new insights, Alyssia already had some ideas on how to use those materials, as her system had some rough blueprints already saved. K1 was the biggest contributor who had helped with many tasks, as it had lots of information to help with setting up different types of power structures within the kingdom as a council was appointed. A new king or ruler of the island had been established, who was a key member of the council who was responsible for the royal treasury, using their vote to overrule some decisions made by many within the council that may not be beneficial to the island, and keeping those with power in check. A new pope was also elected, as the Church of the Thunder God had been remade from its ruins, and the pope had their own voice within the council. Some others would be elected to the council so that they could speak up for different groups of people in different rankings or positions, so that even the smallest voice could be heard. The Rygene Council was birthed from the ashes of the old rule, as the island would enter its greatest age in a long time, while the White Storm was gaining a potential trading relationship from them, as they slowly were investigating and gathering information on the situation in the New World and the island surrounding Rygene Island. For them to establish themselves as a mercenary group in business, they needed to have enough information to allow them to resume their mercenary duties and trade, so establishing a headquarters or route of trade was important. Among the many people of the crew, Nika had been most interested in helping set up an area for the scientists, as she hoped to train some new recruits and establish a Rygene rapid defense squad that relied on scientific equipment. For the two robots that were K1 and Val, they were displaying their enjoyment for the environment, as they had a more permanent energy source to recharge their depleted energy. K1 assisted the crew in everything possible, as it had provided a lot of useful information and tips, while it helped to save some less cautious people from being struck by the thunder. Val helped out with heavy lifting, and she had tried her best to prevent further damage to the island, the people, and the buildings, as she absorbed many blasts in the area where she stood, but she had been practicing her combat techniques when she had free time. As a combat-based robot, she was learning very quickly from everything Alyssia had programmed into her body, and she was able to watch others fight and gained further insights from those battles, so she was much faster than humans in her learning speed. Alyssia Put and many others had remained under the protection of their weather umbrella or bubbles because their weapons continued to attract thunder to themselves. They had found out very early in the battle against the people of Rajin Island that without their protection, they could have lost the battle if they were a little careless. Sunila was able to provide the greatest support, as many of her metallic arrows had contributed the most damage and tactical support, as they had also attracted the thunder towards those who had been impaled. The performances of Jester and were able to lighten the mood, as they both were very skilled in bringing out laughter and joy of others. Jester had his previous experience from his homeland, which he had rarely used since he had joined the crew, so he had put on some performances of his own which had brought laughter to many and brought them to tears, and had gained a lot of inspiration from her experience, and she was naturally very understanding of others as she could empathize with them. Her newly written songs carried great sorrow and anger within them, as they were filled with great conviction, but then they switched in the middle as they had transformed into a more hopeful piece of music which allowed those listening to be brought from their dark times. Her performance had brought many to tears, as it had connected with the hearts of those on the island, and connected to their many torments and struggles, but it had later let them become more joyful and hopeful towards the future. The darkness that swallowed and consumed them had been understood by others, and a light of hope had shone upon it, and it created a small spark which would ignite the hearts of many as their lives would be changed forever. Each of them had their own role to play towards the rebirth of Rajin Island, and even Ivy, Ting, and Tun were very important as they had provided a lot of knowledge and helped towards those wishing to learn more on plant life, but in exchange for that knowledge, they had also started researching the many plants, trees, and herbs, but also the different types of vegetables, fruits, and other foods grown on the island that had been able to survive under the thunderclouds. Nico and Archie had started to receive a little benefit from the environment, as their bloodline potential had been stimulated a little and their bodies had been tempered a little by the thunder falling on them, but they were not anywhere close to the stage that Alyssia was at. On top of the highest peak, Alyssia was breathing slowly and calmly as many strikes hit her one after another with every passing moment. The thunder hit her skin and traveled through her body as it had went towards her core and had been devoured by the energy within the core, which was low on energy before it had been transformed into white electro. The electro then traveled back outside her body and joined up with a large amount of energy which had surrounded her body and had been condensed to the absolute limits that she could control and of what her body could handle as the heat had increased. Even without a friction or explosive impact type of fire technique, she could create heat and fire from her electro, but it was not wise to do so, as she still possessed a slight weakness to heat, which was not fully resolved even if she had tried to gain better resistance. She had stumbled upon the method of training by accident as she was increasing her electro output, and gathered it all together as the energy was more compressed and active around her body. More heat was created from her experimentation with her electro, but too much could potentially burn her fur and cause her weakness or damage to her body, so she was careful in how she used it, so she had started off small at first and slowly raised it higher over time. Kinetic energy gets converted into thermal energy when there is a rise in the object's temperature. When you heat any substance, the kinetic energy increases due to random and rapid movement of all of the particles, and during this time in motion, they will collide and produce thermal energy. Using the surrounding gas and the air around me, anything I am in contact with in the clothes, dead skin, dirt, or the fur on my body, I am able to use them as the object or fuel to create more heat, but this can also be used with other materials or environments to help boost the effects. This mountaintop is also a great place to train as there are many ores and materials within it, but there is another way to achieve the effects through rubbing powder or liquid onto the skin and hair. However, this method depends on the volatility and flammability of each material used. For now, this should be more than enough, as this is the limit that I can handle. The same research had been used towards developing plasma or heated weapons for. A small amount of the electro gathered around her had also penetrated through her skin and entered her body as her insides were being tempered, and she continued to stimulate her bloodline as most of the energy was being used up already, and she needed to draw out more. With a long time of rest, She had not made much progress after unlocking a quarter of her bloodline, as she had not really attempted at all that much, but upon arriving at Raijin Island, it was almost like she was facing many wooden dams that were blocking off the water's flow, and now she had the best tools to break it down to allow the water to move unhindered as the level of the river had risen. Further behind the broken dam, there would be another one that was blocking the way and obstructing the way, so after a little eating and rest, she continued with her masochistic training, and her strong body was continuing to improve as it slowly approached her limitations, but her internal body parts still needed to catch up to durability of her skin, muscles, and bones as she had continued to knock down another obstruction after obstruction in her bloodline limit during her time spent up in the mountaintop. Any of the energy around her body was absorbed back into her core, and the excess was then sent back towards the thunderclouds or into some storage tools for later use. She had spent a lot of time reusing the energy as she continued with her training after she had ate the food that she had brought up in a protective bag. As she started another round of training after a little rest, she thought to herself, "Tristan is not by my side, so I can do this type of training more often. She would surely be nagging me a lot right now." Unknown to her, who was caught up in her own training, many people had come to look at the top of the mountain where the many thunder strikes had been targeted, and there was a small, glowing figure surrounded by lots of white, flickering streaks of electro. She really is chosen. Many people from the church had gathered at the bottom of the mountain as they held electrical energy-proof or repellent rock tablets above their heads, which had been carved into as they bowed down or started praying. The Chosen has decreed that killing and sacrifice is no more. God does not wish for the death of innocents, and the church must not become a lynching mob. Another had raised their tablet. The Chosen has decreed that the 7 deadly sins lead to a path of damnation, but we should put our efforts into saving those poor souls before we think of abandoning or punishing them. Another was raised. The Chosen has decreed that living a virtuous life is good, but there is always a limit to a human's generosity. One should always be able to take care of oneself and one's family before they can extend a hand to others. Another had been raised. The Chosen has decreed that as humans we must recognize the difference in other living creatures, as each and every one is not the same, even if it is from the same species, background, or bloodline. Yet another was raised. The Chosen has decreed that faith is about the belief in something beyond everyone's perception and the mysteriousness of the world, fate, unexplainable phenomena, and choices of each individual within the infinite chaos. That belief should help provide spiritual relief to the believer and direct them towards the right path, and not be used to cause harm to the innocent or commits wrongs in the name of faith or in the name of punishing the wicked. If you commit a sin, confess to a priest and show repentance, then you will be truly forgiven. Many different decrees or rules had been carved on each tablet from her lectures as the church had started establishing its new faith and belief system. Some were based on her own world, but also some were her own or K1's understanding of faith and religious groups, so they were rearranged to keep them from lynching people, forming another sacrificial cult, or doing any other cultist activities. Many periods of Earth's history has many dark moments where religion is involved, and it continued to repeat in new ways even if some acts had been abolished by law. So, in a lawless world of One Piece, she had to establish a system to prevent the worst possible outcome. That was the reason why a council had been formed and a ruler was being named, so that they could keep each other in check and prevent an abuse of power. Hey look, the clouds! My God, how could this? Is the God saying that the Chosen One has brought about this change? Can we be saved if we wholeheartedly follow the Chosen One? Praise! Praise the Chosen! Praise the Holy Saintess! Above their heads within the large thunder clouds, a change had taken place as the area above the mountaintop had been filled with white electro as it had continued to spread outward a little at a time after Alyssia had finished her training and had chosen to disperse the rest of her energy. The result of her action had sent most of the thunder that had been converted into electro back into the clouds above, and the more that she had done so, the more of it had been gathered each time she was struck by ordinary thunder, and she then released it. It was as if the skies above were becoming solely her domain, and the island itself was becoming her own personal weapon if she could harness and control that power. But for now, She could only use it to recharge her energy as she attracted it towards herself or keep backup electro stored up in the sky until she needs it with the help of her core, but there was also her staff which could be used to trigger thunderstrikes. In the eyes of many, she had created a miracle, but it was partly just an accident that happened as she was training, but many would later tell the tale of when the thunder turned white. More time had passed on the island, as everyone had been kept busy with something, but in other parts of the world, there was some confusion because of Alyssia's disappearance along with her ships that were no longer within paradise. Several spies had reported back to their bosses as they voiced their worries and speculations while others had started coming up with their own theories. Since she and her fleet of ships had been able to carefully navigate under the water and avoid many marine ships and stay out of the sight of G5, they still had not been discovered, and they would stay out of sight until somebody starts actively looking. Although she was not yet seen as a true danger to the world government and the Marines due to her past actions and deeds, they had still planted spies around to keep watch over her and her crew so that they could keep track of and learn more about her to prevent any future problems, but her ability to identify a spy was very easy, so she had been able to disappear without alerting them. The island which Smoker had chosen to ambush the Straw Hats after they left Fishman Island was already taken under her influence without them realizing, and another event had happened on Rygene Island as some spies placed within the island had tried to report those changes. Several mysterious deaths had taken place ever since Alyssia's arrival, but many of them were believed to be suicides like the ones in the past, as they had been carefully arranged that way, but a select few knew otherwise. As Alyssia had spent her time on the top of the mountain, there was a lot of her hair which had been singed or burned up even if it was very resistant to electro. The heat was very high, so she had burned up most of it on her body and the top of her head. Her appearance looked a little weird, and her skin was slightly blackened, but her strong and durable body, which was at or above Admiral or Emperor level, remained unharmed, even if she had suffered from the feeling of weakness from the heat. She was not burned from that level of heat and energy that surrounded her body. She walked to the bag which had been placed far away, and she took out a small mirror which had shown her messy appearance. Oh my, so this is what I look like without my hair. I just look like a bald animal in the shape of a human, but I still need to wash up a bit before I can see what lies beneath. She took out her weather pole and started summoning rain, as the clouds above had absorbed enough weather balls to allow a heavy rain to fall on her for long enough of a time to clean her body. Not much better, but thankfully I came prepared. She then rummaged through the bag again and pulled out a small container that was filled with a medicinal solution and then poured it down her throat. The fur on her body started to grow back out on her body, as the shorter hair on her body had regrown and the hair on her head had grown out as it hung down to her lower waist. I need another haircut, but this should be more than enough. Among the recipes, among the many knighten from the world pirates in particular and others doctors, chemists and scientists had been gathered by Alyssia, there was rejuvenation recipes to allow older people to turn back to their prime or allow weight loss, and many others, but among them was a hair growth recipe that she had developed. With the combined knowledge that she had collected, she had been able to easily make one that could help regrow the fur on her body along with the hair on top of her head. During the 6 months, she had accomplished much and had even started researching into many different new fields as she had gathered many more from different scientists, doctors, chemists, and so on, so her knowledge had been further expanded. Even the knowledge obtained from Caesar Clown had helped to further expand upon the possibilities of what she could do as she had started to look through it. If she wanted to, she could easily reproduce a deadly gas, poison, or disease that could wipe out an entire island with little resistance, but she had chosen to take a different route which would be more useful to herself or benefit others before causing harm, but she did not have a certain piece of important knowledge from someone else in the world who had very high mastery of those areas, as they were able to invent their own unique weapons. Alyssia then took out a pair of scissors as she cut her fringe to allow herself to see better. Good. No more having a creepy Sadako appearance. A smile formed on her face as she put everything away and she started to make her way down the mountain. She briefly closed her eyes to check her progress on the character window, and it had showed that she was still a point away for to reach her limitations for each of the stats related to her physique, but she knew that she was slowly edging closer. During her time up the mountain, she had definitely made great progress towards that goal, and she had slightly increased her internal durability, bloodline limit, and resistances while she was doing so. However, during the time that she was training and climbing down, Within several locations, there was a figure that had crept into a secluded area as they carefully watched their own backs and looked around as they moved. One in particular had arrived at the location of a small run-down and destroyed hut in the forest area, which had been damaged by the weather. They started rummaging through the ruins and moved the debris out of the way until it had been cleared out of the way as they found what they were looking for. Their hand went down and grabbed onto the floor as a stone slab had been pulled up and moved, which revealed a tunnel. They were walking down the poorly lit tunnel until they found themselves in a small room where a box had been there for a long time and had gained a lot of dust and dirt on it. The person took out a stone key and placed it into the hole as it was turned to reveal a communication type of sea snail within, as there were some strange-looking flakes around it and a little water within to allow it to sustain its life even when sealed inside. Just as they were about to reach for it to activate the snail for their own purpose, they felt pain as something hit the back of their neck. No, I am sure Brief moments of their life had flashed before their eyes as they recalled their parents' and grandparents' wishes and goal, who had long been residents of the island. They all carried out the orders of those they followed through every generation, and he had come to realize that he had failed in his duty before he had died. There are many types of spies, as they have different ways of working and different tasks to fulfill. There is the most basic and recognizable spy who is used for assassination, stealing, destroying an influence or stronghold, or spying on the enemy. But there are also those who are even deeper undercover, as their sole purpose is to remain in place their whole life and occasionally report in when a change takes place around them. Some may even have higher positions, as they help to manipulate certain events, as they have been able to climb up to a position of power and can steer the island towards a path that would be beneficial for others. The best way to accomplish that would be to have orphans or slaves without an identity and raise them to be loyal spies. They would be sent to each location to live an ordinary life or to rise up to a certain position depending on their abilities, but there are always those that have been involved in a long-term plan which could stretch out for many generations. An individual with no identity which had been trained would be sent to a place like Rygene Island many years ago and had been taken in by the locals during a time when they were more peaceful, or some were brave enough to help someone who was in need of it. Usually a shipwreck and losing their parents or memories was an excellent excuse to allow them to integrate with the island. And then as they have children of their own, they would raise them to carry out the same duty they had while the tools they used would be stashed away before they were discovered or passed on later through some secret channels. Many of those on the island did not need to do much and just live out their lives, but when a large event had took place, they had to report it, and that was all. But those in power were much more dangerous, as they could have the power to change things themselves. It was beneficial for the world government and Marines to have the Rygene Island, as it was even if they had attacked Marines or innocents, because they would play a big role in killing many pirates and dangerous criminals without any need for a reward. So they were essentially doing others' work for them without any reward. They had lasted long and had not been targeted because they were still useful in a way, but the moment that they were about to lose, they would be left to perish without a single bit of help. In a closed-off island that had been shaped to be hostile to strangers, it had become the perfect breeding ground for a battle site within the world to prevent others from entering deeper into the new world before their log pose could adjust to allow them to travel to the next destination. Perhaps similar tactics had been employed in different ways on the other two islands closest to the Red Line, which allowed a better defensive line that was difficult to cross for even a decently sized or powered crew. Jester appeared as he walked through the passage and entered the room and removed the throwing knife from the body. Sorry, but the boss ordered that this cannot be leaked, so we cannot allow witnesses and those which wish to pass on the news. In many other locations throughout different times while Alyssia was training, there had been many similar assassinations by Jester and many other stealthier crew members, as they had been assigned to watch and follow after certain individuals who had some skill sets that were suited to spy or agent. Many secret bases had been discovered and destroyed one after another after the assignations had taken place, and the sea snails were all taken away as they were later set free back into the sea. Luckily, the sea snails were only those that had been one-way communicators, as they would only be able to make a call to others and not receive them, so there was not any danger of those behind the scenes attempting to call and noticing something wrong. Many of the deaths were later staged as accidents or suicides, and each of the spies had been placed out in the open or within their homes when they were found by people, but very few people had suspected their deaths to be murder due to the rate of suicides on the island that had happened recently. The threat had been eliminated, but there were always many forces working in the dark and hiding among the crowd as they worked as cipher poles or others' hands and feet. What had been removed was just a small piece of what was spread around the whole world, and if someone were to discover that truth and take a look at the much bigger picture presented, then they may become frightened after they discover the truth to many events in history that had happened or were happening at present in each place due to that influence. Even if an island was not part of the world government, it did not mean that they were free to develop as they liked or within their full potential, as they would only be seen as a potential enemy for many, so it was better to lead some civilizations towards a path of self-destruction if they had been deemed as a threat, but before that, they would be spied on from within. As Alyssia had made her way down the mountain, she had noticed the changes she had brought to the clouds above, so she was quite excited. The thought that she could wield all that power hanging over her head was very exciting to her, but she did not possess the same abilities as a rumble devil fruit user, so she could not freely manipulate it without some kind of tool, so she was a little disappointed. However, the thought of wielding that power with my core to restore my energy or to direct it towards a specific location by using my staff is still good, even if other methods or tools can now be used on the island to make use of that energy. However, the thought of calling down thunder just makes me think of Thor when he uses his hammer. It is kind of similar to my staff, aha. She saw the benefits, but she had also realized that the direction of Rygene Island would eventually lead to them developing their technology and make use of that power in many ways, so she could not covet the natural resources unless it was necessary. As she had briefly went over her gains and what had happened along with many other things that kept her mind busy, her mind wandered off to another subject from the past battles she had. In my battles with Mihawk, I was able to learn more about how far his skills are in terms of physical ability, armament hockey, observation hockey, and sword skill, and I was able to overcome it with my own physical advantages and techniques so that I could improve my hockey in those two categories. I had the advantage due to the use of my scythe blades, which was able to provide an extra layer of protection against his sharp and powerful cutting attacks, and I was able to gain a better mastery over the two hockey. I gained more confidence as I started using my tail and two legs to attack too. The growth during the first battle was very noticeable, and it is easy to recognize him as a skilled opponent as I battled him again without the scythe blades after I had learned and grown from the previous fight. The increased danger of using my body to clash against his sword helped me to grow further even if I had taken on some light wounds. If he possessed Conqueror's Haki, then he would be an even more difficult opponent to beat and would stand at the same stage as Shanks. She then turned to the next battles. My battle with the Sisters of Hancock helped to gain even more of a look into their use of Haki and improve my own, but I have to recognize that the fight with Boa Hancock was the most stressful because even if her abilities did not work on me, her use of the three Haki and her combat prowess was very high. If the powers did work and I had not prepared a way to combat them, then I could have been in danger. Through each battle, she had gained a boost in her use of Haki and learned a lot, but she did not feel that she was yet near the peak of her potential because she had admired advanced Haki users who were at the peak of physical ability, skill, and possessed the three Haki, while they also had an excellent mastery over 1 to 3 of them. Whitebeard and Roger were excellent examples when they were alive and in their prime, but she could only witness it through reading the manga, and Kaido and Big Mom's show of power had yet to be shown properly too within the world. But the most mysterious person was Shanks, who had only shown off his fearsome Conqueror's Haki and was able to intimidate many to end the Paramount War, and his power could not be underestimated since he was able to split the sky and clouds above with a clash between him and Whitebeard before the war. As Alyssia reached the bottom of the mountain, she had walked around and collected some skills and updated her system, but she found nothing more that was of use to her, so she had went back to her ship to continue her studying of her latest project that she had been studying with Tristan, as she had increased her knowledge on diseases, viruses, poisons, and mutations, along with ways to suppress, cure, or use opposing effects to counter such things. Many microscopic organisms appeared before her eyes as she continued to study them and her programmer skill, and the combination of her other science skills like her lineage factor and devil fruit research had helped her to identify certain things unique to each part. But even with her accomplishments in making serums and many other things, It was still a completely new area of expertise, so she knew it would take some time to adjust. Many before her were many different types and strains of different types of diseases, bacteria or viruses that worked in different ways but also had different effects. Some worked like parasites, others infected and caused adverse reactions to the body. Others mutated the body in some way, while others affected the brain and drove the host to become aggressive or lethargic. There were many different types that had been collected by Tristan and the crew within Paradise from many islands, and even the prehistoric ones from Little Garden were included. While the area of expertise for these things is best left to Tristan, it is best to always have a backup prepared just in case, so I cannot slack, but the enhancements brought from mutation, while they do indeed come with side effects, risk of death and more, they do have their perks if they are controlled properly and perfected. There are also some parasite-type plants, viruses, and creatures that need to be studied further so that I can gain more understanding in those areas. She did not like Queen's way of doing things, but she had to admit that he was a genius to be able to create his own unique and lethal viruses that had enhancing effects on the body. There was also Caesar Clown, who took the route of chemical and gas weapons, who had more than enough insights to come up with solutions to combat them and provide Chopper with an improved but more risky version of the Rumble Ball. So the knowledge that she had acquired from Punk Hazard was able to help her expand upon what she had already learned from the scientists on Sabaody Archipelago. The two of them were masters of their own field of study in gas and virus weapons, and were able to come up with a cure for each of their inventions, so Alyssia coveted what they knew, as they still both posed a threat to herself and her crew. Even an admiral or emperor could die from a strong enough disease, illness, or poison, as proved by Whitebeard and Joel D. Roger. Although she did her best to maintain her own health and look out for the others and protect them, there were always hidden dangers that could appear out of nowhere on an unknown land. She did not fear Queen or Caesar Clown for their physical power and abilities, but instead it was that they had the power to wipe out an island or world if they had put their minds to it for long enough and had chosen to release their finished products anywhere they could. She had also hoped that the sky and underwater groups could come across some interesting things that could help her develop her skill sets even further, whether it be from a forgotten and underwater land that had sunk into the sea or from another planet entirely. Sadly, she had only gained mechanical knowledge from the moon, but she was aware that somewhere out in the vast stars, there would be many types of populated planets like the one she was living on. While the One Piece world was mostly covered in water and had a very large amount of different-sized islands spread out around it, others would have their own different environments, as some would be habitable, others would not, and others may have been destroyed or abandoned because of certain reasons. Carrot, Medea, and Ushvin had briefly told her about their adventures around the moons, but they were not able to obtain much more, as everything else was very similar or less advanced as the moon they had first landed on together. Since they had acquired the coordinates from the space pirates, they had been able to plan their first trip that was outside of the planet and further into space, so they had been given many things to help them adjust, but Tristan and Alyssia had both constantly nagged for them to be careful. After saying some farewells to some of her crew, she had left many behind, so that she could go on another journey and complete some of her prearranged plans that had certain benefits to her after she had completed them or got what she needed. On the way there, she sat on the deck as she sipped some earned brew, and she casually directed her crew and gave out orders so that they could be properly navigated without risk to their lives. Even when a fight broke out against an enemy crew who had decided to attack her ship, she lazily laid back and called out instructions to everyone, but remained uninterested in such a small battle. When a real threat had appeared in the form of a deadly weapon, then with a single kick of a metal ball, the person holding and wishing to release the weapon upon her crew had been killed in an instant. The briefest warning or indication of danger that she had sensed with her observation hockey had helped her to protect many from being heavily injured or possibly dying. What should I call this then? Danger sense? Future instinct? Death perception? Slowly, she was getting closer and closer to improving her observation and finding her own path as she was able to pick up many things in her surroundings and recognize the level of threat to her or others' lives, depending on how strong her feeling or instincts are warning her. Even the weakest of life forms or objects would have a certain level of threat to life and raise her instincts, so it was easy to become flooded with danger warnings and respond to them as they come towards her body or others, but there were some downsides that came with using it without having a greater understanding or control over it. Her instinct would usually tell her to avoid the danger that would bring her harm, so she would have to fight the instinct to dodge if she wished to enjoy her fights against tough opponents and clash against them often before using her great speed to avoid any attack. There was also the level of threat or danger that she may feel towards certain things. Although she is able to pick up on the potential danger of an item or person as they get close, that danger could change suddenly as it is close enough to no longer be dodged. Even the smallest tool can be utilized to take down a powerful foe if they are skillfully used, and the smallest trap or change in a single moment can change the flow of battle, whether it be the poison on a tiny needle that may seem harmless or the activation of a release of a gas, poison, corrosive, or explosion that is hidden within something small that does not feel threatening, but once it is activated, there is no longer room to avoid it due to the danger sense not picking it up until a little before it had been triggered. Even the strongest person can become arrogant and completely ignore what they do not see as threats. As a result, they are brought down because they only had their vigilance up against those who were deemed strong enough or as a potential danger, so Alyssia wished to use her power in the right way. Whether it was the weather that posed a danger, a person, a bullet, a flying weapon, or something else that could harm someone, she wished to recognize their threat, not only to her life but others too, so she may have looked like she was lazing around, but she was not. Her casual support had saved many lives each time that she acted, and she was able to train her observation haki even further using that method. The biggest support that she had offered was her use of navigation, as she had picked up on the changes in the weather and directed the ships away from advancing into danger. In her free time, she had studied her new gains from Ryjin Island while she continued her studying of viruses, bacteria, and different types of mutagens while she tried to reproduce them or make slight alterations as she was gaining a better understanding of them, but she had faced a couple of failures before she had achieved a minor success with replicating an ordinary virus, so her previous failures and persistence had helped to allow her current success in a short amount of time since she had moved on to that area of study and experimentation. Before passing the moon and heading off into space, Carrot and her crew members that were made up of automata, White Storm members, freed slaves, and mercenaries that were recruited by Medea, along with several members of the Skypea group that Alyssia had recruited, had flew right towards it and settled there for a period of time. Ushvin and Medea stood guard as Carrot had been seated on the surface of the moon, and she removed the glasses and hat from her head. Among the minks that had the fastest speed to be able to unlock their bloodline limit and control their Sulong form well enough to pass the first quarter of the transformation, Carrot and Tristan were the most potential after Alyssia. Each of the minks that used the serum had been warned in advance about the difficulty of each quarter as they attempt to break through, so they had to have the right environment and be undisturbed as they attempted, as the slightest mistake could cause them injury. Before she gazed towards the moon, she had drunk a weird serum or medicinal solution, and she could feel a large amount of energy within herself that was beyond her limits and needed to be used up. Carrot felt her mind, which had been peaceful, become more turbulent as her aggressive and wild nature was pushed forward as her transformation began. The two fought for dominance until Carrot had been the victor inside her mind, but outside, she was undergoing a big change. Her body went from her gradually transformed state before the quarter mark and went straight into her Sulong form as her partly dyed red eyes had become completely red and bloodshot, along with the additional grown-up state of her body and hair length. The electro danced around her body, but the released electro had been sent towards several energy storage tools for safekeeping. She did not possess the same electro core as Alyssia. She did not gain the same benefits from her transformation as a large amount of electro was released, but the serum that she had taken did have a quick effect in restoring her used-up stamina. The combination of the mink physique, which has a high metabolism, and the specially made serum had allowed her to not be weakened by her transformation, so her body had quickly adjusted to allow her to maintain her Sulong form as she took the time to push past her first major wall in her bloodline limit. It did not take long for her to gain access to the power hidden within, and she transformed back to her previous form, but now was a little closer to her Sulong form appearance than it was previously. Her bright blonde hair, which she originally had before taking the serum, was now lighter as it was heading closer to the mystical moonlight white color. Her eyes had become a little more covered with red as it had spread further. Her body had matured a little, and the tail and neck areas had become a little longer like in her Sulong form. Carrot placed the hat and glasses back on as she jumped up onto her feet energetically. "Oh, I am so hungry." Even with the serum preventing harmful effects during her transformation, which would result in a lower lifespan and a weakened state, when it was used as she was breaking through her limits, it would still leave her and others quite drained each time. Medea shook her head as she looked a little relieved. "Each time I see it, I cannot help but be amazed and in awe. However, after what I have learned, I am well aware of the risks involved, so I wouldn't help but worry." Ashvin shrugged. "Biology, bloodlines, serums, and so on does not really interest me, but I guess it does show off how far the boss is willing to go for those closest to her. It is a shame that we humans have to take a completely different path." Carrot jumped in front of him and laughed as she nudged his shoulder. "How come you're so talkative now?" Hey. Ashvin turned his head away and let out a humph. "Nothing." He had gone quiet again, but part of his reason for speaking up was his general curiosity towards the limits of Alyssia's abilities to invent new things, but also her generosity towards those she considered her closest allies. He and Medea may not be able to walk the same path as the minks or fishmen who have access to serums and many other things to help them get stronger quickly, so they had to find their own way. Medea had taken the path of a devil fruit ability user, had a cyborg body, and she continued to hone her swordsmanship, so she could only improve by improving her control of her powers and swordsmanship through practice and experience. Ashvin was just another human that was from Skypiea, so he had to rely on his human potential to train his body, gain experience from battles, but also improve his mechanical and dial technology to assist him in battle. Eventually, there would be time where some would be envious of those that were able to take a shortcut and had received a benefit while they had not, but Alyssia had already explained to each member of her crew about their future direction and helped them reach where they currently were in many ways. To those within the inner circle of the White Storm, Alyssia was a mentor, friend, family, savior, or many other things to each of them, so they could not doubt her even if she often displayed strange behaviors and acted out of their expectations at times. She had led them to their current point, so they could not start doubting her now. Just as Carrot had finished her transformation and the crew had filled their stomachs before they left for their journey into space, down on the Earth below, there was another similar event taking place. Within the sunken castle on Rika Island, Tristan had been sat within the room that Alyssia had used before after she had reached a bottleneck in her bloodline limit, so she needed the right environment to allow a perfect breakthrough. She had traveled from St. Poplar to Rika Island so that she could prepare herself and undergo her transformation. Even without a full moon, the room had been prepared for such a time, and very quickly it had begun as she spoke calmly. "I am ready." Outside the room was Ayn, who was looking at a screen, and she sat back lazily in her seat as she pressed a button. "Fine. Go ahead and let me witness your transformation." Although she was not that interested in evolution or mutation in humans or other species, she was still very interested in the effects of the devices that Alyssia had built, which had allowed the minks to transform without a full moon. It uses something she called Blux waves or something, right? The metal dishes were pointed at Tristan as the waves bounced around the room until they directly entered her eyes. The transformation had taken place in the same way as the same steps had been taken in preparation. It did not take that long before Tristan had transformed back with some slightly visible changes in her appearance. Her light blue hair had become even lighter and longer, as had her brown bushy tail and creamy brown fur, which had become a little longer and lighter too, as they were a quarter of the way to approaching the moonlight white color. After she had regained control of her own body and was able to safely move about, Tristan looked towards the door as it was opened. Now it is time for a checkup just in case there were any problems. Evolution or mutations did come with problems in different ways, and there were risks involved even if the conditions were perfect and the serums had been perfected too. There would always be a moment that could determine failure and success, or there could be hidden injuries after, that if left untreated could later pose problems, so Tristan did not wish to leave anything unchecked even if she trusted Alyssia wholeheartedly. Her professional attitude as a doctor had allowed her to become such a skilled doctor, herbalist and chemist during the time away from Zoe, and her seriousness towards health had not changed, so even if she had trusted her friend, she would still go through with the health checkups. Ayn was passed by as Tristan had briefly acknowledged her, but had seemed to be quite preoccupied in her thoughts, so Ayn had let out a sigh. "Really? There is no changing this one. Tristan stopped in place and then turned around as she had pulled Ein's head closer to her own and examined her. You have not slept in a long time again. You may put on a lazy appearance, but I know you are anything but lazy when it comes to your experiments. Look at those bags in your eyes. They are the proof. Go get some rest right away. Tristan then stormed off, leaving Ein behind with a helpless look on her face. She regained her composure and then headed into her experimentation room, where there was a very large body, which had been preserved within a box on the table. The body had many places that seemed to have been wounded, but they had been repaired and modified by Ein. Many blueprints had stretched out before her as it showed the final design, which looked similar to a pacifista design or a little similar to Medea, Alfred, and Val, who were either a robot or cyborg. If certain people knew of this, then we would get into so much trouble, but I guess Alyssia has already thought of the advantages and disadvantages. It is best not to question this too much, since what is done is already done. She looked past the large body that was sealed within and looked to another part of the room where another figure was laying, as it was also preserved well, while it had been fitted with some modifications, and had also begun to be transformed completely. And this one, many must be looking for him too. Oh well, back to work. She opened the seal and started working on the large body, as she was slowly getting closer to completing one of the two of them in secret, as there were not many that could be exposed to the bodies due to their identities. In an unknown location hidden somewhere on the Grand Line, there was a room filled with documents, and a lot of people had been sitting writing reports as they waited by for a call on the sea snails near them. They were Cypherpole, and they were part of the information and spy department that handles contacting and receiving calls from those spies that were stationed all around in different islands. One was making noise and was answered by someone as the voice on the other side had spoken up. Code Fortress 627 reporting. The person holding the sea snail looked at a document and opened it up to a certain page. Confirmed. What do you have to report? The voice then replied. Many key members of the White Storm have vanished. Usually they would not be seen, often due to their usual activities, but we never had to report in since they did not move around that much. But this time is different. They took many people with them this time, and we have not seen them return since then. It is suspected that they have left the island for good and left it in the hands of the other crew members for a long time. What should we do now? The person was deep in thought and then said, Continue to give frequent reports and remain where you are. Yes, sir. The communication had cut off and the sea snail was placed in the original position, but the person spoke coldly. Their job is to spy and report back any intelligence, not to come up with their own theories. It seems that they need to be reminded of their role. Even in an organization like Cypherpole, there were conflicts within along with many other things that caused issues with their work efficiency, so it was not perfect, but they still had to carry out their duties. Shortly after, a report had been submitted to the higher-ups about the disappearance of many members of the White Storm who had ventured out to sea. It took a little time before the report had reached those above and caused a minor disturbance. Code Fortress 627. The believed captain and leader of the White Storm has taken many of her crew with her to an unknown location as she has left her island after remaining there quietly for so long. The danger of the individual Alyssia Lucine has been difficult to investigate, but she cannot be so easily underestimated. Her crew members possess their own specialties and are believed to be dangerous too. So many of them moving is not a good sign, as they may possess the strength to influence the world during their travels. Although they have usually kept out of the world's politics and conflicts, they have acted out of our predictions once already, so it is wise to not judge them based on our previous assumptions and information collected. Many other reports had come in about many members of the White Storm mercenaries and the other groups which had disappeared and had stopped taking requests, which had confirmed that the White Storm had made their move within the world. There was a great disturbance caused by their disappearance, as there had been no reported sightings since they had briefly appeared at Sabaody Archipelago, so it was suspected that the large fleet of ships and many crew members had either hidden as they waited to attack a key location by the Red Line, or they had risked going under the Red Line. Unfortunately, they lacked vital information, and even the location that they were staying at was cut off from the world due to the killing of many spies placed there, so they were unable to find them. Eventually, the reports that had been compiled had been brought higher up as they reached the 5 elder stars of the world government, who had discussed it briefly and had chosen to wait and see what happens before any action would be taken, but they had identified a key clue that had surrounded Alyssia's disappearance. If Alyssia and the crew had split up and headed to the New World, then it would be very difficult to protect what was left behind unless she chose to risk dangers to travel back to paradise. Many of them had believed that if Alyssia and her crew were to become notorious around the world and have a bounty on their heads, it would give them and the Marines to have enough of a cause to wipe out those she had left behind, so they believed that she had created a large weakness for herself. Even if they could not act out in the open due to public opinion and political reasons, they still had other ways of harming the white storm that remained in paradise along with their source of wealth and power. Their continued growth and large amount of different resources, wealth, influence, and power was something that needed to be destroyed or controlled before it got out of hand and caused problems for those in power. So eventually they would target Alyssia's people even if she did nothing wrong and did not provoke them. They were not aware that Alyssia had already planned for such things and had been carefully raising many capable people, so that even if she was not there, they could function normally and handle many difficulties. They were also not aware of the advancements in technology and weaponry that she had developed that could help to overcome many potential dangers. Alyssia had many hidden cards that she had yet to show, which were in the hands of those left behind. The ship belonging to Alyssia had traveled through the New World as it was heading towards a certain location that an eternal pose was pointing to. Alyssia lay relaxing under the sun as she sipped a cold and refreshing drink. "We should be getting closer now. I am so glad that I was able to get the eternal pose just as the location and time had been announced. We should be on time if we keep up this speed." A satisfied smile appeared on her face as she remembered sending out number 1, 2, and 3 to investigate into the underworld and more famous public events that drew in many people. She was able to find out the date and place several months ago, and it had fit in quite well into the time that she wished to pass the red line, and she was able to get the eternal pose as it had been sold in many places to allow entrants and viewers from all around the world. During her time on the ship, when she was not learning something new, she was instead going over some martial arts techniques she had gained. Among them was the progress that Luffy had made on Red Rock and the Diable Jam from Sanji, which both used fire in their attacks in some way. So she had collected them into one category and combined them to increase her understanding of fire-type moves, so she was able to learn more about how to control the heat produced, how to create a more explosive impact, and how best to use it without causing harm to her body. She was not made of rubber, so she could not produce the same effects as Luffy, but she did have her own methods to do so, as she had already been able to replicate Sanji's technique. She also wanted to gain a little knowledge about the effects and power created by each of the attacks, so that she could come up with ways to counter such effects, as the fire and heat really helps add an extra layer damage to attacks that would break past tougher defenses. It could be said that without Diable Jam being in Sanji's moveset, Sanji would have had a much more difficult time defeating some of his opponents, and he may have even lost to them. Just like the 8 Impact Fist, Diable Jam is an excellent counter to tough physiques, Zoan Devil Fruit users, armor, and iron body, but it does have the risk of burning oneself if not used properly by the user. When the two are used together, they become even more powerful, as she had tested them after she had combined many of the other techniques she has mastered. Her previous masochistic training had also helped her to gain some more insights, so she did not have much difficulty learning it. So far she had mastered shockwave or impact attacks, penetrative and slashing wind attacks, body flexibility and hardening defensive body control, increased body manipulation and control, extreme movement speed on the land and air. Then there were the Elbaf Spear, which maximized her attack's potential power in a single finishing move, and the fire, heat, or explosion-based martial arts. Even the Dragon Claw technique from Sabo had been learned by her, and those insights had been put towards improving her techniques further, but that did not mean that she did not know how to do it if needed. She had continued to improve her upper body martial arts to suit parrying, grabbing, and directly confronting attacks when her other limbs were kept busy, so that she could better protect her body from multiple attacks on her at once, so that she would be more difficult to take down. So the Dragon Claw, Finger Pistol, and using her hands and arms to perform her other techniques was a requirement for her own survival. Although she could rely on her technology, suits, and weapons, there was always a limit to their durability, and they needed to be equipped or taken out, as they had to be carried with her at all times to give her an extra layer of protection. Her final goal was to be the strongest martial artist, and many of the things she had made to help herself or her friends had started to lose their usefulness as she ascended to greater heights. As Alyssia stepped off the ship, she was followed by Ivy, Val, Lee, Lushur, and Sunila, who had joined her to watch over Xena and Yao, as they wanted to watch what Alyssia was about to do. Many people had been docked and had made their way towards a certain direction, but some stopped to ask for directions from the locals. Ivy tugged at Alyssia's shirt and asked, "Can we not take part in this to test ourselves a little?" Lushur looked over with an excited look on his face, and Sunila had also shown a look of curiosity. Alyssia shook her head as she replied, "The last time we did that, we had exposed the strength of many of our crew to the world. Although it was helpful for the White Storm back then, this time we need to keep some things secret, so only I will go." Ivy lowered her head in disappointment. I wanted to show her how much I have improved." Ivy was the one who had received the most care from Alyssia, and many recognized her as the direct disciple under Alyssia, so it was natural for Ivy to want to prove herself and seek approval. Although Alyssia had taught everyone close to her in some way to allow them to reach their current state, Ivy had the worst starting point, so Alyssia had to build her up from nothing and teach her many things to help her survive. Due to her upbringing in the wild, she was quick to adapt and had an excellent survival instinct, so as she absorbed everything that was given, she had exceeded Alyssia's expectations. After wandering around to sample the local food and drink while taking in the new environment, they had finally made their way towards a large stadium where there was a large line on one part as people were signing up, while there was another couple of lines for those entering as a viewer. Alyssia waved farewell and pinched the faces of Xena and Yao, who were about to be taken away. "Watch carefully, all of you. You might learn something from each of them, even if you may look down on their strength." Lushur nodded with a look of determination in his eyes, while Sunila looked over at him and let out a light snort. "Fool!" Their relationship had become friendly as Sunila had adjusted to being around men, but she had quickly recognized that Lushur only had a mind for martial arts, to the point of getting overly excited at times when fights happen or there is a chance to test his abilities. The last battle he had against the lawless king with the support of others had taught him that even if he had excellent control and techniques, there were some individuals that were difficult to cut down due to there being a vast difference in physical endurance. Even if he had been able to cut him, his cuts were not deep enough to inflict a fatal injury, so that battle had left him frustrated. Although Sunila was interested in the stadium and the battles, it was only because it kind of reminded her of her home where many warriors fought each other. The pink-haired robot named Val had remained silent the whole time, but nodded her head before following the others so that they could go inside and find their seats. Val naturally followed her master's order, but she also had the natural desire within her programming to gather more data on different fighting styles and battle tactics. Yao and Xena had waved their small arms to their mother and revealed pitiful looks as they gained more distance with her. Alyssia stood in the queue for a long time, as many people had come to sign up, and they had to have enough skill to participate. Alyssia had received many strange looks due to her strange appearance and due to her gender, but she ignored it all. "Tall. She is participating? Do you think she will even pass the first test? Do not underestimate her. Look at that figure. Oof. It must be the result of her race. Some are just born strong while others have to work hard to improve themselves. Indeed, the world is unfair." As she heard the later discussions around her, she rolled her eyes. "This is all natural from my own hard work. You fools. I guess I did get some advantage due to my race, and I did take a serum to help me improve more. And I do have a system to help me gain additional stat bonuses. Okay, fine. I am a cheater, but do not think it was easy for me to get here." Alyssia stayed waiting in the queue, but as she was getting closer to the front, the queue had halted suddenly. She got a little impatient and asked, "What happened?" She was feeling lazy and had not put her observation hockey up, so she had habitually asked as she was annoyed by the delay. The man in front of her turned around and sighed. "The new testing machine has been broken." Alyssia raised an eyebrow towards what she had heard. "Is that so?" She sent out her observation hockey to investigate since she was intrigued, but she then took it back after investigating. "So, it is that." Only a couple of them had been released into the world after some fine-tuning, but they have their limitations in how much they can endure before breaking. Within the VIP area of the gym set up by the White Storm, There were some that had many types of advanced training and measuring tools to help people to grow stronger. Those VIPs were loyal members of the White Storm or workers for one of the groups that had contributed enough to earn themselves access to that area and its facilities. Some had used it for maintaining their health, but many had come to improve themselves with the example of many of the mercenaries whose lives depended on their combat power. Among the equipment that were within the VIP area, there was a mechanical striking machine that measured the power of a punch or kick. There had been some that had been sold, as there had been some that had been made that were not being put to use and were gathering dust. Other martial arts halls or other organizations that focused on training the human body had quickly purchased them, but Alyssia had made sure to put her traps within so that they cannot disassemble them and copy its design. She had not sold one to anywhere within the New World, but it seemed as if they had already been shipped through one of the previous buyers and were sold to somewhere that needed them desperately. The result was that one had already been broken, as one of the applicants could not hold back their power. They could not fix it on the spot as people were waiting in the queue, but even if they could get the time to fix it, they did not have the blueprints to be able to do so. Alyssia had seen an opportunity upon realizing the overall situation and couldn't help but be a little happy inside. She was silently thanking whoever had broken it, but the line had started to move as a large machine was pushed into the place of the previous one that was broken. Of course they had too. An event such as this one has to be prepared for such things happening. The main culprit had felt a shiver go their spine and let out a sneeze as someone was thinking about them. The queue had finally shortened, and Alyssia was now at the very front and stood in front of it casually with her hand on her chin. How much should I use? She stretched out her hand and took up a fighting pose, but it was as if she was about to casually flick her arm out quickly as most of her fingers were curled up except her forefinger, which was shaped like a hook. Her arm stretched out and hit the middle of the area where she was supposed to hit. The back area between the knuckle and her next finger joint had made contact with the machine's punching area, and as she had pulled back her hand, the numbers started to climb up until they stopped a little over the required power to register. I always wanted to try that, but my control is still not so perfect since I was aiming for a couple of points lower. Oh well. The woman who was helping out at the testing area had seen that Alyssia qualified and walked over to hand her a token. She patted Alyssia's shoulder encouragingly. Best of luck. Alyssia looked a little embarrassed as she understood the woman's thoughts. She probably thinks that I may get hurt, but I'm glad she is not trying to discourage me from participating. The last time it was annoying. She took the token and then entered the stadium, which was the preliminary grounds, but before that, she had slipped a card into the hands of the woman and moved closer to her ear. If you want your machine fixed, then I can fix it for you. If you read my card, you will understand why I can do this. If your bosses wish to receive my help and talk business, then come and find me. The woman revealed a look of excitement after she had read the card. It's the White Storm who were behind the making of the power measuring machine. If I report this, then I may get a promotion. She asked someone to cover for her and then ran inside so that she could report to the boss. Her minor showing of kindness and care towards Alyssia had earned her a chance to rise up from her current position, as the White Storm had become a well-known name even in parts of the New World. It had been obvious that some places would try to get their hands on their products, but once they were broken, they could no longer be used, so it was a big problem for many, but now that Alyssia had crossed the red line, that issue would soon be resolved for some. The current boss in charge of the stadium was very happy with the news he had received and said to the woman, "If this is true, then you will be rewarded for this." The woman briefly showed her excitement before suppressing her emotions as she entered her work mode once again so that she did not disappoint the boss in front of herself. "Thank you, boss, for this chance. I will not let you down." The woman was very grateful to Alyssia because her life would be greatly improved, but in truth, Alyssia had only been interested in earning more berries and expanding her influence and power, so the promotion of the woman was just a minor good result in her actions. Many people had been gathered, but they were quickly separated into different blocks, and they were told to fight an opponent within their block. It was the usual ordinary win and loss point system, where the two with the most points in a block would qualify for the next round before the actual competition begins. Within C block, Alyssia was assigned, and she stepped onto the ring with her hands behind her back casually as she faced her opponent. Those around had started jeering right away. "Wait, isn't she the one who barely qualified? Is it true?" She may have qualified, but those at the bottom should just drop out before they get hurt. Poor girl. Hey, do not pity her. It is her own fault since she signed up for this herself. Alyssia had sighed. This is what I get for holding back. The match had begun, and she stood her ground as she occasionally changed the direction she was facing because her opponent was circling her. The opponent charged right towards her, but she had let out a sneeze, and her head narrowly avoided the fist that came towards her face. She had stepped forward a little and had attempted to stand up straight again, which resulted in the back of her head hitting the chin of her opponent. In a single moment, her opponent had been knocked out, and she remained standing as she had her hand over her head, as if she was in pain. She stepped off the fighting platform to allow the next fight to take place. Haha, I just had to try that one too. Clumsy and accidental win. In the last tournament of the World Martial Arts Tournament in Dragon Ball, there was a participant who had been taken over by Kami, who had the goal to kill his evil other half that had split apart from him, which would kill him or he would seal him away. To maintain his cover, he had acted in a clumsy and scared manner as he fought each opponent and won by sheer coincidences. In fact, it was just that his attainments and strength were too high even when within a human body, so he was able to fool many with his act as he progressed through the tournament. Alyssia had been doing the same as she was inspired by him, but there was also another reason. She was slowly grasping the danger sense from her observation hockey as she moved closer and positioned herself where she felt no danger before she could counter her opponent. Her clumsy act continued as many opponents within her block had been eliminated. A series of accidental head, tail, elbow, knee, foot, and fist collisions happened as her body had hit her opponent to knock them out or remove them from the platform as the result of her tripping, cowering, sneezing, or yawning. Not this again. This girl is so lucky. Is she lucky, or does she just give her opponents bad luck? I am glad I did not enter this block. Me too. Did you see the last guy? Yeah, I cannot believe that he started out all confident, but now I doubt he will be capable of producing children. It is karma. He should not have used such foul words against a young lady. Something is strange, though. What is? I do not know. I just feel that she is somehow familiar. I have that feeling too, but I cannot quite remember who it was. There would always be those that may recognize her and not underestimate her, but it had been a long time since she had appeared in public. The last time she had been seen around the world was as the champion of Karate Island, as a picture had been released in the newspaper, but many did not remember something so far back that happened in another part of the world. There was also the fact that she had changed slightly in appearance since then, so even if they did remember, it would be difficult to match her with her previous photo taken. The final result was obvious, as she had qualified for the main tournament with ease, but she made sure to collect as many skills as possible since so many people from around the world had gathered. Even the smallest piece of knowledge could possibly be helpful to her, as it may be something that she was lacking in. During her free time, she had visited the dining hall and the contestant room, while she was looking over the posters on the wall that explained the rules and had mentioned the reward for the winner. Imaginary berry symbols had appeared over her eyes as she saw the reward, but she was still unsatisfied with that amount. Where her crew were within the viewer seating, they had already seen who had qualified for the tournament, and the betting area had been opened up. Unfortunately, while Alyssia was able to fool many others, she had not been able to fool the organizers who had recognized her abilities since she was a champion of another martial arts competition. The information network and abilities of those working under the boss of the tournament could not be underestimated, and she had already given out her identity for her own purpose, so she could not possibly trick everyone. Instead of having a very large payout for those that bet on her and had won, she had a higher chance of winning, as several others did too. The crew members did not miss their opportunity, though, since they knew the final result. They bet a large amount of berries and had placed their estimates on who would possibly place first, second, and third. After looking at the tournament as the balls were drew out by each of the contestants, Alyssia was on one side while the previous winner had been placed on far on the other side, so they would not meet until the final, so they had directly chosen who would come first and second. On the fighting platform, Alyssia looked over towards the long-armed tribe man, who she was destined to fight in the finals, and silently apologized to him for breaking his winning streak. She had also thought back to the preliminary round, where the large amount of staff had each checked every contestant to see if they were cheating. They searched very thoroughly as they checked for hidden weapons, and had even carried some tiny C prism-coated tools. Those that had become weakened after they had come into contact with the tools or had hidden weapons or other things on them were disqualified. One devil fruit user had tried to complain and resist, but he was subdued again when touched by the tools. One staff member had checked her twice because they believed that she possessed some type of power, whether it be a Zoan or paramecia, but they were proven wrong each time. A cynical smirk appeared on her face as the announcements had begun, and the announcer had started hyping up the contestants each time. This will be too easy, but it is not without its rewards. Her first matchup was against a man with a very strong grip, but as he had locked hands with her, his face turned pale, and he revealed a look of fear. The hands were caught within Alyssia vice-like grip and would not let go as she had walked towards the edge of the fighting platform. She pushed him as she released his hands, and the man had fallen down from the platform, which had made her the winner. As there were some mixed reactions from the crowd, Alyssia had returned to the contestant room and had started studying the skill she had acquired from Idio, which was the destruction cannon. Although she was not a member of the long-arm tribe and could not bend her arm joint back like Idea had to pull off the technique, she still benefited greatly from the overall execution of the technique, along with the additional insights on how to create a fire or explosion-based attack. Those pieces of knowledge which had been suited to her or had been helpful enough when combined with her other fire skills would form her own new skill. Inferna S+. Combination of Diable Jam, Red Rock, and Destruction Cannon. The user can surround their body with flames to add more destructive power to attacks. Warning: if the host uses this technique, there is a higher risk of burning the fur on the host's body, and the host will have to endure the strong heat as it can harm the body and cause weakness to the mink tribe. It was a very powerful technique with lots of potential, but it was still a double-edged sword to use unless she wore her protective suit to negate the disadvantageous effects of using it. There was less of a rank in the skill due to the lack of combined knowledge from each skill. Destruction Cannon had already been highly developed, but Red Rock was still quite new, while Diable Jam still had much room for improvement. But there were also other fire-based techniques in the world that needed to be considered too, so that it could reach the stages of a SSS plus grade skill. Even Katakuri's own version of an explosive punch, using his Machi Devil Fruit abilities, could be used to improve upon it a little if she had been able to come close to him. But since she had just entered the new world, they were not yet ready to meet. And there was also Kinnaman, who had mastered the Foxfire style, which was very advanced too, but he had yet to appear in this timeline. There was also the additional outcome of the technique, which happened as more heat was created. It would become more powerful and deadly, but would also be harmful to the user, so she had to use it in moderation and control it well. In between studying, she had occasionally watched some matchups that caught her interest until her turn came once again as she was participating in the New World Central Fighting Competition. Her next battles were quite simple, as she had continued to improve upon her mastery over her danger sense. Each of the enemy's movements had prompted an instinctual reaction on several parts of her body, and as she made slight changes to her stance according to her experience, she was able to detect how much the feeling of danger had dropped. As she made a wrong movement, the danger sense's warning had increased, while it allowed her to sense how to move her body to increase or reduce the danger. With a couple of tiny movements of her body, as she was not wasting any energy, she made minute changes to her stance as she dodged a punch or kick. When she had made a mistake in her choice, she had no choice but to meet the opponent head-on, and when she had stepped into a more advantageous position, she was able to practice deflecting her opponent's power with her own attacks since they would already be slightly off course. A slight deviation from her body as they hit air and brushed past her was enough to put some off balance, and she was able to turn their power against them. She had reduced the output of her power and had slowed herself down to allow herself to practice more, and she was very quick to make use of her opponents before she had thrown, kicked, or punched them from the fighting platform. Each time that she had won, she went back to study up on the destruction cannon technique and occasionally watched Idio fight his opponents. The square fighting platform had formed many cracks as the tiles were broken each time a powerful fighter stepped forward, but each time they had been replaced and cleaned up before another battle took place. As the day had ended, Alyssia was called to the room of the boss. "Have you thought about my offer?" The boss looked over and smiled. "If it is possible for you to fix it, then I would really like to talk to you about some more things." He opened a chest which was full of files that were filled with newspaper clippings. Alyssia looked over and sighed internally. I see that you are a big fan of the strong. You must really love your job to be able to be so meticulous about this. She appreciated that he ran things smoothly and had many bases covered, but it was also a positive thing that he was a fan of martial arts and the strong people in the world. To be able to do a job well and enthusiastically, a person often needed to love what they were doing and have an interest in it. The boss had many news clippings, photos, and pieces of information on many well-known and less well-known people. There were many notes that had detailed estimations on their overall strength and abilities, and some charts were drawn to estimate their growth in a couple of years. He had made one for her too, which had prevented her from gaining more berries through bets, but he could not possibly guess her current strength and abilities based on his normal experience because she had a system to help her grow far beyond those expectations. The boss showed a wide, bashful grin. It is just a hobby of mine. He then turned to the page with a photo from the newspaper along with the information and analysis on her. So you are Alyssia Lucine, but you do look a little different from your photo. How big of a voice do you have within the White Storm? He tried testing her out to see if she was the original, but also pried into her status and power, so that he could know if she was worth working with. Alyssia calmly answered, I'm a core member and am very close with Alfred. I am a mercenary of the White Storm, but I am also a recognized scientist within the creation union of the White Storm, so you do not have to worry too much. She presented some documents and identity cards which showed that her place within the White Storm was very high, but she also presented the documentation for her noble title as extra proof. Although the title was low, it still helped to prove that her words carried nothing but truth. The boss sighed with relief and beckoned her. I will show you to the room where the broken machine is so that you can take a look at it. I have an assistant waiting there for you, so you can ask her to acquire anything you may need. She was led to the room, and the woman had greeted her again in a new and professional suit. It seems she received a promotion since the last time I met her. Is this the result of my actions? Never mind. All is good, so let's get to work. She started inspecting the broken power measuring machine and let out a sigh. He really did go all out on it. She could tell right away from the damage who had caused it to become broken. Idiot. She inspected it thoroughly as she used some tools to dismantle it while maneuvering the many traps set. Then she wrote down a long list of materials, but at the bottom was a request for some food and drink. The woman took it and ran out in a hurry to carry out her duties as Alyssia spent some time rearranging the parts in preparation to rebuild it after she had found a way to replace some of the broken parts. The woman who had left had been promoted in advance. Once the boss had investigated Alyssia a little, but there was too little information about her, so it was difficult to tell if she was actually the right person. Upon learning that she was the real thing, he had prepared the paperwork to appoint the woman as his personal assistant as a reward. The next morning came as Alyssia had spent some time fixing the power measurement machine before going to bed, and she prepared herself for another series of battles. Alyssia had also made some notes to pass on to the boss, which contained some ideas for cooperation with the White Storm as they were stepping into the new world and bringing their business and mercenary groups with them. She had gained even further mastery of her danger sense, as her natural beast instinct had helped her to carefully navigate through the incoming dangers. Each opponent was defeated while she matched their strength and movement speed, but there would always be a large endurance and stamina difference even if she tried to match her enemy. So when she had matched an attack, the opponent felt as if they were hitting a very tough object. Those weaker, who had been unprepared for the impact of their attack backfiring on them, had ended the match with an injury, so Alyssia tried her best to avoid injuring others again. The final match of the day had begun, and a strong fist came towards her, but a very small movement, as she stepped to the side a little, had put her in a position where it would hit the side of her face, and then travel past. As she turned her body a little, and as the punch made contact with her cheek, she turned her head so that the punch would pass by her head. She turned her body and then grabbed his arm, which allowed her to toss him out of the fighting platform. Many were astonished once again, as many of the fighters were very strong and equally skilled, but in front of her, it was nothing but child's play. She could instinctively feel what were the correct movements and techniques to use against her opponent, and she was also able to find ways to use her opponent's power to her advantage or rebound the power of their attacks back at them. The more that she fought against many different types of fighters that were able to adapt to combat like herself, She was slowly gaining a better understanding of how everything was coming together to form her current set of skills. The final day came afterwards, as the third place and 40th place would be decided from the losers of the day before that fought Idio and Alyssia. Alyssia watched Idio prepping for the fight and occasionally looked towards the platform as she awaited the finals. The winners were decided, and Idio was called to the fighting platform as the boss had come on stage this time. XXX rank boxer, Destruction Cannon Idio is a member of the Long-Arm tribe and is also a previous champion here. Can he do it again? Or is it his challenger this time? Idio walked on the stage as heavy music played and a spotlight was on his body that was created with some form of sea snail technology. As he had stood to one side, the boss then continued. No rules martial arts champion of the last Karate Island martial arts competition, Alyssia Lucine. She is a member of the Mink tribe, which is rarely seen in the world, but she has stated that she does not wish to go against the rules of the competition, even if her abilities are natural. Please give her an applause for her braveness and her shows of strength and skill she has shown so far. Whoa! Alyssia Lucine. Yeah, win for the women of the world. Idio, do not lose. Yeah, she may be of a special race, but you have your own advantages. She is a fool to hold back her advantages against someone like you who uses them to your advantage. Alyssia rolled her eyes. Sorry, kids, but you think too much. If I use my electro, then the fight would be over in an instant. I just want to have some fun here. The boss had a look of seriousness on his face as he had added. Remember that we have rules. You must stick to them at all times. No weapons. No killing. You must win by submission, knockout, or knocking your opponent from the fighting platform. The match had started after his quick reminder, and Alyssia started focusing on her opponent. Idio looked towards her seriously and kept his arms up, readying himself for a punch. He kept studying her movements to allow a clean hit, but he seemed to have her guard down, so she was full of openings. However, as a XXX rank boxer, he knew that his opponent was either provoking him or fought in a more relaxed body state. Others would think that Alyssia was being overly confident, but Idio thought differently as he had seen her perform in her past fights. He kept up his footwork as he circled her and looked for a suitable opening, but suddenly Alyssia had went on to the offensive for the first time. After practicing her defense and her danger sense, she was able to carefully get used to using it more so. She had put herself into a more offensive and dangerous position. The punches came one after another as the first was narrowly dodged and caused a big explosive force which followed by the other one being punched out. The danger sense had activated the moment she had dodged, as she could sense the incoming punch to the direction that she had escaped the first punch. She narrowly dodged it with a slight movement of her body as she approached closer to Idio. Idio was experienced and knew what she had in mind, so he intended to gain more distance. As a long-arm tribe, his reach was greater than others, and when his arms were released as he punched, he naturally had the advantage over Alyssia in a long-range fight, as his style had helped to make up for the close combat too. He could alternatively switch up between attacking from a larger range and close range, but the closer that he was, the better the power of his punches would be, as he would be punching through his opponent's body and push them back or knock them flying through the air. They had quickly both repositioned to a more advantageous position as he was out of her reach, but he could still hit her. So many punches followed with great power as he rained destruction cannons upon her. Alyssia clicked her tongue. I could have easily broke through and found a safe route forward so that I can attack him, but that would be no fun. Let's try this. There were many indicators or ways that she could move towards where she sensed the least danger, but she had ignored them because she wished to test Idio. Her body started to follow her commands as she dove right into the biggest area where there was danger and lifted her leg upwards. A foot crashed into a fist, but it had not been a straight attack as Idio had used. There was a slight deviation as the force of Idio's punch was hit a little away from the middle of his fist, and it caused his attack to be slightly disrupted as he could feel a strange force that was pushing against his explosion. The arm was pushed a little to the side, while the impact had helped to disperse the explosion effect of the punch, but Idio was quick to respond as another punch was thrown out. He kept adjusting his stance and footing so that he could control the fight, but Alyssia kept responding with similar methods as she was testing the effectiveness of each of her techniques against the destruction cannon. Impacts and shockwave attacks came one after another as they hit the destruction cannon each time. Sometimes fists were used, but most other times she used her tail and feet. The occasional use of her iron body and paper art had showed how well she had gained a mastery over them, and she was able to sync them up to her danger sense to allow her to know when to better make use of those techniques. When confronted with an attack that she could not avoid and there was no escape route, she had to make use of iron body and paper art to endure the hits to her body until an opportunity arises, but the same was true for the paper art that allowed her to expertly dodge attacks. Even if she was trapped in a tight trap, when the two skills were used together, she was able to survive until she could see a safe route, but she doubted that a time like that would ever arise considering her great speed that would allow her to escape many difficult situations that others could not. She was also able to get a more accurate read of her danger sense to see what level of danger sense was the limit to what her physical body could endure with or without using techniques or hockey, so that she could more accurately use it in battle. From the viewer's seats, Val sat while analyzing the fight and spoke quietly. It has been analyzed and Master has already missed more than 70 opportunities since the fight has begun. What is her purpose for doing do? Ivy looked over and understood that the robot lacked greater understanding of the nature of people. Predators play with their food, and hunters prefer to weaken their prey before they go for the kill. There are many types of predators, hunters, prey, fighters, warriors, and so on with different traits, so it is hard to determine everyone, but for your master it is quite simple. She is enjoying the battle and does not wish for it to end so quickly. Even if her abilities are far beyond normal people, she is always looking for a way to improve herself. When she feels she has had enough, she will end it, but for now it is partly for the audience's entertainment too. It was obvious that a short fight would not be something the audience wanted to pay for during the finals. Most matchups could be ignored, but the matches of the final days could not be. While Alyssia was testing some things out, she was also aware of the audience watching, so she had made sure that it was not boring for them as she created more excitement in the final round. Idio's fists were hurting as he felt like he was punching a hard metal each time, which even his special attack could not break through. He had several wounds on his body, and Alyssia had a couple of pieces of singed hair on her arm and leg where she had endured some attacks. Idio looked a little tired after fighting for a long time and using his special technique many times, but Alyssia remained calm and full of energy as she smiled. "Tama in this?" She kept moving forward and moved according to the positions that had the least or no danger, and kept changing her movements to match each punch, an adjustment that Idio had made as she moved between each attack like she was dancing. Before Idio could take back his arms to their original position, he could feel something push onto his stomach, and he was launched outside of the fighting platform. The ending was obvious and predictable as he was knocked outside the fighting platform, because Idio did not know how to use hockey, which meant that he could hardly be registered as a real threat by Alyssia even if he did have a powerful technique. Alyssia was already a master martial artist with many techniques of her own, and there was a big difference in terms of each other's physique, so Idio could hardly put up a decent resistance against her, but he had shown some improvement of his own as he tried hard to defeat her, so his loss was not a bad thing. Lucier stood up within the audience as he jumped from his seat. "It is about time. Good fight." He had developed an interest in the techniques of Idio and wished to fight him one day, but he knew that he had to conceal his strength according to Alyssia's orders, so he would have to wait until the time was right. However, he did not know that Alyssia had stolen the techniques and would make them her own, and Val had also been analyzing the battles, so they both were able to make their own versions of them, or at least gain some insights from them. The boss stepped onto the stage and handed over the champion's belt and applauded. "Congratulations. You both fought well, and this year we have our first female champion. Is there anything you would like to say as the winner of this competition?" Alyssia looked around towards the many people in the audience and spoke. "As an individual, I am grateful for this opportunity, and I thank everyone for the support given. My next personal goal would be to grow stronger and formally challenge stronger individuals that are strong or famous for their strength and abilities. Of course, those matches will be friendly exchanges that I hope will promote friendship rather than enmity, no matter who is the final victor." It was obvious that many within the world were difficult to challenge because of their status or their backing that did not allow them to accept her challenge so easily, and if they lost, there may be later problems for herself and her crew. For example, If she chose to fight people from the Four Emperors or other large organizations, then she would have to worry about the political side of it. If she had won, then it would be damaging to the image of such a large force. Those that had been damaged would seek to restore their lost power and influence quickly, even if they were previously not angry with her for her victory, which would then result in them challenging her again with a stronger challenger until both sides had become hostile. What she was seeking was a friendly battle among the strong that would help her grow much stronger without the other complications. Alyssia then continued, "As a member of the White Storm, I would like to announce that we have arrived in the New World and have moved over some of our groups in preparation for opening up some branches in some more places. I hope that we can cooperate with many local businesses and establish strong ties, while we also hope to support and recruit many strong fighters into our mercenary group." She took a breath and then added, "The White Storm in particular will need many brave and strong people to carry out missions that will have to do with many different things that have been requested by clients. They can range from bodyguard or security jobs, escort missions, and even exploration or gathering missions on dangerous islands. We do allow bounty hunting missions on highly dangerous criminals that have caused much harm to others, but we usually do not take on tasks related to killing an individual or group. I would also like to say that in the future, the White Storm wishes to support the New World Central Fighting Tournament and wants to make sure it remains for a very long time. With the combined efforts of the boss beside me and the many coordinators and planners within the White Storm, we will work hard to make this so much better. The White Storm welcomes all kinds of talents from different backgrounds, so once we have gotten settled, please come and contact us." The boss stepped forward and added as he pointed in a direction, "Spotlights, point to over there, please." Thank you, Alyssia, for your words, and this is very true. Although we have not yet discussed the finer details, we hope to be able to work together to provide more entertainment to you all. There are some members of the White Storm in the crowd with you, and you may recognize the large man sitting there. His name is Alyssia, and he has been seen often by inside. It is a shame that we did not get to see and hear today, but you can imagine the potential from us working together. Alyssia had awkwardly waved to those around himself, as the others had silently lowered their heads in embarrassment. Wow, this is big news. I do not know. I hope they do not change too much about the tournament. Do not worry too much. I hear that everything the White Storm touches turns to gold. Really? What? Don't believe me? I admit that they are famous within Paradise, but here in the New World, they have yet to establish themselves. Many within the audience had a very good point, but they had missed out on a vital piece of information and had not considered some other things, as Alyssia was already working on plans to cooperate with the boss of the tournament, and the White Storm had already taken one island under their wing, even if it was still being kept secret. There was also her information network within the underworld, which would help her to gain a better understanding of the New World. So although it was challenging to start up a new branch, it was not impossible. The competition had presented a potential chance to help the White Storm with its plans to move into the New World, and Alyssia would never let go of a given opportunity. Meanwhile, Alyssia had held up her new title in the air and had collected her prize, while Idio and the person in third place had collected theirs. Idio had looked towards Alyssia the whole time after he had recovered from his fall and had a serious look on his face, as he had the desire to grow much stronger than before. Back in the contestant room, he had faced her and asked, "How did you get this strong?" Alyssia stopped herself from mentioning the obvious methods of using her system and serums to bring out her true potential, so she ended up telling part of the truth. Challenging strong foes and fighting many life and death battles in many different environments. It helps to refine your techniques, but also test your will. You are definitely strong and skilled, but you still do not have what other masters possess, which could only add to your combat power. If you wish to use my mercenary group to find such challenges, then I will happily welcome you, so long as you do not think mercenary work is something a martial artist should not do. The meaning behind her words was many martial artists can often look down on assassins and mercenaries, so they deny their skill, but oftentimes, it is the ones they disdain that are the ones to make the most rapid progress after they had faced many challenges. She hoped that he would not have such a mentality and would use his skills and talents as he would improve himself too. During those trials, he may even awaken his true potential and be able to use hockey unlike the original, but it could also be misunderstood as her giving him tips on how to increase his power in the form of a devil fruit. One path could lead to his original destination later in Dressrosa, while the other would put his life in danger many times so that he could awaken his hidden potential. In the end, it depended on how he interpreted it and chose to act, so Alyssia left him in deep thought. She was then escorted by the boss's new assistant, and she sat down opposite him. "So, can you tell me more about yourself?" The boss answered seriously. "My name is Guy Hories. I have always loved martial artists and the strong since an early age, but sadly my desire was too much at the time, and I did not have the best teacher, so you can imagine the result. Since then I have devoted my interests towards building a place to showcase those strong individuals and publicly show them to the world. So far we have become very famous, but we still do not have a permanent locations. We often have to book a location and arrange everything ourselves, and if we made the slightest mistake, then it could ruin us overnight." Guy had suffered an injury at an early age from overworking his body and getting into an accident. During that time, he was too poor to seek a proper doctor, so he had to grow up with an injured knee which had prevented him from reaching his dream of becoming a martial artist. He slowly put his interest in martial arts toward another direction as he had found others with talents and had started using them for his own benefit as he hosted low-grade fighting tournaments or brawls. As he brought in more and more participants and viewers, he had made it a legitimate business, and it had eventually evolved into what it had become thanks to his love for martial arts, as he was essentially a martial arts nerd or collector. Alyssia appreciated his honesty as he continued to explain the finer details of his life and how the tournament had grown so much, so she said, "Guy, I hope that we can work together on many things in the future. I see potential in you, and I do not wish for this place to die out one day. I want to see it become a central position for the entire world to look towards. Many martial artists will wish they could participate in it, and many people will wish they could attend. I am also hoping to establish some more gyms in some places and discuss with you further about you gaining some equipment once you have gained a permanent place. However, we will leave that for later." Guy shook her hand and said, "I look forward to working with you. I hope we can accomplish what you have said." Alyssia had successfully gained a capable helper for the White Storm, and she had created a cooperative relationship with the biggest martial arts competition in the New World, so she had gained a valuable connection and source of information. Foxy had entered the New World a little earlier, and had moved around from island to island as he introduced his sports games while he had created a place for competition and entertainment before moving on to another place. So he was essentially on the path to creating a sports-based league that is formed from many islands or something that was like the Olympics. Guy and his competition would take a different path, as he would host a central world martial arts tournament which would draw in many strong and talented fighters from all parts of the world towards on place. Each had their own way of working and their own rules or system in place that worked for them, so they would develop very differently, so their growth was important to Alyssia. Not only did they promote more healthy lifestyles to the people of the world and encourage a healthier worldview towards sports and martial arts, but it also helped her establish herself in the new world with a better image. There was also the bonus that her mercenary group would benefit from such relationships and publicity from her win and the forming of the partnership with Guy. Guy was much older than her, so he had a lot of experience which made him a valuable asset, but she was a little saddened when she had heard his story. Too much time had passed to allow a successful procedure to heal his knee properly, and now that many surgeons had become more advanced, he was already later into his life to even consider it, because he did not have the potential of his youth to pursue martial arts even if he did heal fully. Although they had just finalized some plans, she hoped to put forward some plans to purchase a venue for the competitions and work with him to help plan and coordinate other events that it would also be used for. The martial arts competitions could only happen every 1 to 3 years every time, so the venue had to be used for other purposes too, so that it was not going wasted, so she hoped that he could help the entertainment group a little too. After she had finished signing some agreements and had fixed up the power measuring machine, she had left on her ship along with her crew and met up with Archie, who had remained on board. While everyone went back to their usual activities, Alyssia spent some time counting her monetary and business gains from her trip. When she had walked out into the sunlight, there was 2 championship belts hanging on her body which she had earned and had been carefully looked after since they were from her debuts into the world. Around the world, her declaration and showing in the new world had caused many to question her motives and wonder if she would later become a threat due to her ability to defeat Idio without the use of her electro, which was her biggest advantage. Part of Alyssia's plan had happened when she had arrived, and it had formed due to her whims at the time until they had evolved to become much greater. The main reason why she had participated was so that she could regain her daily influence points that she had lost over a long time, as many had forgotten about her, because she had rarely appeared in the world. She could gain extra points from her victories and use the tournament as a way to regain her daily fame points, but there was also another purpose. Once the White Storm had moved into the new world, even if it was in a more secretive way, other forces or those hidden within the White Storm that were in Paradise would be suspicious and start investigating the changes or start coming up with their own plans to benefit themselves. The reappearance of the White Storm at the tournament was a way to tell the world where they were and that they were all okay, but also to let others know about their intentions and their political or business reasons for their change in location. Those that had previously been drawing up their own plans or were searching around the world would have a great surprise thanks to her actions and declaration. Many would be thrown into confusion as they tried to figure out everything, and they had each come to their own conclusions. Within her speech, she had spoken of recruiting talents of all kinds, so it did not seem as if she was intending to amass a large power, since she was recruiting people from all walks of life with their own professional skills, so she could not seen as someone wishing to build power for anything else other than increasing the White Storm's businesses. She had spoken of friendly relations and cooperation with others, so she had stated that she did not wish to have conflicts with the locals, which had helped to slightly lessen the resistance to them moving into the new world. The mercenary group would take on missions received, but there was also a limit to what they would accept so that they could stay out of the world's larger political struggles, so others could not complain about them using their power in the wrong way. Finally, her talks about her individual goals had stated that her pursuits were purely to grow stronger and gain more experience, but she did not wish to gain enmity from others just because of results of a single fight or sparring match. Although she was a skilled fighter, many had yet to see her full potential, so any that challenged her would first start off within a certain limitation before it evolved to stronger opponents. Rather than traveling to random places and sticking down a sign to attract people to challenge her, she had made the best use of her given opportunity to gain more wealth and points through duels. Each of her words and deeds had created great changes and opportunities for herself and many others. Her mercenary group was slowly transforming to take the form of something similar to an adventurer's guild, and she was able to gain a means to continue her communication with Guy to help move the other plans forward more quickly. Alyssia's new photo had been published in the latest newspaper article, which had detailed information about her speech and about the intentions for the White Storm to create a new branch within the new world. Shock! A new champion is born. The White Storm emerges in the new world with a declaration. The article had been spread around the world very quickly, and it had just arrived in the hands of many who had only just received reports from their information or spy groups. On the island where Zoro, Mihawk, and Perona were staying at, Perona had just finished helping Zoro tidy up the fallen and broken debris which had been created by Alyssia and Mihawk's battle, and she had returned to the main room. Mihawk silently threw the newspaper onto the table, as if hinting her to take a look. Perona looked at it and was shocked. What? What does this mean? Mihawk looked towards the distance, as if peering at something very far away, or searching for something. What change will she bring to the world? Calamity? Salvation? Or will she just disappear once again after she gets what she wants? Only time will tell. This new era is very dangerous, so we all need to be ready for it. If she can achieve this in her young age already, then you should not be so lazy. You should train yourself further, so you do not die once you no longer have me by your side. Perona puffed out her cheeks. Humph. I am lazy. I am the one who is taking care of you all of the time. Mihawk rolled his eyes and turned his head away from her once again, which had meant that he no longer intended to speak to her. Perona stomped out of the room in anger, but she did not forget to go cook and prepare a drink for Mihawk, as she had become used to her daily life. Within the location were the 5 Elder Stars. Akainu stomped in and threw the newspaper onto the floor in front of them. You and the Marines have the biggest information network all around the world, but how could we both only just find out the location of the missing White Storm members a little before the news was released? This has completely caught us off guard with no means to control the situation. He was right in his words, as they did not have time to manipulate everything to their advantage due to being caught completely off guard, but there was nothing much he could do about the present situation besides venting his anger. The long-bearded elder frowned. Be quiet. This may have caught us off guard, but it is a beneficial situation for us to be in at present. We can use their split to weaken their power and influence over time. The New World is a dangerous place, and they will have a difficult time surviving. Although she is a mink, she should not have made contact with her home in a long time, which means that her influence must be low within her tribe considering how many of her tribe she had brought with her. Even if she does ask for aid, they have been secluded for too long, so they cannot possibly help much with helping her integrate into the New World. The big mustache elder nodded. If we can carefully make a suitable plan, then we can easily cause a split within their organizations and possibly remove the threats within before they have a chance to grow, but we need to be secretive about this, and none of it can be exposed to the world. Agreed. Akainu grit his teeth as he tried to contain his anger. I said before that they would grow much bigger and become a hindrance to us, but you did not listen. They are attracting far too many talents from many different areas, and that is harming the growth of our organizations already. This cannot go on. It cannot be allowed to happen there too. The long-bearded elder frowned and shouted in a scolding and sarcastic tone. Red Dog, you should be aware of why we have not acted against them already and have only put spies within. It is because we cannot touch them due to their good image. If the world government or the Marines choose to act against them out in the open right now, then there is a big risk of us being named as the bad guys, and that will result in a big amount of damage to our reputation and overall image. You are just a Marine. How could you possibly understand the finer details? Akainu lowered his head and contained his rising shame and anger, which made him want to argue back. In the end, they had continued their discussion until they had finally dismissed Akainu, which resulted in him going to complain to Sengoku. Within the Germa Kingdom, Reiju had read the newspaper and revealed a small smile as she read the article. It seems that she had appeared again after so long. Judge looked over and asked, "Is there anything to report?" Reiju had replied, "The White Storm has made its move to expand into the New World." Judge sat still and contemplated before he spoke. It is still far too early for them to think about getting involved with the conflicts within that place. They are risking too much by moving there now. Reiju nodded in agreement, but she then added, "We shall see how it goes. To be honest, I have some high expectations for her. I do not know what she has been doing since she last appeared, but she must have spent a long time preparing for this, so it cannot be something that she has not thought about carefully." Judge nodded. You are correct. Wait, let me see the picture." He examined her appearance for a while and then frowned. Something has changed about her. Is it a change brought on by her race, or is it the result of science evolution? Mutation? Has she advanced this much already? He then turned to the image of the two children being held within the audience, which were also photographed with the members of the White Storm. Something is different about those children, as if I cannot pinpoint the exact race or tribe origin. Is it a new race altogether? But how is this possible? They could not have possibly stolen anything from us, so it must be that she has figured all this out on her own. If that is the case, then she is a frightening genius. He truly felt fearful that she was capable of such feats, and was a little envious too about the fact that she had come so far in such a short time. When he thought of the unlimited possibilities surrounding the lineage factor research, he had changed his thought process. Maybe she will be able to handle everything smoothly after all, but this also means that my research has not yet ended. I can still search for new, undiscovered research directions to help the Germa grow stronger. Judge had his curiosity towards science reinvigorated once more as he had dived back into his research along with his scientific team, but he had made sure to keep an eye out for high-paying tasks and sent out his children to earn more research funds. Although Judge had guessed some possibilities about Alyssia's research and the results it had, he could not possibly imagine everything that she had created, which was world-changing technology and biological life forms that once used, they could affect the course of a major war. Boa Hancock looked at the newspaper and revealed a look of envy. She looked so free and without a care in the world. Meanwhile, I am sitting here with this old nagging, who keeps annoying me. Tisk. Chinjo looked at the newspaper and looked a little proud. She sure has grown since back then. I wonder when she will carry out what she will promise. Big Mom looked at the newspaper and showed a look of curiosity. So, she came to the New World? The child sure has grown up, but she is still much too inexperienced and young. There is no way she will survive in this place if she is overly ambitious. Mama. Big Mom placed great importance over her territory and her interests, so if Alyssia interfered at all, then she would be quick to seek revenge and put her in her place. Blackbeard looked at the newspaper with a look of concern. Another rising person or group has appeared in the New World. I hope that this does not ruin my plans. Ziaha. Blackbeard had struggled to keep his crew together after the Paramount War, but his knowledge of devil fruit stealing had allowed his crew to remain with him while they found ways to grow stronger together. They had been able to combine their forces and gain new allies as they had started to push Marco and others from their territory, but Blackbeard had still not yet been able to gain a devil fruit that was compatible with his darkness abilities. He had been laying a much bigger plot to help himself get what he desired, but it would take a lot of planning, preparation, and an element of luck. Kaido read the newspaper and then tossed back a large amount of alcohol down his throat. Woruro. The warlords, the four emperors, the admirals, the worst generation, the revolutionary army, and now the White Storm has stepped in between so many powerhouses. Will they be swallowed up, crushed, or will they emerge as the victor? This is getting me excited. If this continues, then the next war will be even bigger and more exciting. Woruro. Kaido loved warfare and had his own views on the world and strength as a whole. Although Alyssia was a part of the Mink tribe that was related to Cat Viper and Duke Dogstorm, what had interested Kaido the most was the fast growth of the White Storm and their current trials that they would face. If they were not cautious, then they could potentially be destroyed or absorbed by one of the surrounding powers within the next year or so, which made Kaido anticipate who would be first to become a rival or enemy of the White Storm as they try to build their own place in the New World. The more chaos it created, the better it was for Kaido to make his move and take advantage of it. Shanks sat drinking with his crew and had a newspaper by his side as he gazed up into the sky. The new era is bringing many unpredictable changes. Luffy, rise up and survive within this dangerous era. Then come and meet me as you have promised. Dragon stood gazing at the distant sea in his lookout tower, and there was a newspaper in his hands, but his gaze was very serious. Change is coming, and we all need to be prepared if we wish to survive the incoming conflicts. Marco revealed a look of surprise as he gazed at the newspaper. It is the one that Pop said he would like to take in as his child back when he was still living. Perhaps it is fate that she has entered the New World, and perhaps we will have the chance to meet. However, now is not a good time. After suffering many defeats and losing lots of territory, he had been trying to recuperate and rebuild the power that had been falling apart without Whitebeard there to control it. He anticipated another attack from the forces gathered by Whitebeard, but he could not possibly fathom the true goals behind the relentless attacks. Garp read the newspaper and let out a laugh. She is so publicly sending out a challenge to the strong? She must really have no fear. Doing this will only put a target on your back and get you hurt unless you have the strength to back up your words. Garp knew of the effects of such bold claims, as it had happened many times in the past. He had defeated many who had claimed to be very strong in the past, and he had witnessed many times when those of the newer generation had appeared and made a name for themselves by challenging the strong. Mihawk was one of those people who had made a big name for himself, but he had gained a target on his back from those who wished to claim his title as the best swordsman in the world. Other young and arrogant fighters had made similar claims, but had either offended someone or died in the middle of the battle they were having, so Garp could see that Alyssia had put herself in needless danger. Garp turned to Kobe and yelled, "Increase your training. If you want to survive, then you need to gain a better mastery over your haki and improve upon your current self." Kobe and Helmeppo had already been laying down exhausted, but upon hearing Garp's words, they revealed a look of despair. All around the world, many who knew Alyssia and the White Storm had begun to have their own thoughts about her words and actions during the tournament. Some were anticipating the changes she may bring, while others were waiting for her to make a mistake and be destroyed, while a select few were worried about her decision to enter the New World. Meanwhile, Alyssia and her crew had been sailing the dangerous seas as her ship had made its way towards yet another destination. Alyssia stood at the front of the ship as she was stood on the very edge where there was the skull of the first Sea King that she had killed. It has not been that long since then, but I cannot help but feel it has been much longer. She had left the New World to enter paradise at the age of 16, but as her 18th birthday was approaching, she was back in the New World once more, and her new adventure had already started. A ship was sailing the seas of the New World, and one danger came one after another, but the ship continued to avoid any strange and dangerous occurrence. It was as if everything had been predicted, and the ship was able to narrowly avoid the dangers. A voice was heard on the ship as it continued to ring out along with the sounds coming from the waves and the surrounding environment. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks Brew. See wind blows. To where? Who knows? The waves will be our guide. Or across the ocean's tide. Rays of sunshine far and wide. Birds they sing of cheerful things in circles passing by. Bid farewell to Weaver's Town. Say so long to Port Renown. Sing a song, it won't be long before we're casting off. Cross the gold and silver seas. A salty spray puts us at ease day and night. To our delight, the voyage never ends. Interlude. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks Brew. Pirates, we eternally are challenging the sea. With the waves to rest our heads, ship beneath us as our beds, hoisted high upon the mast, our Jolly Roger flies. Somewhere in the endless sky, stormy winds are blowing by, waves are dancing. Evening comes, it's time to sound the drums. But steady men, and never fear, tomorrow's skies are always clear. So pound your feet and clap your hands till sunny days return. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks Brew. Wave goodbye, but don't you cry, our memories remain. Our days are but a passing dream, everlasting though they seem. Beneath the moon we'll meet again, the wind's our lullaby. Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship out Binks Brew. Sing a song, and play along for all the oceans wide. After all is said and done, you'll end up a skeleton, so spread your tail from dawn till dusk upon these foamy seas. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho. 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 We will meet again. The waves will be our guide. Beneath the moon we'll meet again. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho. The brew is not my personal favorite, but the moon is out so bright. That is time we shall reunite. Burp. Hick. But I still brought lots of it. A certain drunken mink was sailing the seas, partly drunk and merrily, as she looked forward to the time that she would be reunited with old faces. Fire. A large chain fired and wrapped around a large thing that was hanging down from the sky, and a large shadowy figure was connected to it. Alyssia secured the ship in place as it was connected to the tail of the large creature that was walking through the New World. I am home. It is just on time. She saw that the skies had become dark and the moon was shining brightly above her, so she showed a smirk on her face after she finished securing the MMA and made sure that her children were safe. Sleep, little minks. Do not even blink, for you shall miss what will bring you to the brink. She took one more sip of the Binks Brew and then disappeared from the deck of the ship so fast that normal eyes could not catch it. It became a long night full of terror for the mink tribe, but also a night of a reunion under the moon. An old game would be played with Alyssia as the main player, and the rest as the unknowing participants. As soon as she landed on Zanesh's back, she cracked her knuckles and stretched her body before she disappeared from the spot. First targets? She headed straight for the whale forest under the cover of the night. Nobody within Zoe could have ever imagined such an unexpected event, even if they considered many possible bad outcomes for Zoe, but an individual of their own tribe had been out in the world and grew far beyond their understanding. They could never have guessed that the first thing she would do upon returning was to cause such a big disturbance and give them a great shock. Zoe, which had rarely experienced any new battles over the past couple of months and had not had any serious battles, had still kept up its defenses as the night guards and the musketeers took care of their duties regularly. Many were on patrol on their night patrol duty, while some were hidden in key points so that they could catch anyone that had intruded into the forest area and other parts of Zoe, but they were not prepared for what was coming for them. The night guards were on duty like any other night, but they were not aware of what fate awaited them. A single mink was sitting up in a tree overlooking the area, but suddenly a figure silently appeared behind them without their notice and chopped the back of their neck. That is one. The mink fell unconscious right away due to the place that was hit and the amount of power used, but were caught by the figure before they were carefully carried and lowered to the ground. The figure disappeared again and then continued stalking her next prey. This is a good game of hide and seek. She appeared silently behind two other minks and jumped up into the air to deliver a scissor kick which knocked them both to the ground far away. She checked their state and confirmed if they were all right before she made her way to the next location. She kept appearing in the blind spots of key places where the patrols were and took out a single mink or many at a time before they could yell for help. A group of 4 minks were patrolling while one was nearby and on lookout while hidden within the trees, but she showed no hesitation as she targeted the mink on their own before hiding them near the tree. She then moved quickly and quietly as she passed one of them and hit the back of their neck. She bypassed that falling mink and landed into a handstand. Her legs went upward and then spun on the spot right in the middle of the group. Many fast kicks followed one after another until she was back on her feet again, while everyone else had been taken down. In another place, there was a much larger patrol, but she ran right into the middle of the group as she stepped onto the shoulder of her fist opponent, and then kicked them in the head as she jumped to the next one. After she jumped from person to person, she had performed many kicks which were perfectly aimed to knock them out. I am losing count. How many was it again? She disappeared again and continued her rampage throughout Zoe as the whale forest area was being turned upside down. By the time she had taken out many of the night guard trainees, regulars, and elites there, the minks that had been knocked out earlier had started to regain their consciousness. What was that? I feel like I got hit. Wait! An attack! They let out a loud scream as they tried to alert those around them, but a strange thing happened afterward. A voice appeared behind, and a chop landed on their back. Shoo, go back to sleep. Do not interfere with my game. Hick! Just as others were about to do similar actions, they barely got the chance to do so before they were put down again. The area was perfectly controlled, and Alyssia continued to deal with anyone that came within her range of detection. She had played the same detection and tracking combat game from a young child within the forest, but she had come back and showed off her growth. Those that she could not defeat before were no trouble for her to find and take down. With the advancements over her mastery over observation hockey, she continued to make more progress, and the game only tested and helped refine that technique. She knew the layout of Zoe by heart, and she easily was able to use her gains from the time she had left to gain the overall advantage. Soon the Night Guard elites, or the elites, had noticed the strangeness of the patrolling teams not returning, so they started to organize themselves, but that was what Alyssia had been looking forward to. Several groups entered deeper into the forest. Some were in smaller but balanced teams, while others were in a much larger group, but Alyssia looked down from a large tree with a look of delight in her eyes. The bull is here. So is the big gorilla. This should be fun. I wonder where that big cat is. There is no way he is not here hiding somewhere. She was aware of how sneaky Cat Viper could be, so she would not underestimate him. The teams that had been sent out could only be a tactic set by him so that he could draw her out and set a trap, but she did not look too worried. Shall I jump into it? She weighed her options and then revealed a mischievous grin. She then disappeared from where she was and appeared above many of the minks. Among them was Blackback, who was the gorilla mink. Sleep. Suddenly a fight broke out in the middle of the larger group, and like a ghost, she kept moving among the group without being hindered, which made her more difficult to get a hold of and properly be detected. Many punches, kicks, elbows, knees, hip and shoulder strikes continued as she moved at a close range to each of them. She made full use of her attainments in the Chinjo family martial arts, as she was able to use all kinds of body parts to efficiently deal a quick and deadly attack in a tight space. As she was about to leave the encirclement, Blackback tried to grab onto her with his strong grip, which was accompanied by his large strength that would allow him to lift even a large and heavy man with a single arm. Alyssia thrust her hand forward and grabbed his hand tightly, and then moved closer. No way! She positioned herself to allow her to shoulder throw the large gorilla mink towards the tree, and then charged to him and delivered a kick which knocked him out before disappearing before the reinforcements could arrive. The other group had arrived just in time to see her disappearance, so they were even more on alert than they had been previously. The group was much larger and had a bull mink named Roddy leading them, as they seriously kept a close watch on the surrounding area. A shadow occasionally was left behind as the moonlight was blocked by Alyssia's figure, before she quickly disappeared and moved around from tree to tree like an experienced hunter stalking her prey. Roddy grit his teeth and shouted, "Be on guard! Do not show any weakness. If Blackback can be taken down so soon, then we cannot underestimate the intruder." One after another, the shadows left by her kept changing place and positioning as Alyssia moved quickly enough to leave behind afterimages all around the forest area. It was like she was moving in a way that would circle around and trap them within that location without a way to retreat as she waited for an opening to be revealed. "It is here." The next moment, she had disappeared and then reappeared near one of the less experienced minks within the formation, which was the weak link in the overall battle formation, and granted her a way to break into it. She quickly hit the mink to knock them out quickly and entered into the middle of the formation as she danced elegantly among the crowd of minks as she moved well enough to catch many off guard before they were put to sleep. Roddy started to panic just as he noticed the problem, and then he had a conflicted look on his face. Should I do something to catch them off guard? Can I really do it when there are so many on my own side that will be hurt from such a tactic? I should wait for my chance. They cannot possibly continue to fight like this forever. They could still not completely identify the intruder's identity, yet since Alyssia was well covered up, and she was moving too quickly while she did her best to avoid most of their line of sight. One after another, the minks were hit and fell down without little resistance. Then a change took place as Roddy looked up towards the sky. His overall temperament changed as his heartbeat increased, and he underwent a change as he gazed up at the full moon. I hope this is enough. His hair grew longer as he grew out a long beard, and his hair grew longer while his whole body turned white. Even his horns looked even more frightening and dangerous after he had undergone his Sulong transformation. Just as he had started to transform, Alyssia saw what he planned to do and then let out a sigh. Good idea, but that would only work on someone else. The only reason why you will have time to transform is because I am allowing it. It is okay to let him sweat a little bit. A playful smile appeared on her face as she then started to take out those that had stood near Roddy. Those near Roddy had tried to form a protective wall around him to give him the time to transform and then deal with Alyssia. Just as the transformation process had ended, the wall had just begun to crumble after Alyssia's kicks had knocked many flying away. The rest tried to put up a fierce resistance to buy time, but they were all kicked flying like their comrades until one remained. The large white bull with red eyes had looked towards her and then charged straight ahead as his head and horns were about to crash into her body at a very fast speed. The killing potential behind it would kill many powerful people, but Alyssia did not show any fear as she stood in place and then leaned back a little. She held her ground as his feet were firmly positioned on the ground, and then she leaned forward with a thick layer of armament haki on her forehead as it slammed into the bull's head, which caused his charge to stop. The black coating of haki on her head disappeared as she leaned back and straightened herself out while the bull had stood still for a while before he fell back. His eyes had turned blank as he lay on the ground without showing any signs of movement. Alyssia looked down and sighed. Good attack and a decent strategy to use the best timing for an attack. After I had cleared away your allies, then you made use of your Sulong form and your best technique. If it had been anyone else, then it may have worked, but I know you too well. I knew you would not wish to harm your allies with one of your charges, so you could not attack me when I am fighting inside the battle formation. You could only wait for your chance, and you took it without hesitation, so well done. She placed her hand on her chin and then revealed a wide grin. They must still be watching to see what I will do next. Fine then. If you refuse to come out, I must cause a little more trouble. Alyssia stood on the spot with her eyes closed, and then they suddenly shot open and a strong and frightening aura burst out. I don't want to see what my limits for this was. If Shanks is so fearful for his strong haki that can cause even vice admirals problems and even make admirals hesitate to go against him, if his own conqueror's haki is like that, then mine should be even more powerful when my bonus spirit stats are to be considered. A huge wave of conqueror's haki spread out from her body and crashed down upon anyone nearby until it spread out further and further until it had almost covered the whole island. Those that were still awake within Zoe had suddenly passed out where they were when the conqueror's haki spread out towards them. Even the strongest of the minks that were still awake or were able to faintly sense the ongoing pressure upon themselves had experienced the same, while a very small amount had remained awake barely. Among them were Duke Dogstorm of the Musketeers, and those who had a will that was strong enough to resist and keep themselves awake. Since it was night time, Alyssia used her senses to direct it towards the stronger minks on Zoe, so she could avoid harming the children, elderly, or the ordinary citizens of Zoe, so most of those that were capable enough to fight were affected. Suddenly, there was movement within the forest again, as a sudden ambush happened, and a sword was quickly swung towards her. A cloaked leopard mink wielded the sword that then came into contact with Alyssia's leg, which was coated with her haki. After that, there was another mink that appeared, which was a large cat who had waited for his chance to strike. He coated his claws with his haki and put all of his effort into clawing at her with what he had leaned from Odin's two-sword style. Slight fluctuations of Ryu were coming from his claws, and they would soon be released, but Alyssia did not show any signs of cowering. Instead, she smirked underneath her disguise, and then narrowly avoided it while partially absorbing the Ryu attack with her own haki against it, then pushed it aside. It took a lot of effort to bridge the gap in mastery of haki, but her other advantages allowed her to take the attack and experience it without feeling the full effects. One claw was avoided while the other was slightly redirected, but then another quick sword came towards her again. Beast sword! Cat Viper jumped back and then sighed. We can only try to outlast them or take the risk to transform. Pedro had clashed against Alyssia with his beast sword technique and then employed hit and run tactics to take her out, but Alyssia quickly noticed something strange. Alyssia then frowned. Masters, you really are not fun. Master Pedro, I know that you can use any means to achieve victory, but do not think to use such a method again. If you are in such a hurry to die, then you should really just let me do it. I will make it quick and painless. Pedro stood there stunned. You, it couldn't be. You have grown this much? Why have you attacked everyone? What is your motive? Cat Viper then grinned widely and then laughed. Dogstorm, I know that you are watching and waiting for your turn, but I doubt that is a good idea right now. We may need your help here this time. We can go into the details later, since she does not wish to stop fighting. He could faintly sense that Alyssia had not dropped her guard and was soon going to attack, so he couldn't help but be excited to see how far his student had come. Alyssia closed her eyes and went over the information gained from the Ryu techniques of Duke Dogstorm and Cat Viper, which were added to her armament haki knowledge. A brief moment that she did do that, she had faintly remembered the previous skills she had collected from other places like from the Paramount War, Rayleigh, and many others. The battles against Mihawk and Boa Hancock had helped her temper her haki and skills to help it reach a bottleneck, but she still needed to master the techniques. She was getting closer and closer to the feeling when she received the attack from Cat Viper, so she was not willing to stop the fight, even if Pedro was behaving in a suicidal manner. One of Pedro's go-to tactics was to use other tricks or powerful explosives to defeat his enemy. If it was truly desperate, then he may even try to take her down with him with the explosives on his body. She had noticed them during their fight, which had annoyed her, since she was not able to fight well when worrying if he would suddenly make such a stupid move. No using explosives and just continue to keep me company for the night. Let's see who can win this game. Duke Dogstorm entered the battle as they formed a triangle formation. They circled her and moved within that triangle formation that was around her, so when one had attacked, another would attack at an opening once she would block or counter, but then when dealing with the ambush, there would be another that would come from another blind spot. Meanwhile, those that had been blocked or countered would have had the time to back off and then exploit another opening. The rotation would continue until the formation was broken or the person at the middle of it would be worn down by the constant assaults. Alyssia calmed her breathing pattern and let her observation, haki, sweep the surroundings. This reminds me of the danger's triangle, but can it win against my observation? How far ahead can I possibly see with my danger sense, and how accurate will that be once used against more than one haki user? She was facing heavy pressure from all three of them, but her agile movements and body control allowed her to reduce the overall burden that she was under. Slowly, her movements were becoming more minute to not waste any energy, and even iron body and paper art were expertly being used along with life return so that she could perfectly avoid injury. The long hair and tail was being used since she no longer needed to hide her identity, so she was able to fight unrestrained. The night had passed, and the fighting had attracted many to watch from far away, because it was a battle that could split the land it happened on and cause a lot of death and destruction to the surroundings. The strong mink physique allowed them to continue fighting as they each made use of their strong physiques, electro techniques, haki, and then their sulong forms once at a time when they were able to gain the time to transform, or when Alyssia allowed it, so she could test her growth. After taking so many Ryu-style haki attacks from two of them along with the additional beast swordsmanship of Pedro, Alyssia had been able to refine her techniques and experience further while gaining a better understanding of the feeling of flowing armament haki. All that was required was to grasp that feeling a little more, so she continued the battle through the daytime until finally she was able to grasp it. The haki wrapped around her foot as it had suddenly been kicked out as the haki flowed naturally towards the point of contact which had knocked Cat Viper back. He then lay there and held his waist where he had been kicked. That really hurts. I even was able to guard against it in time, but it still got through. Kid, you have grown so much that it is scary. Alyssia shrugged. You ain't seen nothing yet. She stood in front of them and then revealed her appearance, which was closer to the half-mink and half-sulong stage, which would soon be approaching so long as she continued to train her bloodline limit. Her black eyes were getting slowly closer to being dyed half-red, while her hair was graying even more, and her fur was a much lighter gray and was gradually getting closer to a pure white. You would not believe what I have been up to. Many old faces were around her after she had taken a quick trip back to her ship to bring up Xena and Yao. These two are my children. This is Yao and Xena. Pedro looked at her for a moment and then said, You are so young, but you already have children? You have been busy outside, but what is with there and your strange appearances? Alyssia smiled. I have no idea if you guys will be accepting of this, but I have learned a lot outside which has helped me research the minx and sulong forms lineage factor. I have made many breakthroughs which has resulted in my current appearance while my children are the product of that research. Cat Viper asked cautiously. So, what is this research? Alyssia put down her two children to let them wander around as they curiously looked around at the many minks. I have been researching how to make the sulong form a permanent thing, to reduce the transformation's costs, but also how to allow a transformation when there is no full moon around. Duke Dogstorm went silent and then asked, You can really do that? It is possible? Alyssia nodded. Of course. Once it is fully understood, then there is always a solution if the right materials are available and all possible directions have been explored. I have serums to help reduce the effects of the transformation, serums to help unlock the sulong bloodline, and then a tool to create the right conditions to transform. Cat Viper asked, Are there any side effects? Alyssia nodded. There is a lot of energy provided by the serum, so although it negates the energy lost and the depleted life force, it must be taken before the transformation to have the best effects, and it cannot be taken at any other time, as it will be harmful to the body. The sulong serum is excellent for making the transformation become more accessible to you, and to transform your body slowly, but it will have its limits to what your body's stamina and endurance can take. It is harder to make, and the ingredients are rare, so it is better to use it on those with a much stronger body or those of more importance to you. Triggering the transformation can be done with what I have built, but if it is destroyed, then you will revert back to normal, so it is best to have someone guarding it. I am working on a more compact version, but it will take time to perfect. Pedro revealed a look of understanding. So these can be used tactically, but there may also be some drawbacks if used incorrectly, or if the enemy realizes the importance of the energy serum and the device that helps us transform, and decides to target them. Alyssia was fine with revealing the trump cards because they would become the mink's trump cards too, which she could use to make deals with them, or use to borrow their power, so it was all within her own best interest. While the energy serums could be made again, the Sulong serum was rarer, so it needed to be carefully distributed, so she already had some idea on who was worthy enough to have it injected into their body. Among those that were qualified, there was Cat Viper, Duke Dogstorm, Pedro. Then were those that were the stronger members of the Night Guards and the Musketeers, but she still wished to keep some aside for the future generations or her own family. Wanda stepped forward with the 2 children in her arms. They are both so cute, but they cannot be completely described as minks, right? Alyssia looked at them, both lovingly. Yes, they belong to their own sub-tribe of the minks. Xena is part of the Wer tribe or clan, while Yao is from the Sulong tribe or clan. Yao is pure Sulong, while Xena has more human characteristics, but can still transform on a full moon. Luckily, the full moon is gone, otherwise I may have had to subdue her. Val had been taking care of the children when Alyssia was away, and Ghost had also been left to watch over the ship with Val after Alyssia had taken her children up to Zoe. Wanda smiled and then asked, "How is Carrot? What about the others?" Alyssia replied, "Carrot is currently exploring space. Tristan is becoming a famous doctor. Nika is probably busy tinkering with something. Archie and Clifford are doing well too. Each of them have improved just as much as I have, but I guess that I am a little ahead. I have gained many allies, and there's also a big influence behind me too, so I will tell you all about it once I have more time." Cat Viper showed a look of understanding. "Of course, you would want to go and see your parents." Alyssia nodded as she turned and left while taking her 2 children along with her. They may be a little shocked when they see my changes. For now, I need the help of the 3 dukes so that we can discuss cooperation for the serums and other equipment." Pedro walked alongside her as he said, "I will escort you there. Your appearance may cause some minks to become slightly wary, as they may no longer be able to recognize you. Even I had a very difficult time believing that you are that small kid that used to train under me. Before I had left, you were so very small, but now you have grown very tall. What have you been doing to grow so much?" Alyssia shrugged. "Training, eating sea kings and other creatures, but also eating other rare things that can help improve my physique. To be honest, this may not even be my limit. I think that there is still room to grow. By the way, how is your health?" Pedro looked a little confused, but then remembered the advice he was given years ago. "I'm doing well. I returned without any major injuries, and my crew returned along with me. It is good that I never took such a big risk. Now I can be more certain about that now that I have got to witness your growth. Perhaps it may be possible to achieve what I desire if I have others reliable enough to help me." Alyssia shrugged. "It depends whether such a thing would be beneficial. If it would only bring trouble to me and my companions, then you can forget it. I'm not willing to risk everything just for a piece of paper with some poneglyph prints on it." Pedro grit his teeth and answered, "But we already have one. The others should be easy to find too, since I already know where 2 of them are located. All that is needed will be the final road poneglyph." Alyssia shook her head and replied coldly, "Your problem is that you are in a hurry to leap towards your own death to achieve your dream or ideals, but think about this for a second. What about those left behind once you are gone? They will be left to mourn you and pick up the pieces. Even if you can get a copy of the other 2, you would have to risk offending Big Mom and Kaido, which would put a target on Zoe and many of my companions connected to me. That kind of power is something that my companions are not yet ready for, and I do not wish to provoke those 2, just so we can gain an incomplete part of the puzzle." She then continued, "Unless we are guaranteed to get the whole thing, then the poneglyphs are not worth the risks that come with it, because there are no benefits from having an incomplete set. It will only put more of a target on our backs from all sides. The world has been progressing. Whitebeard has fallen. Blackbeard and Marco are fighting over the leftover territories. The tools and weapons are advancing more and more as time passes, and this is not a good thing for the minks who are left behind." Pedro stood still and then spoke. "Is this why you have returned? Do you fear what is to come? Have the humans truly advanced that much that they may no longer fear us?" Alyssia answered in a grim tone, "I do not fear what they have created or what disasters they can release on the world, but never underestimate our enemies. There are always ways to defend and counter against our electro and other natural advantages. I have been developing many things of my own to counter them, but Zoe as a whole is very far behind, which is very dangerous. While Zoe did have some advancements in some areas, It was not to the level that could help weaponize what they had or use it to protect themselves. Too many minks rely too much on their natural abilities, so they forget to train their bodies and their combat or defensive techniques, so the addition of technology that could be used to suppress them was not a good sign for their future survival. The world government and other groups did not have access to Zoe, so they could not attack the minks as they pleased, but there were always methods to launch an attack once they were able to find their way there, just as they had formed ways to enter the comm belt. If the minks were recognized as a threat, then Vegapunk's research direction would be turned from his pacifista project and would then be turned to create all kinds of things that could be used to counter the minks, and one of them could be a mink-proof pacifista. All it took was for one mink to be captured along with the Vivre card in their possession, then an army could be assembled and sent to Zoe, so the threat was not just a slight possibility. Hearing the frightful information from Alyssia, Pedro then spoke with a voice full of worry. Is this why you have come back with what you have created and wanted the three dukes to cooperate with you? Alyssia nodded. Zoe is our home, but the future is uncertain. We could remain here forever, but there is also the chance that we may have to find a new home somewhere in the world. Wherever that may be, we may be vulnerable to attack still, just like how we could on Zoe. I have been preparing many things in case of emergencies, and it has cost me a lot to do so, but you will see for yourself later. Pedro knocked on the door, and two minks appeared at the door. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Lucine. Standing at the door was a male and female, but the female had a bump, so Alyssia noticed it right away. Mom, you are pregnant? The female mink revealed a look of confusion and asked, Pedro, who is this? Wait, did you just say Mom? You are Alyssia? My Alyssia. What happened to you? Alyssia rolled her eyes and said, Calm down first. We can talk inside, but we will have to talk over everything slowly so you do not affect the baby. Her father understood and helped his wife inside while signaling for the others to enter their home. Kid, you had better have a good explanation for this. As they got reacquainted with each other, many things were discussed, and Alyssia was able to understand many things that had happened after the return of Pedro and when she had left. It had turned out that her mother and father had more free time to themselves, and their home was a lot quieter after Alyssia left so they had started trying for another child and were successful. It was estimated that the baby was around 4 to 5 months into the pregnancy, and they were all very joyful about the new addition to their family that was on its way. Meanwhile, her mother and father looked at the two children that were playing inside the room. Her mother asked, Who are these children? They look very different to our mink tribe. Did you adopt them? Alyssia rolled her eyes and explained. They are mine, but I did not birth them. I used a method that allows another woman to give birth to my offspring, but my children are more like variants of the mink tribe, as they carry similarities, but are also quite different. It is not that I did not think about birthing them myself, and naturally, but it is far too dangerous to give birth in the outside world. This is Yao and Xena. They're your grandchildren. Her mother frowned and then shrugged. I will pretend that I understand most of what you have explained, but what made you want to have a kid so early in your life? You are still young and do not yet have a partner. What about Pedro? He is still single, although he is older. He is quite the gentleman. If not him, then what about one of the boys that you left with? Pedro sat there in silence, but he had a layer of sweat that formed on his back as he listened to those words. What have I got myself into? Alyssia sighed. I do not really have an interest in having a relationship right now, but to answer you about the children. Part of the reasons are that I needed them for my own selfish reasons, but there was also that the world is becoming even more chaotic and would be thrown into war more often. I would at least want my children to experience a time of peace during their earlier years so they can adjust to what is going on around them. Unlike the Big Mom Pirate children, she did not wish for her children to be under constant threats and alienation during their earlier years, which would later develop into deep traumas, but there was also the future wars and everything else that would get in the way. Alyssia could either choose to have them born when she did, or she would have to delay until the right time did come, but she was uncertain when that would be. Rather than wait and delay getting clearer results for her own research, she pushed it forward, and it helped her gain many much-heeded insights that had allowed her current progress, so she did not feel any regret towards her actions, and she loved her two children very much. She then went on to explain, Archie and Clifford are just friends. Her mother did not give up and asked, Then what about Carrot, Tristan, Nika? Or what about those you have met outside? Is there anyone that you like? Alyssia let out a long sigh. If I had to decide my own preference, then I like men. So Carrot, Tristan, and Nika are considered my best friends. As for the others that I have met outside, there has been little room for considering those things with everything that has been going on. The images of her crew members passed through her head slowly, ranging from the cute-looking but handsome face of Jester, the simple and ordinary-looking face of Lucier, the young and expressionless face of Ushvin, and then the serious and slightly tanned face of Zahajan. Nope. No attraction. I think? Nah. Definitely not. She then added, I see them all as friends or subordinates. Her mother then rolled her eyes and winked as she asked, Then how about a partner for fun? You do not need to have a serious relationship, right? Alyssia's father suddenly spat out his drink while the room became silent. Suddenly, Alyssia's stress levels shot up, and she became very embarrassed. Let's stop talking about this, okay? Alyssia and Pedro both became even more uncomfortable under her mother's verbal assault while the three dukes came together to discuss what Alyssia had proposed. Bon, Cat Viper, and Dogstorm, who were the three dukes of Zoe, had come together, and it was a very rare occurrence since the return of Cat Viper and Dogstorm. As they were discussing what had happened as Alyssia invaded Zoe, and also what she had proposed, Bon then went deep into thought. She is right that we cannot be left behind in terms of power, but not everyone will be so accepting of everything she has proposed. While some can be accepted to help increase our power, there is a problem with how unnatural those serums are. Even if we are able to improve our strength and tap into our Sulong bloodline, there are not many that would accept undergoing such a change by using something like that. There would be those that would be more accepting of the serum, but the vast majority would believe that it was wrong to mess with their bodies in such a way that it was considered unnatural. If it was considered as more of an evolutionary serum for the minks that would be rejected, then the SIQ serum may receive even less support within Zoe, so Alyssia had not brought it out. She hoped that there would be some interested in the Sulong serum, but her main goal was to promote the energy serum for the Sulong transformation and the inventions to influence the transformation. Cat Viper nodded. I agree with you, but it would be wise to keep a couple of those for times when we feel that our lands are in danger. From what I understand, the serum needs the user to have a body with high stamina and endurance to make the best use of it and to access deeper into the Sulong form. Dogstorm then continued. The serum just unlocks that potential and allows us to tap into it up to our body's limitations, so if we choose to raise a hero of Zoe, they must have the best physique possible. There are a couple that qualify for that. There is me, Cat Viper, Pedro, and some of our higher-ranking subordinates, but those more accepting to the serum effects without training would be the types that are tougher and have more stamina than the others like Blackback and Roddy. Bon agreed. It is definitely something that favors those born with a strong physique or those that have trained their bodies diligently. I will carefully consider it, since you have brought back much disturbing news, but not everyone will support this. It does not hurt to have a last resort if we come under attack or are on the losing side of a war in the future. Cat Viper smiled. You will not regret this. You should have seen how much Alyssia has improved since she left. She has been very busy outside of Zoe. Bon went silent for a while, then spoke. What I am most interested in is not her improvements and her strength, but what her intentions are. I do trust my fellow minks, but it is only right to remain cautious. Cat Viper laughed. No need to be so stiff. That kid has always been about improving her own and her friend's strength. Now that she has experienced the world outside, she has witnessed and experienced things that we have missed, so if she says there is a need for us to grow stronger, then there is a need for it. Dogstorm nodded. We cannot know how far those outside of Zoe have progressed and how strong they have become. The beast pirates under Kaido are already a big enough threat. Then there are the other emperors, the warlords, the marines, the world government, and many others hidden, so we cannot be weak. Bon agreed. You are right. Maybe that time is soon to come, and we need to be prepared to welcome the return of the sun god. If we are careless, then we may sacrifice many at that time. For now, we should focus on getting her cooperation and work out a deal for the energy serum and the transformation tool. Then we can consider the Sulong serum at a later date. Cat Viper then added. Not everyone would support it, but that does not mean that it cannot be used. We could use it in secret, or we could only use it on selected individuals within the Night Guards or the Musketeers. Dogstorm shook his head. The first option would mean deceiving everyone and forcing someone to live in hiding and then sacrifice themselves for their homeland. The second option is a good way to introduce it, but if anything goes wrong, the public fallout will be on us for allowing such a thing. How about creating a warrior or a hero for Zoe? They can live in the open, and they can become the publicly known person who was first to test the serum within Zoe and sacrifice themselves for the future of Zoe. Cat Viper nodded. A hero sounds good, but they must be someone loyal to Zoe, and they need to already have a good reputation, so we can better handle the promotion of the serum and how it will be used or distributed in the future. Dogstorm agreed. Yes. This is not something that can be handed out carelessly, since the cost must be very high and the materials are rare. It will only be limited to a certain ranking within the Night Guards and the Musketeers along with that chosen hero. Bond then stood up. So it is decided. We will end the meeting here and discuss the rest later. Whatever she needs in exchange for them, arrange it. Cat Viper and Dogstorm then left to find Alyssia and Pedro, but by the time they had found them, Alyssia had already passed out after being physically and mentally drained, so she slept within her parents' house while they took care of her two children. Pedro was sitting outside of the house with a tired look on his face until he climbed up a tree and fell asleep. The next day came quickly, and the surprises did not stop as Alyssia brought many books, scrolls, and all types of things back to Zoe. Here are books on martial arts, advanced martial arts, medicine, cooking, science, electro-theory. The list goes on, as you can imagine. Pedro looked over them as he rubbed his tired eyes. What is all this for? Alyssia shrugged lazily and said, The things that I brought with me to trade were always ways to help increase the power of the minx, but there are always other ways which can be used to make Zoe better and stronger than before. There is so much knowledge and techniques outside Zoe that we are lacking in. That is why we are always so far behind, so I try to bring back as much of it as possible. Pedro yawned and said seriously, I know this since I left Zoe too, but have they really progressed that much to be a danger to Zoe? Alyssia nodded. Yes, they now have human-shaped mechanical soldiers called pacifistas, so they no longer need to send their men to the front lines. That leaves open tactics that could be harmful to humans, but not the pacifistas. For example, chemical weapons or poison. There is also their devastating laser technology, which can be used from far away and can cause a lot of destruction. If they can learn to replicate human techniques, then they will be even more difficult to deal with. By the way, how is Zippo? Pedro sighed. It sounds like the world is progressing in a bad direction, and war will happen again if such things are being made. Zippo is doing good, but he was not too happy to be knocked out by you. Your Conqueror's hockey is very strong. It is even stronger than what I felt from Big Mom. Alyssia rolled her eyes. Of course. If I met her, then I do not think that I would lose to her in any way. Pedro looked shocked. How can you be so sure? Alyssia replied, I just have a feeling that she is not a threat to the present me. Perhaps her devil fruit may be problematic or her hockey mastery, but they can be overcome with experience and practice. So long as I do not let my guard down, I can improve myself enough to surpass her when fighting her. Pedro shrugged as he said, If you say so, but never underestimate her just because of her looks. She could be a very scary person. Alyssia nodded. I know. The next couple of days were spent with her parents and her children, but Alyssia made some trips to teach some lessons in martial arts and work with Pedro, Cat Viper, and Duke Dogstorm so that they could finalize their deal. During the time that Alyssia spent with her family, she had made a small trip to get help to pull her ship up along with Archie, who was still sitting on board. As the ship was pulled up with the joint efforts of the mink tribe, Archie came forward with a pitiful look on his face. He kissed the ground and wailed, I am finally home. Hey Alyssia, what took you so long? During the time that Alyssia had been fighting and meeting up with her family, he had been stuck on the ship and was making sure there was no damage done to it, but he had expected her to be quicker. Unfortunately, it had slipped her mind as she was to focus on reuniting with her masters and family. Alyssia shrugged lazily and let out a slightly embarrassed tone. I forgot. Sorry. Archie was about to complain again, but he then revealed a defeated look. Well, no harm. There was enough to keep me busy with on board. Pedro circled the large ship and raised a brow. So this is your ship. It sure is impressive. Archie patted his chest triumphantly. I was part of the team that made this. The MMA is my baby. Alyssia rolled her eyes and stated, "For sure. You did have a role in building and helping design it in the beginning, but over the remodeling process, you have contributed less." Archie crossed his arms and said angrily, "While I do know how to build things with wood and metal, there are limitations to what I can make. I'm not like you and Nika, who are so busy with those things you build. By the way, why did you not bring her back? She must want to meet her master again." Alyssia shook her head and said, "I need someone to look over the creation members that followed along, and they need to find a place to settle down. Rygene Island will make the perfect natural base for their work." Archie asked, "How?" Alyssia explained, "The island itself is dangerous, but it also has many advantages. It is not allied with the world government. It has a powerful weather defense. It has a natural energy source to make use of, but those that wish to wield it without being harmed must have the right tools or knowledge. That is where we come in, and so does creation. They can set up a base there and help Rygene Island develop." Archie nodded. I understand, but are they going to be using something like those weapons and suits you made before?" Alyssia replied calmly, "Indeed, I did have that idea. Those would be quite compatible if modified a little. We can develop an electrical unit there." During the Rainbow Mist arc on Reluca Island, when Luffy and his crew went there, Alyssia had briefly made a trip there to see the progress with the technology there and to stock up on the various skills. Among them was the electrical weapons and mechanical suits that were used by an old dictator who was actually an old pirate that had been overtaxing the people to build the Rainbow Tower. Each of those type of designs had been sitting aside, and Alyssia had been drawing up her own version, but upon arriving at Rygene Island, she saw that it could be used another way. They could be recharged by the natural environment and attract thunderstrikes towards themselves, then redirect it towards their enemies, but it could also be used in other ways like collecting the raw energy or redirecting it away from vital pieces of land which should not be damaged. With the protective clothing worn to protect the person inside, they would be able to avoid harm while doing their task, whether it be collecting energy, protecting the land, protecting the civilians, or using the energy to achieve another purpose like defending the island from invaders. Although the people of Rygene Island were not that technologically advanced, they did possess many types of special materials which could be used to further improve what Alyssia had been working on, and with the assistance of Nika and creation, they would quickly show excellent results. Pedro saw that everyone was busy with their own thing, so he went to rest while Alyssia went back on her ship that was resting on top of Zoe. Archie went to explore Zoe and got reacquainted with his home that he had missed and went to see many that he missed. Alyssia was inside the MMA and held a sea snail in her hand. "How is it?" Carrot's voice sounded a little upset on the other side of the call. You went back home already, but you still want to call to brag and see how I am progressing." "To mean?" Alyssia rolled her eyes and calmly explained, "That is because I trust you and Tristan the most to carry out each of your tasks." Carrot seemed to have calmed down a little and replied, "We are slowly leaving so the call could cut off at any time. Are you not going to wish us luck?" Alyssia replied, "You do not need any luck because I trust you. Just be careful out there and keep your crew safe. Always be cautious of new types of weapons and environments." Carrot replied as it was slowly cutting off from her end, "I will do my best. Outside. So, bow, full, my star." The call was cut off, and Alyssia looked up towards the sky after she stepped out of the room. She then gave a small salute towards the sky. "I would have loved to come along, but there is too much to look out for on the ground. Perhaps when I have time then, I can make the trip." Alyssia was feeling a little envious towards the Sky division of her crew that had been split up because they got to venture into space, where there were unknown things awaiting and untapped resources and sources of knowledge from alien races and planets. She was well aware of the dangers, but she trusted that Carrot and Medea could make up for any potential dangers with their individual abilities. Their first destination was a marked location that had been gained from the space pirates, so although it was not that big of a journey, it did open up for new discoveries and possibilities since it was a place that was used to trade within space. Among the various samples that Alyssia had collected from the space pirates, there had also been several alien-based creatures and humanoids or hybrids that she had been working on, but they were in the later series of her experiments. One of the races that she collected from had some similarities to aliens from different movies that she had seen, while some just had a slightly animal appearance with larger foreheads, but among them was one that had some similarities to the alien race from the movie Predator. Although it lacked the high-grade technology and stealth capabilities, it did possess green blood, which was difficult to wash away and made it easier for those marked by it to track due to the bright color, its temperature, and the smell it gave off, which they were able to track with their natural abilities. As Alyssia looked at one of the small pods, she placed her hand on it and said to herself, "Should I stop here? Is this enough? Could I venture into something more deadly? If so, then perhaps something that has high reproduction and are annoying to kill." While the green blood that glows in the dark is useful, it does not take their opponent down with them if they are wounded or die. She then shook her head and sighed. Xenomorphs from Alien or Zerg, anything like them would be scary for their ability to multiply and hunt, but if they are not controlled, then all life could be wiped out. However, the tough skeleton and acidic blood, could it be possible? While it is possible for me to make all kinds of life forms, making such a life form would be a whole new territory, since it would need different builds. A queen that can lay eggs, a collector that can follow the queen's commands and collect resources or living prey, a hunter or assassin that is built to hunt, a guard to stay by the queen during her weak state. Then there is the obvious questions: if it could be made, could that be put towards a humanoid race and not just an artificial animal? While she did not know what was out in space, she knew that there may be some inhabitable and dangerous planets out there and new possibilities for her research. All that she lacked was the samples, the materials, and the necessary knowledge to achieve what she had within her mind. Alyssia stayed on Zoe for a long time as she and Anchi had got used to a carefree life. Alyssia trained with Pedro, Dogstorm, and Cat Viper so that she could improve herself a little more, but also to push them to let them improve. She was able to spend some of the time that she had missed along with her parents, and they were able to celebrate her 18th birthday together. While it was nice to not worry too much about the outside world, she still kept tabs what her crew were experiencing. Bon, Cat Viper, Dogstorm all gathered on the MMA outside of a room which had been set up for experiments or surgeries. The walls were made of special materials to suit the needs of the experiment, and several dishes were set up within. In the middle of the room was Pedro, who had a look of determination in his eyes, while the others were outside, looking inside through the glass window. Alyssia spoke so that Pedro could hear. "Are you certain that you wish to go through with this?" Pedro nodded. "I am ready. You have already told me everything I should expect, so let's get started." Alyssia rolled her eyes and sighed. Indeed, he would be the self-sacrificing fool that would jump up to undergo this process. I cannot complain, though, since he is helping me in the long run. If there was anyone that would be chosen or volunteered to become a sacrifice or a hero for the future of Zoe, then Pedro would always be the first to lay down his life. While she had expected it a little when she brought up the serums and the technology, she was still unsure if the people of Zoe would be accepting of such an unnatural serum that could alter their bodies. It did take a long time to convince many others, as many were against it, but the combined efforts of Cat Viper, Dogstorm, and Bon working together came up with a compromise that was using it on one mink. As a result of the compromise, Pedro had volunteered, and he was the best candidate to choose from among the minks that were still in the prime of their lives. Since he did not have his lifespan taken by Big Mom thanks to the advice from Alyssia, he was in a very healthy state with no major injuries, so he was more than healthy and strong enough to undergo the transformation. Alyssia pressed the switch, and the waves spread out and bounced off the walls as they each found their way towards Pedro. He was injected with the first and second serum injections as he started to undergo his transformation, and Alyssia explained. The two serums used together will help to lessen the burden on his body and to deal with the loss of stamina and electro. As you can see, he is gradually completing his transformation. The large amount of electro was released from Pedro's body, but he did not seem fatigued as he should be. Cat Viper looked inside, and his eyes sparkled. "So those energy serums do work." Dogstorm smiled. "Now we just need to see how safe the other one is." Bon nodded. "Yes, this is the most important part. I must say that those machines you have built to help us transform are very good. We will definitely want some." Alyssia smiled upon hearing their thoughts. "Since you brought it up, I may need to borrow a couple of people in the future, but we can leave that discussion for later. Their eyes turned to Pedro, who was experiencing the changes within his body, and completed the next stage. He then spoke calmly in his Sulong form as he had grown out a long white beard, mustache, and longer white fur with many slightly darker spots, while the rest of his body had become white and his eyes had turned red. You can cancel it now. Alyssia flicked off the switch and then smiled. Excellent. Pedro reverted back to his original leopard mink appearance, and his hair became a long wavy blonde again, but some strands had become slightly lighter and a part of his eyes had a tiny bit of red on it. So strange, Alyssia responded. You will get used to it in no time, and with practice, you should be able to break past the boundaries and access the hidden potential that has been unlocked. I will talk you through it later. Bond studied Pedro and then said, So, the transformation is not immediate? Is this better for him this way? Alyssia nodded. This way he can gradually undergo changes, and he can adjust to those changes while gaining better control over his body and electro. There is also the issue with each body's aptitude for this serum. Not everyone will be able to accept a full or half transformation right away, as their bodies do not meet the requirements needed. For it to be better acceptable for weaker bodies and those that have yet to reach the peak, it has been adjusted this way so that an individual cannot access the hidden potential within that their body cannot handle. If their body is at 50%, then its limit stops there until it has undergone further training. Otherwise, they would be putting their body at risk by going over the limit their body can handle. Alyssia saw Pedro leaving the room and added, I have been between 25% and 50% for quite a while now, and you must have noticed my gradual changes during this time. I will show you all the major barriers and what is required. I did put it off for a while so that I could show you all. Remember to flick that switch when I am ready. As she was in the middle of the room, she sat down and adjusted her body and breathing to her best state. You can begin. Cat Viper flickered the switch before Dogstorm, or Bon could do so. I got it first, Nayad. Bon rolled his eyes while Dogstorm revealed a look of ridicule upon seeing Cat Viper, showing a triumphant look. Once again, Alyssia was faced with a major barrier in her bloodline, where she needed to transform. She injected herself with the energy serum on the same spot as the last time and sat as she began to transform. As she completed her transformation, she sat and slowly pushed her body and electro to its limits until she finally felt a big change within her body. After a little time adjusting to her changes, she spoke. You could turn it off now. Just as she said so, the waves no longer spread around the room, and she started reverting back to her previous state. As she changed back, the growth of her body had partly remained, and her hair and fur had become even lighter, as she could no longer be considered as an ordinary mink, but instead she looked like a mink and Sulong hybrid after she had completed 50% of her transformation. None of her black hair remained, as it had become a silvery gray with some lighter highlights, and her gray fur had become closer to the pure white color of the Sulong white fur. Half of her eyes were black while the other half was red, but even her darker features like her nose had become lighter. Her new height was at 7 feet 4 inches, as she had grown by 1 inch after the transformation, and she had grown one more during her time growing and breaking past the minor barrier in her bloodline. Alyssia stretched her body and calmly said with a smile on her face, So this is 50%. What do you think? She closed her eyes to check her status for a moment and confirmed that everything was in order without any errors. Good. Sulong Bloodline Limit Remover Bonus, 50%. 2/4 Agility, 2.5/5 Strength, 1.5/3 Endurance. After checking the overall improvements to her stats and how her body had changed, she was very happy with how her agility, strength, and endurance were at a level that had surpassed the limits of mortal humans and was in a realm of her own. Even without a devil fruit to give an extra boost to her physique, Alyssia had been able to gain a physique that surpassed all others, and she possessed half of the capabilities of the Sulong form, as her senses were further enhanced and her electro had been greatly improved. She could feel that her metabolism had improved, as she could convert food into energy very easily to make up for the larger amount of energy usage. So after she was done checking herself, she went to go grab some of the artificially created boin fruits, which she had made to make up for the wasted energy within her body. She chewed on a couple of them with a smile on her face, and then went to grab a small furry animal and showed it to Bon Cat Viper and Dogstorm. I would like to show you the results of what a full transformation would look like with this. Cat Viper looked at the small animal and asked, "What is this thing?" Alyssia held it in her hands as it did not resist and only looked up, looking very cute. I have been working further with understanding transformations and the hidden potential locked with the minx. I needed to understand more about the Blux waves too, so I made these creatures to work alongside the Blux wave generators. Now we will see the results from this newly created creature. Among the artificially created creatures, she had mainly made them from already existing lineage factors as she remodeled them. The creature in her hands seemed like a new type of creature, which was of the small, cute, and furry type, which seemed very harmless, but it was actually very resilient and full of energy. While it did not seem to possess a large amount of strength and speed, it did make up for it with a large amount of stamina and endurance. It too was designed to have a reaction to the Blux waves, or would transform when it was a full moon like the minx. It was a small furry mammal with bat-like ears similar to a bush baby or an eye with the difference that it had no tail. It seemed to possess some level of intelligence as it was looking around full of innocence and curiosity. Bon looked at it and asked, "What are the changes for this thing?" Alyssia spoke. "They make excellent and resilient pets that will not tire but will also try to protect you. They're quite peaceful, but you will see how they are when they transform. I had to create a creature that did not have a large birth and growth time, so I had to decide on what would best suit my needs. They also make excellent test subjects should I ever actually need one. Not like I ever need them, though, since I only test the perfect serums and never anything too dangerous." Dogstorm looked a little anxious and asked, "Are you certain that it will not be harmed?" Alyssia smiled and comforted him. "You do not have to worry. I have everything prepared. Everything has been carefully researched and confirmed before I thought to take this step to show you all. Otherwise, I would not be doing so. Let's begin." She strapped down the small furry creature and then put on a pair of goggles which blocked the Blux waves. "You could turn it on." She then injected the small creature with the energy serum and took out another one. This is the serum that can be used to transform, but it needs to be carefully measured to suit each body type. This guy has high stamina and endurance, so it can withstand the maximum dosage. Unlike the Bloodline Limit Serum, which allows repeated breakthroughs until reaching the body's limits, and then allowing it again once the body can accept it, this one can only unlock enough potential within the body once, and cannot be used again to unlock it. If it is used then, it needs to be used correctly, and the dosage has to be perfect, so you can imagine the risks involved. As the small furry creature was starting to transform, Alyssia injected it with the serum. "Welcome to the world, little one." As its body was changing, it was slowly losing its hair, and its body shape and color started to change. This is just the beginning. Its legs and arms became longer along with its nails, and its eyes became slightly more intelligent and mischievous looking. The biggest change was its lack of fur and its green-colored skin. It became a scaly, slender, goblin-like form, and its previous innocence and cuteness had been replaced with a mischievous nature, but it also seemed as if it was fine causing harm to others unlike its previous form. It was like it had changed from good to bad in a short time during its transformation, but it had not become completely reckless or destructive as it still had intelligence and its memories from its previous form. It looked at Alyssia with eyes full of mischief, but also a little obedience as it was unable to go against her because of its design and other things put in place to prevent its disobedience. Hi. Alyssia unstrapped it and spoke calmly. "It is safe now, so you can turn it off." As the Blux waves were turned off, the creature remained in its present state and was walking around the room, filled with curiosity. Cat Viper ran inside and looked at it. "What is this? It is so ugly." Suddenly, he felt some wetness of his leg as he was spat on by the small creature. "You, little..." Alyssia rolled her eyes and explained. Unlike their previous state, these guys are better suited for combat, which is why they are best kept for when they can be used with the Blux wave generator. In their former state, they were loyal protectors and would not cause anyone harm, but when exposed to the Blux waves, they became the perfect tools for war as their bodies were much more deadly and they could move around better. With their improved intelligence and mischievous nature, they did not hesitate to jump into combat, and make use of what was available to them to overcome their enemy. Among the many that were already ready to be released from their pods, or those that were still in the process of being made, the Solon to undergo the permanent transformation was only the one that would follow Alyssia. She looked at it and smiled. While these creatures are part of the Blux project, their original form should be named Blux. In this form, it should be something like a gremlin or goblin. So I will name you Grem. Stay by my side, and you can have lots of fun. I will not restrict you too much, so long as you are not too naughty. Grem looked up at her tall figure and grinned, revealing its sharp teeth. Kikiki, Alyssia then added. The serum has been adjusted a little to suit the Blux creature's lineage factor, but there is a completed version for the minx too. The next couple of days were spent teaching her new mischievous friend how to use many different tools and weapons, but also how to perform other simple tasks. One morning, she had walked in on the small, green, scaly creature that was breakdancing in the middle of the room with a human-like suit and hat on its body. Alyssia rolled her eyes as she let out a sigh. You are still so full of energy, huh? Well, it is good to be spirited. From then on, her life would become all the more entertaining as Grem was by her side, and it was picking up new skills very quickly. Its learning ability was not any less than a human drill or the devil ape, as it was even assisting her in the lab. With its assistance, Alyssia was able to improve her efficiency to another level and gradually get used to the skills and knowledge she had gained from Caesar Clown, but then she looked at her system points. I have tried spending my points on anything as time has passed, but it keeps rising quickly with the many battles I have had recently when combined with the gain in fame around the world from my previous stunt. I think that it is time to move. With every little idea that she gained from being inspired by various manga, movies, and TV series, she was gradually surrounding herself with all kinds of different humanoid races, animals, and monsters, and the latest one was Grem, who had been introduced to the king of the devil apes and Ghost, who had been living on the MMA. Meanwhile, within Baltimore, there was a change taking place within the higher ranks of the island as events were being influenced in an unfavorable way for the creation members that remained there. Dr. Tsukimi had noticed a strange atmosphere in the council and how his fellow elders had been behaving. He took an old friend aside and asked, "Is there something wrong? What is happening with all of you? You are behaving strangely." His old friend hesitated before speaking. "Old friend, if you want to live out the last couple of years of your life in peace, then you need to keep your distance from the Creation Union and their activities from now on. I do not know the details, but whatever is to happen will be related to them. The other elders, they're not usually like this. It is as if—" Dr. Tsukimi then nodded. "As if they're being influenced by someone else and have a backing, so they believe they can act as they please. Sadly, they do not quite understand who they are offending. Baltimore had become slightly more prosperous under the assistance of the White Storm and the Creation Union, so they were quite reliant on them in the past, but there were always those that would be swayed by those in high power to act for short-term benefits. If the elders of Baltimore believed they could swallow up the Creation Union with that support, then they would turn against their biggest supporters. There would be an even bigger chance if other promises were made to allow that outside influence to take over the trade, so they could avoid the long-term losses. One of the things that Alyssia had feared was that those staying on one of the islands would soon be targeted by those with high positions on that island. While there was some support on Baltimore from Dr. Tsukimi, his power was limited to prevent such a thing from happening, and it would put him in danger if he openly went against it. There was also the possibility of those within Creation Union being approached and influenced to act against the group itself and put them in a disadvantageous position. After returning home, he called Ein on a secure line. "My disciple, I have some bad news. It would be best if you take some time to look over all of the activities of creation." Ein was silent for a while and then answered, "I know. Thank you, teacher." Dr. Tsukimi continued, "I do not know what they have planned, but it is something that can allow them to remove creation from Baltimore, destroy their reputation, or swallow them whole." "Be careful," Ein coldly replied. "I will, but you should not get too involved. Stay home with your automata. They will protect you." Dr. Tsukimi then hung up the call and let out a sigh. "Trouble is coming, and there is very little I can do to help. Perhaps it is time." Dr. Tsukimi came to a decision right away, then had a look of determination on his face as he started to rummage around at his home. On Rico Island, Ein did a quick inspection of the sunken castle to find any abnormalities, but she did not find anything, so she called many people together. From now on, you will cooperate with the automata to ensure the area is kept safe and there are no problems. If there is anything suspicious, tell an automata about it. She then went to the docks and boarded a ship to head back to her homeland at the fastest speed possible. As if she had been kept watch over and it had been prearranged, several large, unmarked ships came from every direction and surrounded her own ship. Just as she was about to walk towards her mechanical suit, she heard several loud bangs and could feel something enter her lower back from behind. Ein turned around and saw one of her followers with a look of guilt on their face. "You?" Several gunshots went off and they passed through her body. Someone stood over her body. "I am sorry, but orders are orders." And then moved and got up lazily after a short act of being dead. There was no blood, and you believed it so easily. Fools! Her hands stretched out, and everyone that had betrayed her were covered in a white foam that quickly solidified. I really would have died here if Alyssia did not make those preparations. Forgive. Stop. If I did not have a Logia body type, then she was one of the most vulnerable people within the White Storm, and the best way to kill her would be to catch her by surprise. Coercing her companions to betray here, when she was at sea, was an obvious choice, since there would be a lack of evidence to point out who was behind it. It could also be blamed on others, so even if someone came to seek revenge, they may target the wrong people. And then walk towards her mechanical suit. The back of it opened a little, and her body entered the small opening before it closed again. If one of them had a C-prism bullet, weapon, or possessed hockey, then I would have been in trouble. I need to be more careful from now on. Her body reformed inside, and her gaze turned cold within the mechanical suit. I'm not in a very good mood right now. Although most of my inventions were built to restrain and not kill, I now understand why Alyssia is so fond of making such dangerous things. The blasters activated on her legs, back and arms as she took off into the air. She started releasing a large amount of foam within the suit and sent it towards the container within. She stretched out her hand and pointed it towards the ship below. This is my latest modification. Enjoy it! Instead of a laser, a wind blade, or some kind of other force that came from her palm, it was instead the foam. The foam that was fired was still in its liquid state, and with the modification she had made, it shot out a powerful burst of the foam as it sprayed all within its path, and then quickly solidified. It had some similarities to the cider guild soda technology that shot out powerful blasts of soda, but she had added some other technologies to allow it to work and be more powerful with her own devil fruit abilities. If her powers had a weakness, then it would be its long-range firepower and lack of damage it could do, but when she was in her mechanical suit, those weaknesses no longer remained, and she had an extra layer of protection and tactics available. The ships that had come to attack did not know how to combat her and struggled helplessly. The gunfire continued to bounce off her mechanical suit without being harmed as she flew from ship to ship and quickly subdued everyone. Although Ein had been able to survive and defeat her enemies, she was not feeling good about it in the slightest as she landed back on her ship. Those of you that have not betrayed the White Storm and creation, now is your chance to prove it by destroying those enemy ships. She then came before the subdued traitors and set the foam blaster to its highest setting. Alyssia once said that traitors should be killed, while there are opportunities to help you live and make up for that betrayal. You do not deserve that chance. If I really died, then she would have found you all and slaughtered you in the most painful way possible, so this is my answer to your betrayal. A single burst came from her hand as it touched their foreheads, which was much more concentrated and short as it was released. The foam did not yet have the chance to solidify as it shot through the forehead of the traitor, and she continued to do the same to the others. You have all been given opportunities others would never get in their lives within the White Storm. Why bother ruining it? After sentencing everyone to a quick public execution, their ship continued onwards and sent many cannons towards the ships they passed by. Ein stood at the front of the ship in her mechanical suit. Attack all that try to attack or slow us down from now on. She had a bad feeling about the situation in many places, whether it was Baltimore or back at Rica Island, but she knew that her automata could be trusted to handle the things back at Rica Island, so she continued towards Baltimore. On the way to Baltimore, I called Alfred right away to update him. We got betrayed. There seems to be a couple within White Storm that are no longer on our side. It seems that what Alyssia has predicted has happened so soon. You need to watch your back and not act so predictable so that you do not fall into any traps. Alfred let out a laugh. Do not worry about my situation. I already have full control of the problem. You just need to be extra careful when you enter Baltimore. I do not know what they have planned for you. I went deep into thought and then replied before hanging up the call. I will head there as fast as possible. Wish me luck. She started doing the calculations and estimated the time of arrival, but she realized that there was too much time for the enemy to make their preparations and act without her being there. In the next moment, she shot up into the air and then flew at a fast speed towards Baltimore to make up for the lost time spent in battle. When she arrived, she landed and headed straight towards the underground lab, where she quickly gained entry. Although she had gained entry, she found that some people had nervous looks on their faces, so she called everyone together. Everyone gather quickly and submit everything in the inventory and the ongoing projects. I want a thorough inspection done. Every little space and secret area was searched, and she did not find anything until she found several blueprints and a set of materials stashed away in one of her more loyal followers' labs. What is going on? She called the owner of the room inside and pointed towards the paper and other things she had found. Are these yours? I need to know for sure before I go ahead and publicly announce it. The person looked at them with confusion in their eyes. What is this? I have never seen them in my life. How did they get in here? Ayn walked past them and patted their shoulder as she said in a low warning tone, If you wish to get through this, then cooperate with me and help me find the rest. They nodded right away and followed Ayn to the other rooms where there were many things stashed away in hard-to-find places that most would never look at. Ayn placed her hand on her chin and thought to herself, Is this a big trap to place crimes on many loyal to the White Storm, or is this just a delaying tactic? No, they should not have expected my arrival. Even if they did, they probably expected me to be delayed by a very long time. She studied the blueprints, the materials, and some of the parts, tools, or weapons that were collected and then sighed. These cannot be legal. This must be black market goods, so this is all to place crimes on creation and many of the loyal members within Baltimore. There should be traitors within, and the Marines will have some involvement too along with the elders. This is tricky. Ayn placed many of the items within an incinerator and watched as they all burned into nothingness, which had completely destroyed the incriminating evidence. She then walked out in front of everyone and then spoke. I have come to a decision on behalf of creation and as a disciple of Dr. Tsukimi. This laboratory will officially be closed down and no longer be used for any of White Storm's activities. Those still loyal can follow me to the new location, but to those that have become traitors, do not follow. This is my warning. If you dare to show your face again and shamelessly try to gain benefits from White Storm after turning your backs on them, then I will show you no mercy to you the moment I confirm your betrayal. She no longer looked lazy and weak, as her aura was overpowering many of the scientists within the room. Those that have betrayed can leave while the others can follow. You cannot do this. We have worked so hard. You cannot abandon us. Without us, there is no creation. Ayn rolled her eyes and stated, Creation was always primarily made up of myself, Alyssia, Nika, and Ushvin, who were the main brains and inventors that support it. Over the time that has passed, there have been a few who have shown good enough results to have made a contribution of their own, while the rest of you have only done minor jobs and research projects which have not had any benefit to creation. Her gaze turned colder and said, You just had to ruin it for yourselves and turn against your biggest supporters. For what? A small benefit? We could have given you more. A threat? We could have protected you. For more fame or influence. What use is that when you do not even have the power and ability to hold such a position for long? Ayn waved her hand and said, Those that do not wish to follow will leave right away. The rest of you will pack up everything and prepare to leave. Be prepared to cooperate with what is to come next. Many of the members that she had spotted looking guilty had hurried out of the underground lab as Ayn looked at their backs with a gaze full of disappointment. Their minds and abilities could have been put to use effectively, but they just had to let their own greed get in the way. There was then a loud knock on the heavy door as it became louder and more urgent. I opened the metal door and looked at the many armed Marines that were standing there along with some of the elders. She met the eyes of several elders and smiled knowingly. You have all come here. For what exactly? You had better have a good reason, otherwise you will have to fully explain your actions and compensate us for your rudeness. One of the elders met her eyes and then lowered their head to avoid her gaze. We have many reports that creation is involved with many illegal activities. We can no longer look on as these things continue to go on. The Marine stepped forward and had a fierce look in his eyes. Are you going to move out of the way? We need to inspect the lab. I stepped to the side and allowed them to enter, but as they passed her said in a low voice, I and the White Storm will remember this great disrespect. We will be expecting your apology and your compensation. Oh, and elders, do not expect to gain anything from this as you are now on your own. Baltimore will be cut off from receiving support. I bet those promising you support will not be happy with your failure, huh? I doubt they will keep their end of the deal. We will see. She suddenly thought of something, and she quickly ran to appear in front of them before they could enter the room. Halt! Move! Out of the way, or we will have to use force. Ein smirked and said, You are too much in a hurry. First, I need a guarantee that you are not bringing in anything from outside. I do not wish for anything to be planted within the lab by one of you, so please leave anything here before entering. The Marine looked more fierce as he looked down on her. You honestly expect us all to leave behind everything? What about our weapons? This could just be a trap you have set up. Ein crossed her arms and leaned against the entrance to the main laboratory area. You can bring your cold weapons, but no guns or explosives. There are many sensitive materials inside. While the guns were left behind, many carried their swords and other metallic weapons inside with them, while everyone had to agree to her request. They all emptied their pockets, left their bag behind, and removed anything within their clothing after being patted down by the scientists. Ein smiled after they were done and welcomed them. This is the lab. Take your time to look around, but do not damage anything, otherwise you will have to pay for the damages. She is so rude, so arrogant. Ein adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose and commented, It is you that came here to cause trouble. I am innocent. A little while later, the Marines had finished searching all over and found nothing suspicious as they had been informed. Some came to the fierce-looking Marine and whispered in his ear, so the fierce-looking Marine looked unwilling at first before stomping out of the room, leaving the elders behind. They all had a look of embarrassment on their faces as they stood there wishing to leave quickly. Ein, we really did hear it from a reliable source. We did not wish to believe you were capable of such a thing, but we had to check. Another crossed their arms and let out an angry tone of voice. TSK. So what if they found nothing? It just means that she destroyed it before we got here. She will slip up next time if she is really guilty. Ein shook her head as she coldly answered them. There will not be another opportunity. You all really are a bunch of old fools. You greatly disappoint me. So much for making Baltimore a better place and advancing it enough to allow everyone to live happily. One chance is given to you to betray others just to climb up or gain more power, and you take it without hesitation. That is not wishing for everyone's happiness, but only your own. I then added in a colder tone, Baltimore the future country? How what a joke. I think that this place will soon become a place of the past. No wonder Vegapunk was in such a hurry to leave this place behind. You all lack vision. The hatred of her own homeland and her fellow people had reached its peak as her disappointment was immeasurable. You can all rot for all I care. You are so rude. How dare you say such things? What does a youngster like you know? Soon their voices faded as Ein walked out and headed back towards the area. She left her mechanical suit. She stood on the spot and looked over Baltimore with a look of sadness and loneliness in her eyes. I thought they were wise and respectable people, but they are still just human. Their betrayal is nothing out of the ordinary. They just took their chance to climb higher or chose a way to protect themselves. I then flew towards Dr. Tsukimi's home, where she was met with many familiar automata. Teacher, I have arrived. Dr. Tsukimi opened the door and then pointed towards several large bags. Hello, my disciple. Help this old man carry his things, will you? Ein revealed a look of surprise. Teacher, what is the meaning of this? Dr. Tsukimi sighed. With everything that has happened over the years, I have grown tired of this place and its failures. I want to spend the rest of my life living in comfort and help my student with her research. The first failure was letting the Marines have a presence on the island, which have interfered with many things. The second would be the failure to manage the scientists and their ambitions, which nearly lead to your death. Then the final failure is done by those within the elders. I can no longer remain here and continue to support a country that does not wish to learn from its mistakes and continues to go down the wrong path, especially when it means that my prize student will be defamed or harmed. I need to repay Alyssia for everything too. Those fools are too ungrateful. Ein's eyes sparkled. Master, I will gladly take you with me. Dr. Tsukimi smiled kindly. That is the spirit. You look better like this. No need to continue being gloomy over what has happened. I have already posted my resignation letter, so I should be officially removed from the elder's position once they get it. The automata behind him had carried a couple of the bags as they headed to the docks where the ship had eventually arrived. Several people were busy moving everything from the laboratory and Dr. Tsukimi's home as they boarded the ship, but it did attract a lot of attention from those living on the island. Many of the elders noticed that Ein was speaking the truth, and they had later found out about Dr. Tsukimi leaving too, so they came to plead with them. Why would you leave? You should stay. This is your home. We are sorry about before. We had no choice. Dr. Tsukimi looked at many of his old companions and sighed. Old fools. Farewell and good luck. Perhaps with us not around, you may actually wake up and realize what you have missed out on. By then it will already be too late. His voice carried helplessness and sadness as he spoke, and he then turned his back on them as he boarded the ship. Unknown to many others, there was a pair of eyes that was watching from far away as he looked at Ein's mechanical suit and the automata that accompanied Dr. Tsukimi. So cool. Super. Frankie was still on the island and was studying Dr. Vegapunk's old research blueprints as his 2-year break had yet to come to an end. While he had made the occasional trip off the island to gather materials from different places like the black market, he had returned and mostly spent his time in seclusion as he was busy creating new inventions and was working on himself. He would not have come out, but he had heard the commotion on the island, so he had no choice but to go and investigate.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.